Hey, what's up? We're gonna be talking about a few things tonight. Um, Matthew, hello.
What's up? What's up?
How are you doing this evening?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm doing good. Thank you. Um, so one of the things that I wanted to talk about was the difference between liberalism, modern liberalism, and classic liberalism. Matt, do you have any intake on that?
Yeah, classic liberalism is more like what the founding fathers would have believed in. Modern liberalism is it's they basically are a bunch of collectivists who kind of hijack the term liberalism. Um, I mean, if you think about the term liberalism, it means literally means liberty. You know, as the classic liberals believed in individual rights, they believed in liberty, they believed in limited government, and somewhere along the line, the term liberalism got hijacked and taken over by what you see now in modern liberalism in the United States, which is is basically these people on the left that you see rioting and you know burning down their buildings because their candidate didn't win an election and shooting up congressmen and this is modern liberalism that's doing this. It's not the classic liberalism is actually like more like what people would refer to as like a modern day conservative in a lot of ways. So they differ in some things here and there, but for the most part, they're pretty much the same thing. And modern liberalism is more along the lines of like Marxism, collectivism. That's why they embrace things like communism and socialism, because that's just what they're about. And somewhere along the line, they just took the term liberal and they turned it into something else, because they're not about individual rights anymore. They're not about freedom of speech anymore. They're not about uh, personal freedoms anymore. Now it's funny because they're out protesting, calling conservatives fascists and all the rest of it. But in reality, they're the fascists because they're the ones who are trying to um, stop people's freedom of speech. That's not something that a classic liberal would have stood for. A classical liberal would have been supportive of freedom of speech. Um, I've gotten into this type of discussion with people where they think that they don't really believe in freedom of speech. They think that there should be a limit on your freedom of speech. And the thing about it is there really is kind of a limit on your freedom of speech, anyways, because with everything that you say comes consequences, right? If you say something stupid, there's going to be consequences for what you say. So
Hmm.
you do get backlash for it. But some of these people that I've talked to believe in like state controlled speech almost. Like if you say something that I guess the government would deem unacceptable, it's like you should be imprisoned for it. I've actually had this discussion with people. It really blows my mind. I mean, how can you live here in the Western Hemisphere and you know you know be an atheist like some of these people I've talked to, and as an atheist hate religions like Islam, who would be the first group of people to throw you in a prison for saying something wrong, or to execute you for saying something wrong. But then you turn around and say that you shouldn't that we shouldn't have freedom of speech. It should be state controlled speech, and if you speak out of line, you should be thrown in jail.
Yeah.
I mean, how hypocritical is that? I mean, what do you think?
Um, Yeah, I agree with pretty much everything you just said. I mean, um, I also believe that America has taken this and has just gone for it. A big population here in America has gone for this crap, and it's brought down, our morals here as a society, and it's sad because we see these little kids, acting a fool because of this.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that has to do with the parents too. You think about it. This is just my opinion. A lot of it has to do with the parents too. I mean, I remember when I was
Yeah,
younger.
but if society accepts it, then it's easier for them to act out on, you know, I don't know, just
Yeah, no, that well,
it's
that
easier accepted in society, and then that it's easier for children to act out on. I don't know. That's just what I think. Go ahead.
yeah, no, that's a good point. When society makes it acceptable, like think about the Baltimore riots, right? When they were rioting out in the streets and they were burning down businesses, burning down cars. What did the mayor of Baltimore do? She gave a stand down order to the police to allow these people to riot and destroy their own town. You know, I mean, it was literally state sanctioned anarchy, and that's a perfect example of society or people in a place of power that are standing down and allowing the decay of our moral fabric and the decay of our society simply because they believe that it's politically correct and they don't want to hurt somebody's feelings. Oh, these people are upset about something. We have to let them express themselves. And then you're coddling a bunch of criminals and allowing them to burn down your city in the process. And now the taxpayers are going to have to rebuild that city. It's there's no consequences for that. I mean, that mayor of Baltimore should have been locked up.
Mm.
I mean, how irresponsible is that?
Yeah.
That'd be like if my son went out and punched some kid in the face on the playground, and I ran over there and I cheered him on. You know, and it was like I was condoning. I would be condoning bullying or condoning violence as an authority figure. It's the same thing. I mean, look at the message it sends to society, and then you wonder why these kids act like this because that's the message that was sent. And then we had a president for 8 years that would stick his nose in all these social problems, and he would pour fuel on the fire, and he would make things worse. He would inject himself into everything, saying, "Oh, these police over here acted stupidly. Oh, if I had a son, he would look like Trayvon." All this other stuff. Well, what happened to allowing, innocent till proven guilty, and to allowing the law to run its course? What happened to that? No, no, it's better just to allow basically state sponsored terrorism in your own streets. Hey, what's up, Rob?
God damn. What's up, my man? Got a good buzz, a little smoked out, It was
Hey.
it was my country's birthday today, so I celebrated it.
Oh yeah, today's your country's birthday. That's cool, man.
Yeah. So,
I didn't know that.
I went down to the parade, made sure things were all good, there was no terrorist attacks, just making sure my streets are safe, on that Canada Day. Gotta gotta make sure that the country doesn't get attacked on the day that it's celebrating its 150. No, I'm just fucking around. That was like the harsh narrative though, eh? Like people were like, is there going to be a terrorist attack? I was like, who the fuck wants to like here's the thing, like 4th of July, yeah, I could see terrorists wanting to target that. Like in the news, they were like, terrorists have said that they want to target Canada's 150th. I was like, nah,
For real?
y'all bullshitting. Ain't nobody give a fuck about us.
Wow.
But
Why? Why do you think they'd have been pushing that narrative just to get people all riled up, or what?
Maybe, but I mean, like that's what I said. Like someone like me, I'm like, I just fucking no matter where I'm out in public, like I always do keep my wits about me, situational awareness. So I don't need to be told by the fucking news that fucking big crowds just attract fucking idiots of any type. I don't give a fuck if they I don't give a fuck if they belong to a terrorist organization or they've been in their mom's basement for too long. Like it's just like or like fucking criminals or whatever type of just fucking people you shouldn't be around in certain areas or large groups. It's like you just fucking keep your wits about you. I don't need the fucking news to. But it was everywhere. Yeah, I was like, I think I was in McDonald's the other morning. I was getting coffee before I headed into work, and they got the TVs in there, and that was on the news, like because they always have the news in there at the McDonald's playing in the morning. So it was all over the news, and that was a couple days ago. But everything went off without a hitch, and fireworks still going off. I could still hear them and shit.
Yeah, right on, man. Shit, that's cool.
Yeah, yeah. What you been up to, bruh?
Nothing. Just hanging out right now, man. We got some time off. Got a little bit of vacation this week, so I'm just be hanging out.
Ooh, chilling in the Mikasa.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Taking the time to relax. Nice. How many days you got off when you back?
I'll be off. Let's see, what is today? Saturday. I'll have another 10 days off.
Holy shit. So you're not back till like next fucking the following like Tuesday.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow, shit, man. What'd you do? Like fall down, hurt yourself?
No, it's just regular vacation, and just every year we get a couple weeks of vacation. So
Oh, I hear that's in the States and it's like you have to take it. You
yeah,
had That's fucking crazy.
yeah,
I wish
yeah.
they did that at my work. I don't do that shit. Dude, guess what I did the other day?
What's that?
I went and I bought a fidget spinner.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I think LaSurge needs one of these things. He'd be way less wound up.
Oh man, yeah, I think he needs a fidget spinner and a Xanax.
I'm gonna send him a Xanax fidget spinner in the mail. LaSurge, if you listen to this another day, look forward to that, buddy. Just send me your email or your mailing address. Just put it out there on the internet and send it to me.
Yeah.
Nothing. Nobody else will find it, and send you other things like shrunken heads. Some like we find out like we have some Jamaican or Haitian listener. They're like, LaSurge, here's a shrunken head. Or here's a voodoo doll. Every time those Trump tots say something that piss you off, stick a pin in this.
Oh, dude, he gets so triggered by the name Trump. You just say Trump, man, and he's all over it.
Dude, I'm gonna be like, Trump, 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 Trumpity, Trump. Yo, man, did you see that live stream? I think it was Red Elephant did the other day.
But you know what? I did not see that one.
Oh, you gotta check that out, man. They were like hard. He was getting pissed, and like Omar and everything. Omar had like a personal driver, and the personal driver got arrested for like pulling a gun out on these like weird fucking like obviously like I don't even like it's weird if people actually call themselves like Democratic supporters. It's like what the fuck? Okay, that's your political belief, but your party right now is not the people's party. Trust me. As much as you want to say Donald Trump isn't for the people, he's trying to do a lot more to make it government like actually for the people and get it like yeah like drain the swamp. And yeah, he hasn't done it fully and wholly, and I think he realized when he got in there it's much harder than just fucking doing what you're saying you're gonna do.
Yep.
But like honestly, like I'm watching these people and they're like you could tell that the only like the reason why like I don't know, like all the people from like kind of all these like Shuttershot and like very fake news's channel and like Red Elephant's channel, like I've given people nicknames like they're like Base Stick Man, and then like there's fucking there's the one dude that's always on very fake news. He's like a big Samoan dude that's always with Joey Gibson. I call him Based Mark Hunt. Um, there's like a couple guys and like I call them all like the based guys and shit. And
Yeah.
when you watch them, like at least when they go to these town hall things, like when they like even if they raise their voices at people and shit, like they're just like, hey, you're a fucking idiot or whatever. They're not like, oh, you want to fucking do something about it. But like all these other like people that were at this Cudahy or whatever town hall meeting, they were all like, "Oh, what you want to do about it? Step over here." And there was like this other guy, I call him Based Eddie Guerrero. He's like this little Latino Trump supporter, and yeah, like he reminds me of Eddie Guerrero because he's always like "vato" and like stuff like that, and "orale," like, and he says "homes" and shit. Like it's so Based Eddie Guerrero. This one guy's like the guy's like step over here, like, and Buddy's like, no man, like you're not gonna do nothing. Like Buddy's like, if you want to do something, swing on me, but you're not gonna do anything. And Buddy's like, oh wait, you want to fight me? And Buddy's like, no, like I'm telling you, like if you attack me, I'm gonna defend myself, but like I don't care, like it's just fuck you, like I don't agree with your opinion, but it's not like I'm trying to get fucking confrontational with you. I'm just saying fuck your political belief. I'm not saying fuck you, like I want to fight. And these guys like kept following their group, like Red Elephant's group and all that shit, and like Omar, I think, was there at the like the town hall, but he wasn't so much part of the chaos. But then like the group that was kind of harassing Red Elephants and oh, I forget homie's name. He's like that black dude that always has he has like the really curly like kind of hair, like he has the curly like white hair and it's like long, and he's always wearing like the Make America Great hat again. And like him and like Red Elephant and everybody, they were like dealing with these guys that were being like agitators, and there was like a group of like probably about four of them, and so like they were following like Red Elephant and all of them like back to their cars, and then they like split away from them, and then I guess they went and met up with like a whole bunch of like other people and shit, and like a bunch of like these like little like young kids and like 13-year-old kids. So it's also like wow, cool, like you're bringing little kids around potentially situations that like fucking like obviously we know the political situation in this country right now. Like people like from the left would be like, "Oh, we brought the kids there and we didn't think there should be any danger because why should there be danger?" And it's like, "Yeah, you fucking know that there's danger around that
Yeah.
situation." But like there was a bunch of adults, but there was like some weird like teenagers and like little kids, and they were all like they all looked to be Latino to me, most of them. And then they like rolled up on Omar, and Omar had like an Uber kind of guy, but like or I don't know, like he has a personal driver, and the personal driver has like a conceal to carry like permit. And then like all these people, like when they pulled into the gas station or something, they pulled into a gas station, and like this whole like kind of mob like now like probably about like 15 people like of that were following Red Elephant and all of them, just a group of like four, which had now turned into like a group 15, like started like walking up to the car and surrounding it, and the guy was like fucking like pointed his gun at them, like back the fuck up, and like they're all like, oh look at him, he pointed his gun at us, oh he fucking wants to shoot us. And it's like, no, he's letting you guys know he sees you as a threat. And like and people were like, "Oh, they're not a threat. They didn't have any weapons." It's like, "Oh, like dude, like a group of teenagers can be a threat without any weapons if there's like five of them and one of you. Like
Yeah, hell yeah. Hell
all they need is their fists and their feet, and they can literally stomp you to death,
yeah. Yeah, man. Hell yeah.
blunt force trauma you to death." So it's like I don't like the guy. I think the guy was more like, I think he's a guy that's definitely like, he's probably like a personal security guy, but he's more like one of those guys that's like in that situation, I would have just kept driving, because honestly, in that situation, I would, if any of them stepped in front of the vehicle, like I know cameras were rolling from the inside of like where Omar was, because you know how Omar like live streams and shit too. Like it shows like the group surrounding them, and instead of maybe yeah, buddy pointing the pistol, that was a little like he just acted in the moment. It would have either my option either would have been that, but I first would have gone with just driving aggressively out of the gas station. Like if they want to step in front of me and they're surrounding me, then I would just say that in front of a judge. I'd be like, I was scared that they were gonna like try and like fucking surround the car, pull us out, fucking get the keys away from us so we couldn't get out of there. So I just sped it and punched through when someone tried to like hop in front of the car. But he pulled a gun. So then like now it's like a big thing. Like, and then guess who shows up at the scene?
Who?
I think I'm pretty sure CNN or whatever like had like reporters down there, or they picked up like an affiliate out of like a local news station, and were running the clip like all day, like, oh, a guy that a Republican hopeful candidate wanting to run out of blah 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 next year against Maxine Waters was arrested today when his blah 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 pulled a gun. Like they're trying to like spin it like that,
Oh
like,
yeah.
oh yeah, like it was like bullshit. And then like they're like interviewing these kids, and these are like the same kids that were part of the group, and they're like, oh, you know, the Trump supporter pulled a gun on us, the white guy, he pulled a gun on us. And it's like all the fucking keywords: Trump supporter, white guy, blah blah blah, like all this shit. And it's just like, it's like, well, fucking dude, like if you watch his live stream, you can totally like reasonably see why Buddy pulled the gun. It was I don't even think it was so much because he was scared. It was really just to let them know, like, hey, if you come closer, like fucking, and I'm seeing you guys as a threat. If you guys get any closer, like I'm gonna open fire. If I feel like the need and the immediate danger, like the need to protect me and these other people in my car, and the threat of an immediate danger is just it's too present now, and I have to defend myself. And that's why I have to conceal and carry. So
Yeah,
it was a fucky situation. Like at first, it really confused me, and I was like, it was one of those situations where it's like the left is just like celebrating, like, woo, yeah, oh, you guys are racist, you pull guns on blah blah blah, like people that aren't Trump supporters in their own neighborhoods. And then like when I looked into the whole situation and watched Red Elephant's live stream helped me a lot too, because you could tell these people were there was a couple of guys. There was a short guy in a ball cap, and he was like sort of short and muscular, Latino, and you could tell he was there to agitate. There was another tall guy with tattoos and a Clippers jersey. Going to assume Latino also as well. Like you could just tell they were there to agitate, like the Trump supporters that were there. I think it was another Maxine Waters thing. I believe. I think it was another
wow,
or
man.
another Democrat. Like they were protesting another Democratic thing.
Yeah, yeah. It seems like the left is just kind of falling into this mob mentality, man. And
Oh,
it's a trip, man, because they're the ones that are calling, people that are conservative and Trump supporters are calling us fascist, but they're the ones trying to shut down freedom of speech. That's that we're not doing that.
Oh, dude, like, and that's the same thing too. Like when Red Elephant was like pulling out of there, like they kept putting like flyers on his car, which isn't like really like, well, still, you should never touch somebody else's property, especially if it's not your own, because you didn't pay for it. And yeah, but like fucking, they're like putting all these flyers on his window, trying to like cover his window, his like his his fucking view. And he's like, you can tell he's getting annoyed because it's like if he drove off, they'd all blow away. But it's just like, hey, it's on my vehicle. You're gonna block my view when I'm pulling out. Like, who knows if
Yeah.
somebody's in front of the car or another vehicle is pulling up beside me or in front of me? Like, what if before the papers all fly off when I pull out, I hit somebody? So he's getting agitated and he starts grabbing them off the window and crumpling them up and like throwing them off. And the guy keeps slapping them on his window. And then like he throws one back at the guy, like he like balls it up and throws it against his chest and shit. And then like he's just like, fuck off, like you guys need to fuck off, like leave my car alone. And they're like, get out of here, man, this isn't where you're from. And he's like, dude, like, aren't you guys all about open borders? They're like, yeah. And he's like, well, then what the fuck, like I can go wherever I want. They're like, no, you're not from here, you're not, this isn't your neighborhood. He's like, oh, what, because I'm not like, and he's like, yeah, because I'm not like Mexican. I didn't grow up here or whatever, or like I'm not Latino or whatever. And they're like, no, no, you said blah blah blah. Like, and then they're just it's just like so stupid. They're trying to play like identities and all this shit with him. Like, oh, you're a white guy. Why do you even want to be here? You're a Trump supporter. You don't like illegal immigrants, all this shit. And he's like, what the fuck? He's like, okay, thanks for admitting you guys are all legal. And then as he says to the one guy, like the one guy's like, oh fuck you, man. He's like, fuck you. I hope all your family like gets deported and shit. And then the one guy gets like one of the guys gets really pissed off and he's like, fuck you. What the fuck you say about my family? I'll fucking say that to my face. And like Red Elephant's like, I hope all your fucking all the illegals in your family and you get deported back. And Buddy's like, fuck you, fucking my fucking family fucking they pay more taxes than your ass, and or illegal or not, they help pay the country. And then Red Elephant's the same thing again. He's like, oh, so you support them being illegal in the country? But he's like, what's it matter if they pay taxes? And he's like, oh my, it was just like, it was like these people's like mentality is like so fucked up. It's like just because you pay taxes doesn't mean you haven't done an illegal act. Doesn't
Well,
fucking matter. It really doesn't.
the thing is too, man, is that these people are low information, man. They don't even know the truth about it. I mean, in reality, the state of California spends $30 billion a year taking care of the 4.5 million illegals that are here, and the
Yeah.
illegals that are here only put in a little over $3 billion in taxes.
Yeah, so their
Most,
taxes that they're putting in are just going right back into the fucking to feed them. So
yeah,
like in a sense it's like it's just like a fucking it's a fucking self-serving system. So how can you blame them for pimping it out? You just need to take it away from them. You just need to say no. And if they cry and complain that it's not fair, just take it away from everybody and be like, all right, we're vetting everyone now like crazy, whether you're legal, whether you're a naturalized citizen, you were born here, or whether you're fucking, an immigrant that, gained legal status here as a U.S. citizen. It's like fucking we're gonna pay you. I remember we were talking about this last time. It's like, yeah, it's like the same thing with the welfare like system when we talked about it. It's like it really should only be for like certain like single mothers or single dads or widowed parents or people that are, can't get on EI that, yeah, like and they know they're gonna be like rehabbing or off of work for a long time. It's just like, yeah, that's what it's for. It's or seniors or, veterans that, have been denied like fucking pensions and shit like that. Like when those people get failed by what they're supposed to be covered by, that's where I think welfare should fucking be like a social safety net. It shouldn't be for people sitting on their ass all day. It really shouldn't.
Yeah, hell no. And I mean, we know that people are gaming the system because in I believe it was in Georgia, their state government there reinstituted the work, like the welfare to work program. So now it's like a requirement that you have to be like looking for a job or whatever to
Yeah,
get
fucking A.
welfare. And like and
Fucking
like
A.
and then like 80% of their welfare load just dropped off.
Oh yeah, because people realize like, hey, I'll actually just go get a job, and then because
Exactly.
that's the other fucking thing too. It's like how much you make on welfare. Some people are like, for the type of aptitudes they have and skills, yeah, they probably wouldn't be much better off where they're working. But yeah, then they realize it's like, you know what? If I just go get a job at McDonald's, even though I don't like it and I have to work a little bit more, my manager probably bitches at me less than my caseworker being like, hey, hand in, where's all your interviews? Where's the phone numbers of the
Yeah.
managers? Where's all your copies of your resume? Because that is actually a job in itself. And that's
Oh
what people
yeah.
don't realize. Like finding work is a job in itself. So if you find it, keep it, and just do the best job you can at it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree, man. Yeah, these people are just gaming the system, and part of this mentality from a lot of these people that are here illegally. Um, a lot of them don't want to be American because a lot of them, what they believe in a principle called reconquista. They that in Spanish that means reconquering, right? And they're of the mentality that the Southwest was stolen from them by the white man, and that it's their duty and it's their right to reconquer the Southwest. So they're above our laws because they have some kind of moral high ground. Is basically what I'm getting at.
Dude, if every supposed race or nationality were to claim like and go back to their actual ancestrals, like oh my God, it's so stupid. We'd have to legit go back to like the very dawn of like like Adam and Eve, like the dawn of man when God created man and woman, like yo, and like watch all these nations and empires and villages grow, and who raided who, and who really, built a house here under this tree on this hillside by this creek first, and did they actually stay there, or was it they nomadic, or just yeah, like it's just so stupid. We could never
Yeah,
fucking figure it out. Like,
yeah,
and people would argue. People would be like, "Oh, well, no, that naturally was ours, but you stole it, so give it back." And so we'd be like, "No, like we don't want to give it back." And it'd be the same thing, like no matter what. Yeah, it'd be fucking wars and conquering again and reconquering. But it's just like at the end of the fucking day, just fucking settle where you're settled. Fucking
yeah, dude. That's it. And it's like the thing that most of them either they don't know or they don't want to talk about is that when Mexico beat Spain, Mexico won a war with Spain, right? And
yeah,
after they beat Spain and kicked Spain out, by that time, Mexico was already a nation. They were called mestizos. They're a mixture of Spanish and Native Americans, like Aztecs, Mayans, and stuff like that.
right.
And after they kicked Spain out of the Southwest, they went back up into the Southwest to reclaim all the Spanish territories. And there was a ton of Native Americans, Indians that were living there. And they went up there and they told them, convert to Catholicism or die. If you don't convert, we're going to kill you. If you do convert, we'll let you live, but you're going to be our slaves. So it's like they want to act like, we're, the enemies and they got moral high ground over us. Yet their ancestors in reclaiming the Southwest from Spain actually enslaved and murdered a whole ton of Native Americans that were already living in the area at the time. But they don't want to talk about that. And they also don't want to talk about when they're at these rallies and they start saying, Europeans go home, Europeans go home. Hey, don't you guys know that on the average, like Hispanics in the Southwest are like half Spanish?
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
they would technically have to go back to Europe themselves.
yeah, go back to
And these are,
Spain too. I mean,
yeah, that's like the kettle calling the pot black. Yeah, that's awesome. I love that. They don't even
it's
realize they're defeating their own argument with their own statement.
They are, dude, and it's crazy, and it's just like the low information, just lack of, and see, and the way I look at it, man, is like, I have on my mom's side of the family, and I know I don't look like it, but it was a ways back. I have a great 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 grandma that was Native American Indian out of Tennessee. I can
Hey,
prove it.
how are ya?
Yeah, I got the genealogies, I got the pictures, I got the records of that line of the family being on the Tennessee census for Indians.
Oh
So
damn.
I have proof. Even the state of Tennessee has them recorded as Indian.
You're
And
like
but
my great 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 grandpappy traded the first horse for the first gun.
yeah, yeah. And you see, I mean, you see where you can go with that. I could be like, well, my great 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 grandma. Well, dude, that was like 1840s. I mean, how far
Yeah.
back in time are we really going to go to claim all these slights against each other? Why
Or you
can't we? You know what I
you
mean?
could run like Maxine Waters and just use the fact that you're fucking or no, sorry, she wasn't in politics, but you could go get like yourself like a good job like Maxine Waters and when someone's like, you're not qualified, you'd be like, oh, I know, but I am indigenous, so you're being racist against me right now. You're holding my people down, you stole our lands, killed and enslaved all my ancestors, and now you won't give me a job here? Oh no,
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
I
You
guess
know?
I'll go talk with the local newspaper. And it's like, oh, no, no, Matt, come back. On second thought, you're hired. Hey, you know what? You've been promoted to shift manager. You're like, hey, how are you? That's right, white man.
Yeah, it's just the whole thing's just it's ridiculous, man. I just don't understand the mentality, And as far as coming over here illegally, me and my wife were talking about it earlier today. It's like when they do that, there's people that are trying to come here legally, and
Legally.
they do all the paperwork, they pay all the money, they're standing in line waiting. And when these people come over here illegally, they just cut into the front of the line and say, you screw you
And
guys.
here's the thing too. Those people can't go to things like, like the whole idea of sanctuary cities. Like that blew my fucking mind. What you were talking about the other day, buddy. Like I even heard about that in the news. Buddy suing. I think it was wasn't it San Diego or San Francisco? It was like one of those Bay Area, like West Coast cities, and he sued the
Yeah,
city for
it's
like
Frisco.
200,
It's San Francisco.
yeah, for 200,000 and won it. Like what? Like here's the whole thing. Like I bet the city of San Francisco, they don't really care because it's taxpayers' money. But when the taxpayers that actually pay, when they have to, it kicks their ass. And guess who's getting the last laugh? Him, because he fucking came here illegally, and now he's getting paid for being here illegal for committing a fucking crime because there's these like especially on the West Coast, there's those sanctuary city laws. But yet, have you ever seen a legal immigrant go and fucking sue a fucking city? Like
Yeah,
unless they were like harsh, like beaten by like like let's say like negligence and like dealing with a city like fucking like police or fire ambulance or something like that as a government like service or public service like no like and for 200,000
yeah, yeah. It's ridiculous,
for
man.
being told, hey, you came to this country illegally, get out.
Yeah, we're gonna arrest you. What happened was his car got stolen, so he went and reported to the police. My car got stolen, and then the police said, "Okay, we're arresting you. You're here illegally." Put him in jail for 2 months, and then he turned around and sued because that was a violation of San Francisco's sanctuary city laws. And I was telling my wife, I was like, "Damn, this guy was from El Salvador. What would happen if I went down to El Salvador, my white ass, and got caught illegally down there?" I said, "I'd be lucky if I made it out of there alive, man."
Oh, they'd put you in that fucking MS block.
Oh shit. Yeah,
They'd
that's
be
it,
like,
dude. You never see me.
nope, don't worry,
No.
Matt, I'll take care of you, send you in the kids.
hey,
I'll quit my
hey,
job.
hey, I'll tell you what, man. I'll tell you what. If I were to go down there on some shit like that, dude, that people like us, we wouldn't be suing for $200,000 and
Oh no,
winning
no.
lawsuits and shit.
No,
But
no, 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 no. You know what we do? We'd come back to our home country, never talk about it again, just be happy that we're fucking alive. Like on
yep,
some on some I don't give a fuck shit. Like honestly, like yeah, what am I gonna sue the country of El Salvador for and their prison systems? Yeah, I'm gonna get lots of money out of them
yeah,
because
yeah,
that's just a booming fucking economy in fucking El Salvador, which I bet it's probably one of their biggest economies, sadly, but
yeah,
or I wouldn't even say economies because I don't know they have like a prison like work complex like and people complain like people say that whole thing about the states. Well, it's like, well, don't get fucking arrested and give them fucking, oh well they profile and they do it's like, well, just don't fucking like here's the whole thing. Don't ever fight with a cop that you've been arrested. Like if you know in your fucking mind, shut up, follow the whole fucking procedure until you get to the station and lawyer up.
Yeah.
That's what my dad taught me. That's what my dad taught me. He was like, even if you fucking know, never fucking struggle or start saying, no, 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 I didn't do, you got the wrong person. No, no, I swear it wasn't. It's like, just fucking let your lawyer explain that to them.
Yeah. No, exactly, man. I agree. Yeah.
Cops being an asshole, get his badge number, get his fucking name.
Yeah. And just go about it the right way. Just complain to his boss.
Yeah, you don't go about it in the situation because you're basically escalating the situation.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want to do with the police is escalate the situation because they will shoot your ass. Everybody
Oh,
knows
yeah.
that. They don't give a damn. It doesn't matter what color you are. More white people here get gunned down by the police every year than any other race.
I know. And that's an overlooked fact, but I mean, fucking.
You know, I mean, more and I mean, it's just look. Why are police officers in the black community more? Because statistically, sorry to say, there's more crime there. You know,
Who
I
would you be
mean,
sorry to say? You're not committing the crime. Like I'm not one of those times. If a stat's right in front of me, I have no problem like hurting a person's feelings with it. Some people go like, "Oh, sorry to say," or "I hate to tell you." I'm always just like, "No, this is how it is." And if you hate me for it, well, then your fucked up way of thinking is fucked up. That you're mad at me for bringing up a stat. Be mad at the stat. Be mad at the people perpetrating and creating those stats.
exactly.
Don't be mad at the person. Don't fucking shoot the messenger is the old fucking saying. It's been around for fucking eons, so there has to be some validity to it.
Yeah, that's killing the messenger, man. That's why I get all bent out of shape when they start talking about all this white privilege, white privilege, white privilege. I get, and I mean, dude, the whole concept of white privilege is racist, anyways. Because I asked a guy one time, I said, "Can you explain to me what white privilege is?" Because there were times in my life when I was poor and I wasn't privileged, and he told me, he said it has nothing to do with your economic standing in society. He said it has to do with the fact that you get that whites have lower incarceration rates, that whites have lower rates of bad contact with the police, and it went into like a lot of shit about law enforcement, you know, and how
Yeah,
how law enforcement deals with the black community, and to me it's like, well, okay, so white people have lower incarceration rates, lower white people have lower crime rates, they have lower you know, face time with the cops. And I started thinking about it. I said, well, then why are they just talking about white privilege? Because Hispanics have all those lower rates than blacks. Why aren't they talking about Hispanic privilege? And then I thought about it and I said, well, you know, there's a group of people here in this country that have even lower rates than whites, and that's Asians. Why aren't they talking about Asian privilege? Why are they just focusing on whites? You know what I mean?
yeah, that's very true. Because
It's racist. It's straight up racist. It's just because they don't like white people that they need somebody to blame, and it's me, it's my face.
yeah, like I tweeted at one of like my favorite like radio personalities today actually, and like some guy tried to like lecture me in a response tweet, and I was like, dude, like this is all like some guy was or Dave Chappelle was like talking to this radio show, and I watch it because it's got this like personality on there. His name's like Charlemagne. Charlemagne, his name's Charlemagne the God, and he's like going off to Dave Chappelle, and he was like saying something about like I'm like watching the whole thing, and then like I don't even really care about like the whole thing about whites culturally appropriate because yeah, it's true we do we culturally appropriate blacks, but blacks also culturally appropriate white, even if they don't want to admit it. But also, blacks culturally appropriate Latinos, and Latinos culturally appropriate blacks. Like we all culturally appropriate. So I'll
Yeah,
never like I'm not caught off guard when a black person says, "Oh, like you white people culturally appropriate." I'm just caught off guard. I was caught off guard when he said it because Charlemagne, as I've always viewed him, is a pretty fair and like he criticized everyone. So I was like, oh, like I was just caught off guard, and I tweeted at him. I was like, yo, like Charlemagne, like I was watching your interview with Dave Chappelle and you said whites appropriate black culture. I was like, but don't Latinos, Asians, Middle Easterns, and vice versa? We all do it to each other. I was like, kind of hypocritical, but just thought I'd point it out. And then some like guy got all like fucking mad at me. He's like, oh, what the fuck? You have to start it out at the root of the problem. You guys are the main like cultural appropriators. I was like, dude, I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy of saying that whites do it, but not mentioning that we all do it, vice versa. Like, I was just like, I don't know. And he's like, oh, it's because you're white and you're focused. I'm like, no, it just caught me off guard because I've always seen him as a pretty fair person. So I thought he'd say that, like, everybody culturally appropriates blacks, like just in a broad statement, but he just focused on white. So I just said hypocritical. That's all. Like, I
Yeah,
just noticed it because I've always known him not to be a hypocrite. So the hypocritical statement that came from there, like, it singled out like white people, and I thought that was kind of hypocritical. Not because me myself being white, like, fucking, oh my God, he fucking another person said we culturally appropriate blacks. Like, that's what, like, Buddy was getting on. Like, he's like, stop fucking not. I'm like, no, man. Like, it's just not that he called out everybody for it. He just kind of singled on the whites, and I was like, like, if I was a Latino dude, like, I'd call him out for that. I'd be like, oh, like, what the fuck? Like, call out white people, we don't call out like all groups like culturally, or the same vice versa of any token. Whether he was saying, if I was like, and then people will go like, oh, well, you're a white guy, so you can't say if you were a Latino or another person. I'm like, oh my God, well, that's just me like being hypothetical. Like, I know I'm who I am right now. That's why I made the statement. But I'd imagine, like, I know my own character. I would think, if I was raised pretty much to be the same person, whether whatever skin color, like, I'd fucking still point out people's hypocrisies
yeah, no, exactly, man.
in their statements. And I didn't call him a fucking motherfucking blah 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 or fucking like even like anything racism, but he was just like coming for my neck. He was like, "Oh, you're a fucking pissed off white boy," and I was like, okay, again, like, I'm just a boy. How about I'm just a boy that's pointing out a favorite personality of mine's hypocrisy? Because I always know him to be quite an intellectual mind, and when I listen to him, he can fucking talk about race, and I never get caught up on any of the things. So once every little while, though, when I see something, I just fucking tweet at him. I don't think he'll ever see it. He's got like fucking 2 million followers, but who knows? Maybe he'll see it and he'll think like, oh, hey, maybe during my dialogue, it's better to fucking go this way or go this route and fucking say it this way.
Yeah, and God forbid you call somebody out for making a hypocritical statement, and then here come the the fucking speech police, telling you what you can and
Yeah,
can't
like,
say.
and it's to the point where, like, I bet if like he even seen it, like the actual guy himself I was tweeting at, like, he'd be like, okay, he noticed something, he pointed it out, and that's his opinion.
Yeah,
And whether he took it as like something like, oh, okay, that's something I didn't see in myself, or maybe it was intentional. I'm just reading like way too into it, and I think the guy's much more open than I don't know. I don't even want to start to think like that. That's going down a whole different rabbit hole, right? Like, oh, like, are these people really targeting or making these statements because they don't want to be broad? They want to specifically, but I don't like to think that. Like, because that's not really what I believe. And that's where like Buddy was like also like, yeah, coming at me, and it was like, no, like, I fucking I point out all my favorite personalities of any fucking race or entertainers or like musicians. Like, if there's something they do that I don't agree with, or like, I'll point it out. Like,
yeah.
so it was just funny.
They have
Oh,
this
go ahead.
misconception. Like a lot of them have this misconception about white people that whites are inherently racist. And but it's like, well, if that's what you think about whites, I mean, doesn't that really kind of make you the racist? Because like they don't want to be grouped up, and you know what I'm saying?
Well, anybody can think I'm a racist. I mean, I can't do anything to say. Like, literally, I could be the nicest person in the world to every fucking person, and someone could still say, "Hey, that guy there, he's a racist to somebody else." And they like, even if like that's the fucking weird thing about humans. Like, you can literally be beside like people for 30, 40 years, and one day they can wake up and it's like, oh, I don't like this person as a friend, I don't like this person as a partner in my life anymore. Like, you know what I mean? People just switch, and sometimes like they just have these weird isms and parts of their own like personality traits where maybe like it just takes a long time for them to really show the shitty person they are. So like, to say that you can even be like born or like that, I really don't believe that, because yeah, I think it's like your environment, and also like your own brain, and like how you think too. Like, in your environment, your experiences, and like how you process them in your brain. Like, that's eventually what would lead, I would believe it, people to being a racist.
Yeah, no, yeah, I can agree with that because
Like, yeah, I don't think we're just born and it's like, oh, I fucking hate people that aren't the same color as me or the
yeah,
same, or,
mhm.
well, like, like, here's the other thing. When people talk about racism against like religions, that's not, there's no such thing as racism against a religion. It's called, like, as I always knew it, it was called sectarianism, like sectarian violence also and shit like that. And like, that's what I consider it. So when people are like, "Oh, you're being racist to like a Christian or a Muslim or a Buddhist," it's like, or it's like disrespecting the religion is racist, or like yeah, I didn't just, I wasn't born and like woke up and it's like, oh, because I'm Roman Catholic, I don't like fucking blah 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 or this religion or that religion. Like, no, it's the same thing too. So race and religion, like, you don't have any hate for those things when you get popped out your mom. Like, it's just the environment and then the fucking experiences and then, yeah, how you process it. And some people can go through things that you would think would fucking make them like that, and they're just like, oh, you know what, those are individuals. That's not them as a whole. And even if it's a majority of them, judge I'm not going to judge the whole based off of majority, because they're still a minority. That could still be, or it could be the vice versa. There could be a minority that's, a few bad apples spoil the bunch, but not the whole bunch. I mean, if you have a huge majority, it's obviously just going to be the minority that's, kind of causing the shadow, or casting that bad light on, the majority. So I try and go off the individual, and like, but that whole thought of us being born racist, I don't know, not for me. Maybe for you and all the white people you met, yeah, for them, but not for me. It doesn't apply to me.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah, was I mean, how the hell is somebody inherently racist? That doesn't make sense, man.
But here's the thing: if someone's actually in the mind, like, their brain is developed to a point where they actually believe that, then like, I'm just gonna leave them there. Like, here's the difference. Like, even when I was like talking to the surge like saying that people that believe in religion are like retarded. I think someone that believes in religion on the whole and whole is gonna be a lot more articulate and just well put together and of sound mind and body than someone who believes that people are born racist. Like, that's, yeah, that's, I'm gonna take the people that believe in like religion any day over that.
Yeah, yeah, no, I agree. I just think it's funny how the left in general they don't want like they don't like to be bunched up, right? Like say a terrorist act is committed, and the first thing they start talking about is, well, we can't say we can't bunch Muslims up as all being terrorists, but the second there's a shooting, it's, oh, we got to ban everybody's guns. You know what I mean? It's just the
Yeah.
hypocrisy, and the mob mentality of the left in this country has just gotten out of control, man. It's nuts, dude. Like, I don't even know what to think about it anymore. I used to just laugh, I used to just laugh at them and be like, oh, look at these weirdos, look at these crybaby weirdos. But now it's to the point to where it's like turned into something else, man, where it's almost like I'm looking at them and I'm like, are you guys like trying to start a civil war, or what are you guys doing? You know what I mean?
If you watch a lot of those Antifa versus like Trump supporter ones, like, you can tell Trump supporters don't go there looking for fights. They just go there to protest and say like, this is America. We're here to, voice our our dis our our different views opposed to yours politically, and usually that triggers those Antifa kids. Like, it's all, you never, like, there's nobody that's out anymore that's like a Bernie supporter. Like, nobody's like, oh, support Bernie for 2020, or like, it's all just Antifa freaking people. So like, it's funny, and then you see them like, they'll always fucking, I've never seen a Trump person swing based off words. I've seen them sometimes, yes, like an Antifa person will punch them and maybe they hit them, the Antifa, like, well, obviously most of these Antifa kids that are like, or even girls, because these weird Antifa girls are like hitting guys now and swinging on guys and thinking like, oh, I can just get away with this. I can just start punching people and fucking, there's no repercussion either physically or, like, and no, no. So, and then I'm watching these videos, and it's like all the time I see it. It's like Trump supporters, like I said, it's like sometimes, yeah, they'll get hit, and you could see it, you could tell that unlike the Antifa people, they have incredible patience until they are actually physically like attacked, because these
Yeah,
Antifa kids will punch them or push them or kick them based off of words and being like their emotions triggered through words. And like my favorite one was the one with it was the I forget the guy, and he got punched by like that tranny chick or whatever, and like they were putting the flag in front of the video camera so you couldn't see it, and like he was just the tranny or like whatever Antifa like I don't even know if it was a guy or a girl. Like even though they say it was a girl, I still don't know because like I didn't see like what looked like boobs or anything. Like so, but it was like get the fuck out of here, get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna fuck you up. If you don't fucking leave, I'll fuck you up. But he's like, no, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Like no, you do whatever you said you're gonna do. I'm not leaving. Like you're not scaring me. I'm not leaving. And then the freaking Antifa freaking thing punched him, and Buddy just laughed and was like, "Is that all you fucking got?" And he hits this Antifa back so freaking hard, like you could see the regret in the Antifa person's like eyes as soon as they get hit, and he doesn't even like hit them hard as they're, but like the first punch, you can tell that like he knew the whole time that like there was going to be a physical confrontation, but he was reserved and the mature enough person to say, okay, you know what, I'm not going to escalate it. I'm just going to stay here. Like maybe in a way he escalated it by not leaving, but he didn't escalate it from the point of not leaving. He just said, I'm not leaving. He didn't escalate it from there. He didn't say to them like, oh, you guys need to leave or or anything like that. He was just standing there saying, no, I'm not going to leave. And if you guys want me to leave, make me leave. But I'm not leaving. I'm here and I'm just documenting what's going on. And then that's when the punch happened. So it's like, it's so fucking funny that like these Antifa, like I don't know how they recruit more fucking people. Like apparently they recruit more people. Like if I was like an undecided kid, like I think I would go to these one of these videos and like watch. It's like you you never see you never see a Trump supporter attacking based off of just emotion or being triggered, only doing it in self defense. So like half of these Antifa kids, like they are just retarded to the core because they're choosing a side where they go, they're the victims. Like what videos are you fucking watching and how are they edited? Like some of them need to watch some of these like red elephants or very fake news like or shutter shot videos or live streams like because it's like you just always see the Trump supporters and Republican and conservative value holding like they never attack first. They never attack first, and that's one of the best things. And like that's the whole thing with the Omar situation. Like I was worried at first until I got all the details because it was like fuck, maybe the left finally like is this guy that Omar had as a security like or bodyguard, like was he really like racially profiling and like kind of like acting erratic and menacing people with a gun because that doesn't help. But now that like I learned all like the background and the whole backstory and everything, it's like oh yeah, the guy maybe shouldn't have pulled the gun, but he definitely felt like he was in a situation where he needed to show that he was going to defend himself because he felt physically threatened.
Yeah,
And
yeah. Well, when you got
and
a dozen guys surrounding you, I mean, hell, anybody would have done that.
Yeah, exactly, right. And like I said, I like it's still a bit of a blunder because they can say, "Oh, he pulled a gun on us," blah blah blah. But it's like, hey, he didn't shoot anybody. He felt physically. Oh, you guys always talk about us being pussies and blah blah blah, but it's snowflakes. But you're pulling guns on people that don't have anything or nothing. It's just like ah. So they kind of win in that sense, but they don't really win because it's like still at the end of the day, like here's the thing, I've never heard of like Antifa, like even though like you hear like all these things like multi locks being like, oh, we were so scared and oh, they were attacking us from every side. Have you ever seen an Antifa person have to pull a gun for their personal safety?
No, because there's always like 30 of them.
Well, yeah, but they also know like Trump supporters aren't really actually looking to like that's the whole thing about like these lefts and these like all these like people that support like all that type of shit. Like you can't tell. Like they seem to just have like a criminal nature where it's like they want to
Yeah,
have like they want violence and confrontation. And they most of the time they hope it can escalate. And as long as they feel that they're justified, they'll probably have no problem going in front of like a judge and they'll get a whole bunch of people. Like I remember there was another video, like this is what opened my eyes to it too. Like Antifa is obviously like a thing and all those leftists where it's like they'll lie. Like I wouldn't doubt to the point where if they murdered someone, they'd lie and say like because like there was a video I was watching and this guy like punched I forget who it was. I think it was Tim Pool. I think it
mhm.
was his video. Like a guy on a bike and a Tifa kid like punches him and like right away the cops come and arrest him and like right on video, like as they're putting the guy in the back of the car, the cops are driving away, like all these like witnesses that were like supporting the Antifa guy that like punched him, they're like, oh, we're gonna lie in court. And they're like, they're idiots because they don't realize Buddy's like still recording. So they like Buddy, if he took it to like court, like he even shows like people like, we're gonna lie and say that you swung on him first and that he had to defend himself. It's like,
Wow.
what? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, if a Trump supporter, like, or if I was at any rally and I'm with people that are like-minded like me, which I find to be conservatives and Trump supporters, it's like, if any of them were like actually just defending themselves, like I would be like, okay, you know what? Within reason, I'm gonna let you do that. But like, if I seen someone like literally like curb stomping someone and trying to cause like physical harm, I'd be like, I'd pull them off. And to the point where if they murdered someone, like even an Antifa or something, I would turn them into the police because it's like, what, like, why is it to the point where we're murdering people if they're not like they're not trying like Antifa's trying to assault us. They're not trying to murder us.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That's not a present danger. Even though like some of those M80s and shit could have caused grievous and serious bodily harm, like here's the whole thing. Like, I don't even think Moldy Locks wanted to kill people. Like, I think she just wanted, like, she's so stupid. I don't think she realized that could actually like kill people.
Well, you
Like
know what?
she,
You bring up a good point, man. Because there was one protest. I'm trying to remember where it was at. I don't remember where it was at, but a bunch of these Antifa types showed up, and they showed up with airsoft rifles.
oh yeah, that was in Arizona because they have the open conceal and carry.
Yeah, and they didn't even show up with real. Like when I first saw the picture, I was like, "Are these people carrying AR-15s?" And then we kind of analyzed it and started looking a little closer, and it was like, "No, these are airsoft guns." And I'm sitting here watching this, and I'm like, "Don't they know that there are like 3%ers and there are like conservatives in militias and stuff, and these guys carry real AR-15s?" And what happens if you point one of your stupid airsoft guns at one of these guys and he thinks you're pointing a real gun at him? You know,
Exactly.
it's like they don't realize.
No,
Like you said, like they're almost so dumb they don't even realize the danger they're putting themselves in.
is
It's insane.
Moldy Locks, and then yeah, the whole Arizona, like those types, like yeah, they just don't realize like they're they're doing things that could bring someone to pull out a gun and say, okay, well, you know what, at this point, like you're a danger. Like you're like Goldilocks got lucky. She's lucky she just got a fucking forehead and a bit of a nose punch from that dude.
Yeah, I saw
Like
that video.
legit.
I know which video you're talking about. I saw that one.
Hey, you know what? Fuck, get that girl a UFC tryout, man. She can eat a punch. I'll give her that.
Yeah, she looked like a champ, huh?
She doing like a champ. I'll give her that. She bitched a lot about it. Like that's not the the character traits of a champion. You know, they take the punch and they fucking roll with it. But she had her mouth open about how fucking devastating it was. And I'm looking and it's like, yeah, it probably fucking it's gonna be sore for a few days. But like the whole thing where like she fucking like she actually raised like 100 or something $1,000. I swear. I think like I heard because like she's like, oh, I need facial surgery and stuff. It's like, are you fucking? You know how many times I've actually been jumped and like just kept my mouth shut, never fucking said a word, fucking went about with my life and took the fucking loss.
Yeah,
Like I didn't fucking go start a GoFund. Like I know this was years before GoFundMe, but it's like I didn't fucking beg random strangers for getting myself into situations that I like. Even a lot of these times I know I was going into situations where it was like fucking violence was probably going to be the end result. So what the
yeah,
fuck? And, and
yeah.
and where's my handout? But that's the difference between fucking us and these fucking Antifas. They're so that's the other thing. Like, how is Moldy Locks actually like? Or no, here's the thing. Actually, I should have said that. What I was gonna say is, how is Moldy Locks like Antifa and supposed to be like one of these like, oh, I'm broke and struggling people, but she's probably like a fucking person that would scam the system or something. But then I heard, or sorry, no, I read like people like doxed and found out a whole bunch of shit. Like she's from like a wealthy family and shit like that. So that's actually probably why she was like, she's probably so used to getting money. She's probably like, oh, I can use this just to get fucking money out of idiots.
Yeah, probably. I didn't know. I didn't realize people found that out about her. Wow.
Yeah, well, like they found out that like not from like fuck. Well, I mean, she's like from like fucking like there's like I forget the name of the neighborhood, but like it's like a neighborhood that's like big in like California, like one of those like Pasadena's or like like or like one of those big like areas that's like not quite like a Los Angeles or San Diego, but it's like a big township like type of thing.
Like a suburban, like a large suburban type area.
Yeah, like a Compton or a Pasadena, like all those like kind of big townships within like that are well known within the state of California. Like yeah, it was like she was like it was exposed that like she like lived there and stuff. So she was like from a wealthy suburb, like her parents both worked and like yeah, like and she's fighting against those things. Like tax everybody. I bet her parents are like, "Oh, fuck you crazy bitch. You want us to just giving our money away? Like now you got to share your fucking weekly allowance." With all the with all the fucking illegals and the welfare bums and everybody that uses the system.
Yeah, I know, man. These people, they don't even live in the real world. And it seems like most of the Antifa types are a bunch of college kids, and they've never
Yeah.
really had to go out and do anything with their lives. Like they don't understand what the real world is.
All they should teach at fucking universities and colleges is like IT, um, like internet technology type of shit, like software type of shit, like engineering, audio, like because like fucking like honestly, this is what the world's gonna be like in my perfect world, we would just have good fucking buildings and like structures and doctors and like nurses and like fucking good like entertainment and that's it. That's really all you fucking need. Like you don't even need to like here's the thing, yeah, you need like good like fucking like horticultures and like fucking like agricultures, but like most kids that do that, like nobody really like that's the weird thing. Now actually that's like a college course, whereas like back in the day, like especially like in like certain like states and provinces, like in North America, like it was like that was like a skill that you learned, like especially if you lived in like rural communities or like that was the thing. Like you didn't go like that's what I mean. Like my one buddy was like just going to school for like horticulture and shit. Like whereas like back in the day, like you already knew how to grow all these plants and everything. Like even just from being on a farm or like in certain like fucking environments, like especially like rural families and like kind of families that self-sustain, like families that hunt and maybe like the dad works, but like he hunts and the oldest sons hunt and everything. Like and then my buddy's like, I'm like, what did you pay to do that? And he's like, oh, I paid like about 5 grand. I didn't say it to him, but like afterwards, I was like, wow, 5 grand. Like, and to think that that's a college course that like years ago, like most kids in like North America would be like learning because like we were that type of society. We were suburbia, but we were still like rural and stuff like that. Especially here in North America, I know it's like I know like in like up down there in the States, like especially in the Northeast and the Midwest, like that lifestyle is not popular anymore.
Yeah, there was a time.
And the
Yeah,
West Coast also too. Like, but I know especially down in the South, that's still very popular.
I know it is. Yeah, there was a time when the majority of people in this country were living in rural areas, and you're right. All those skills were just learned as a kid. They were just picked up as a kid,
Yeah,
and
you didn't need to go to no fucking college to learn how to fucking like legit like to how to have a field and how to grow corn and how to grow fucking berries and like do shit like that or how to fucking like just self-sustain yourself and not really need to like go to it. Like don't get me wrong, we all kind of need to like sometimes go to a grocery store to pick things up, but like you can fucking feed yourself and your family. You didn't need to fucking really rely off anybody or learn it from somebody else. You learned it was like a skill taught at home or passed down generation from generation.
yeah, you're right.
These kids are fucking paying to do it. And I'm like, wow, like or they're like going like doing political sciences and shit like that, where it's like some don't get me wrong, some here's the thing. There's certain classes where like fucking like it's crazy to think like that many kids get into it where it's like they go into like political science. It's like how many of these kids, even if they're like learned enough and their IQ level like gets them qualified to get in there and they have the money, like how many of these kids actually have the aptitude to say like, oh, I want to sit here and listen to fucking retards all day and decipher all the shit that I have to figure out and like fucking present theses on like fucking all my theories and the things like that. It's just like there's not too many like fucking actual learned it minds. Like I was watching a really interesting view or interview with like that guy Jordan Peterson. Like he was talking about like the state of like psychology and stuff like that, where he's like a lot of people use it as like or like certain psychologists and like psychoanalysts and stuff like that. Like they use it as like a self-serving thing where like they're not really like as they're not really like they're more projecting things onto people and they're not really actually psychoanalyzing people. Like they're more just passing off on people. So they're not really like doing a good job and they're not really like basically in the sense of overall like say that like in America there's like a million therapists and they're telling people how to make their lives better and what they should do. Like really only like a small percentage of them are actually really qualified to make people like to actually help people and have the results. Whereas most people are just churning these like clients in and out, fucking putting them on pills and shit like that and letting them stay in the same drudge and like shit that, bogs them down that they're going to these fucking therapists for and shit like that. So it's like that was another thing I found really interesting about like colleges and universities and stuff like that. Like why are they teaching all these things where it's like careers where like either people like they're not really helping people or they're not doing anything to help society, like in the sense like yeah, why do we need a million fucking therapists when really we should like you would want a society to probably have like more people in the military, like not so much in the sense like, oh, like why do you need a big military? Just like, oh, if it ever happens. And because the military offers a lot of good also like academias, like, within the military and stuff like that, like IT programs, engineering programs, and stuff like that. So it's just like I was looking at the whole like college and university thing, especially in North America, where it's like it's pimping out like kids to like spend huge amounts of money to learn things that really aren't going to help them or help their communities or like their families in the future in any fucking sense of just being like productive. Like really, it's not. And it's interesting to me because like I never went to that shit. Like my dad's always like my dad, like he's always like, oh, like not to get too personal, but like I lost my mom when I was young and through like a life insurance and everything, my dad put some money away for me to go to post secondary. And like I haven't gone. And my dad just like reminded me, he's like, if you don't go like within like the next, I got 6 years, like I have to use it by the time I'm 30 or like it absolves and like it's gone. Like, and I'm like, but here's the thing, like I don't really like there's nothing I'm actually passionate enough to go and like use that money about because like I haven't thought of like something that I would want to do my whole life. Like that would help me, would help like my community or like what I'm like what's based around what I'm doing or the industry that I'm involved in or whatever. So I'm always like, nah, man, like that almost would be a waste of it. Like literally I'd just be giving the government money and then do something that like yeah, like I don't like, but it's just like government's like, oh, okay, thank you, Connor, blah blah blah, for giving us like your like basically
Wow.
it's like an orphans like benefit like type of
It,
program.
it,
Like
it,
and the get thanks for giving us the pooled amount of all that money for something that like you don't even want to do and you quit in 4 years because it's not really leading anywhere.
it, yeah, dude, it's not the government. You don't just give money to the government. If you're getting an education, they're like
Well, the university or the college or
know,
whatever, but I mean still they're all fucking they all pay like
it's not the
universities and
government.
colleges have fucking whatchamacallit, they have like I'm like not too learned, so I'm not gonna be able to pull the exact term out, but like I would imagine like property taxes, like they pay like electricities and hydros in their buildings to governments and stuff. Like you know what I mean? Like they don't just get to sit there
No,
and
no,
fucking,
dude. Okay,
operate for free.
look,
Unless you're a
yeah,
Bernie
exactly.
Sanders
But it doesn't
college
go
or
to the. I'm
university.
just saying, look, it doesn't go to the government is the thing. Okay, like you're
No,
just
it does indirectly. It really does indirectly.
well, okay, but you pay taxes like anyhow. It depends. Yeah, there's the property taxes and shit. Okay, but
Yeah,
even
so
businesses pay property.
yeah, yeah, but that's what I'm saying is how does a college or university pay for that? I know that they have donors and they have like things like that, but they also have to pay their staff. They have to like yeah, pay property tax. They have to keep like
It's just
fucking heat and
weird,
hot
man.
water and electricity on in the buildings. Like,
Yeah,
you know, they have to hire people
yeah,
to come cut the grass so the grass doesn't like overgrow and you have
they,
to like
yeah,
walk through a
they're
field to
providing
get
a
to
service to
to
you, man.
classes and like
Yeah, I understand that. They're providing a service to you, though, right? They're providing you with education, right? You're getting something for your money.
mm, mm.
Giving money to the
Like I
government,
said, in
that's
my
a
opinion, there's a lot
weird.
of those careers that don't really lead anywhere.
Your opinion's a bit off on that. That's all I'm saying, right? Um, and another thing I noticed is that using the word absolved. Okay, that's not actually what absolved means. mean, and sorry, I don't mean to just harp on you and be critical. It's
Okay,
I'm
educate me then. What does absolved mean?
well
Let's get
absolved.
past. I don't care if you're pointing out my
Here's
shit. Just educate me.
I'll put it in context, right? One of my sayings is being a good person absolves one of the need to believe in God, right? Like you're removed from, absolved, like that, removed from, basically.
Okay, I can't even remember when I used it, but what context did I use it in?
Yeah, it's no big deal. I knew what you meant, though, right? Like, we do that a
No,
lot.
but
I
what
do that a lot.
context did it? But what context did I even mean it in? Like, what was I saying when I said it? That it didn't fit. Because I know that's what
Oh,
absolve means. It means to basically. I learned it as a religious terms. It means to
okay, hold
absolve you
on.
of
The
your
context
sins
that
when
you
you
used it
repent.
in is you said if you don't, use it by the time you're 30, okay, you're like absolved. It's kind of,
Yeah,
I knew what you meant, right? Because that's the thing is you kind of could fit, right? Because it's like you couldn't find the exact right word, and exact right word would have been in that, but
okay, well, I'm still gonna use it next time, even if it's not the same or it's not the right term. I don't know. Made
that's
sense
one
to
of my
me,
weird.
and you
Now
understood
he's
it,
weird.
so
I understood, yeah, but technically, right? It wasn't the right word for the right place there. You
well,
know,
technically, I don't give a shit. But thank you, Lasurge. You have educated me, and I will take note on that.
yeah, no worries, no worries. Like
Yeah.
an ego war shit,
So,
and I'm
so
I'm a
what you
bit
up
of a
to?
weird
No, no, no. So what you up to
thing.
there, Mister? You get any beers or doobies into you for fucking our birthday? No,
Canada Day, everyone was complaining because of the hyper that kind of ruined it. Okay, that's thanks terrorists,
I
right?
don't. I was like, dude, like I was saying to fucking Matt earlier on the news, like fucking, or I was saying to Matt earlier, like on the news all week, they were fucking, oh, ISIS is blah blah. I was like, man, fucking ISIS ain't going to attack Canada's 150. Man, fuck that shit. Canada wants to wish that fucking they would attack. No, like I get that there is a threat, and yeah, but it's like
Oh yes, they
really,
will.
I really wasn't too worried. Like I was like, this is fucking stupid. Like just let people celebrate this shit without the fucking like what I was
Dude,
saying to Matt earlier, it's like I go out in public, like even when I just go to the grocery store, it's like you never know, a fucking bus could run me over, a fucking lunatic with a gun could be out shooting people, or yeah, it's just like I'm always situationally aware. I'd imagine, or not. I'd imagine.
I'm
I
not going
know
to
in
disagree
any
with you
place I
just
go
for
in
the
public.
sake of disagreeing. Okay, I'm not going to disagree with you just for the sake of disagreeing. Okay, I'm not like playing
All
devil's
right.
advocate, but Canada has always been on the list. Like Al Qaeda, listed. There's a list of all the nations. It's
I know,
all.
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Until they really succeed, like that's what I'm gonna say. Like. Don't get me wrong. Like that whole passing of, I forget the young man's name. Like at the honor guard, the honor memorial guard, and everything. Like that's tragic. But it's like it's an individual one thing until it ripples across multiples, because that's only one
Dude,
family
dude,
and
dude,
one
dude, dude,
community
dude,
that
dude,
was
dude, dude.
affected.
That's one, but there are several single. I don't know if you heard about the one where dude walked into the Canadian recruitment center with a knife, okay, and started. What last week, or there was a Canadian who went down to the U.S. Okay, same
Oh
thing.
yeah, I heard about that one. That one was fucked up. But here's the most fucked up thing, Lissert, is that technically though, even though you are right, like yeah, that happened. It's like it happened in the States. You know what I mean? Like so there is like that disillusion of okay, it happened
Yeah,
here. Like
yeah,
it,
I
it happened
know.
down in the States, so we kind of like we go
Whoa,
okay, that's
whoa,
fucked up, but it happened in the States.
up a little. Okay, now look at what happened at Parliament Hill. Okay, they went.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, I'm not talking about the soldier out front. I'm talking about
What,
the
when they
guy who
tried to
got
storm it? Yeah,
fucking
the guy who tried to storm it and get at like Harper and all them. Yeah, but like,
exactly.
and they all hid
Okay,
in closets and
that was
shit. Yeah.
fucking huge, dude. Because Canada. Okay, we're use the expression soft targets because we don't have
Yeah,
a gun culture.
dude. But here's another thing. We're such a soft target. Have you ever noticed? Look how many people they send to do these things. They're not sending like groups like to do terror strikes where they send in multiple fucking multiple
Nope.
terrorists, and to do these kind of, you know, coordinated and chain attacks, like it's always just one individual, like whether they're actually being spurred on by like
No,
actual ISIS
not,
itself or an extremist group. It's
it's
like,
not. Dude,
no, no,
okay,
no.
you're wrong there. Okay,
Uh, it's
you're
it's an
first,
individual carrying it out, whether they think they're
stop
carrying it out.
off delivering the point. Okay, the first big fucking terror incident, okay, was a group of like 9 guys here in Ontario. Okay, they were planning to bomb at the fucking Parliament building. Okay, they were planning bombings in like, you know, like what we're seeing
No,
here.
prevented
That's
terror incident. See, this is Lasurge, Lasurge,
no.
Lasurge, 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 Lasurge. This is where I'm gonna
No. Okay,
Lasurge. This is where
there's
I'm gonna Lasurge. This is
you
where
just
I'm gonna say to you quite
your
simply,
fucking
Lasurge. This is where
argument.
I'm going to say quite simply. What would you consider a terrorist incident? People being blown up or people not being blown up?
Well, people being blown up.
Were anybody blown up by those 9 guys in Ontario?
They were planning it, dude. The fucking spy
But but
agency caught them
but
planning it.
but was anybody blown
At a
up?
fucking training camp here. It was a fucking training camp, a fucking sleeper
And it was
cell.
prevented. So no, the surge.
It
What I'm
was
trying to say
prevented.
is
Exactly.
still
Why
us
would
as
they?
Canadians, and I still feel it personally. And I admit it's a bad thing, but I feel
Uh-huh.
like you may be part of us of a minority, so I can't speak for it. But I feel like a majority of us Canadians, until a mass or a public terror incident happens, where it's not an individual, and it's not an individual victim, or it's not an individual perpetrator
Dude,
or attacker, it's not going to
before
really put us on hyper guard. Like down in the States on 4th of July, oh fuck yeah, everybody's going to be tense because of Boston, because of 9/11.
uh-huh. There's going to be security through the roof, just like there was here. Okay, okay. Now, furthermore,
Yeah,
okay,
there
you know,
was, but it's just like, dude, at
please
the end
let
of the
me fucking
day,
finish.
like I'm gonna
What I'm
speak. A
saying, bro.
majority of us aren't.
You're
I'll let you
not
speak,
letting me
but I'm
fucking
going to
speak.
say, I'm going to confidently say, a majority of us Canadians were not
Force me
worried. We
to talk over
celebrated
top.
today. No,
Learn how to be
I'm
civil.
saying I'm not filibustering.
You're
I'm just saying I want to finish my
fucking
point.
fun.
A majority of
Bro, but you're not
Canadians were
letting me
not
speak.
worried today about ISIS
Okay?
attacking any Canada Day
You
events.
know, it's fucking rude and obnoxious. You just talk over people. Like, come on.
I'm not very rude or
Okay?
obnoxious. I don't swear at you. I don't tell you to shut
No,
up. I just try and finish my
rude and
point.
obnoxious.
I
Canadian
mean,
talking over someone. You
listen,
know,
dude, I don't know what relationship you were in where your girlfriend used to like always talk over you and you're having
I was
PTSD because of it, but like just just let me finish my point.
listen, okay, I'm
That
trying to
was
get
it.
along here. I'm trying not to fight. Okay, you got to fucking show me mutual respect. That's it. Okay,
You
right?
just called me, Surge. I'm just gonna go back about 10 seconds. If you rewatch this live stream, once Yesenia uploads it, you just called me fucking rude, and then you're
Uh
going
huh.
to literally within about 10 seconds later say,
Okay,
I'm trying to show you
put a little
respect
bit of thought in it. Put a little bit of thought in that. Why do you think I called you fucking rude?
because I was trying to finish my point and you were trying to filibuster, and
I was
I stuck to
fucking
my
delivering my.
guns and
Let me get
I
in.
raised my voice, the tone of my voice, yes, a little bit, but I don't think I was very rude.
That's rude and
I'm
obnoxious.
sorry,
You
that
fucking
can be
Canadian.
considered rude and obnoxious. I don't consider it because I have a point to get out and I'm going to get
Yeah.
it out whether you consider
Because
me rude or
you think
obnoxious.
you can just fucking walk all over whoever the fuck you want to, right? You know, come on.
No, but I
Not
think
this
I can
personal
make my
power
point,
bullshit here. Okay? Yeah,
especially
look. It was me who was going to try to deliver my point, okay, you know, about how we've got this increased security, okay, which is what's going on Canada Day. People all over Canada complaining about it, right? Because it's like ruined the festivities and shit, okay? But there's no real other way around it because we have to
yeah, there
protect
is. Yeah,
against
there is. Oh yeah, there is.
something fucking
I'll,
serious again. No,
I'll tell you what it is.
this is security concerns, dude.
It's called fucking gun rights,
Okay,
boy. We need them up here in Canada. Why
we
the fuck
have
do I?
gun rights
Hey,
here in Canada.
you
In
know what?
Canada.
As much
Okay,
as
now
I
the
would
thing
like to
is,
believe that every civil servant, like police officer, wants to protect their communities, they got kids and they probably got wives and families. And you know what? How do I know they're going to run into a dangerous situation to protect, let's say, my sister and my brother-in-law if they're out at a Canada Day event? I'd rather be like, hey, if we had the right to conceal and carry in Canada and it wasn't such a fucking loophole because of fucking Trudeau and fuckers like that, maybe I would be able to
and
conceal and
now, okay,
carry and walk in public with my family or my friends and not have to even care about heightened security because I
give
feel like I can defend
your
myself and the loved ones that I'm with.
someone else to get a word in fucking edgewise, please. Okay, which is look at
Go
what
ahead.
happened in Florida at the gay bar. Okay, dude walks in. How many fucking did he kill? Now, did guns help there? Okay, they actually help.
Better vetting. It's the same thing I said about the welfare system. Better vetting.
I'm not finished. Okay, they had a fucking armed fucking guard on duty at the door there. Okay, so there, it just goes to show. Okay, you can't really stop. It's determined and shit. Now the security. Okay, it functions in a preventative way. This is why we got beat cops and stuff. To show a presence, right? which does discourage. Okay, but the thing is. When someone has it in their mind that they're going to do something like this, they're going to fucking do it. So, I'm just saying, try and slow down a little bit, right? And have a fair, open discussion where, we is off one another and look towards,
I feel you on that point, LeSurge, but I'm just going to say, when I feel confident about something, I'm going to get my point out.
There's an incident. I don't know if you guys remember it or not. It was in Texas, since you're talking about laws. They were having. I can't remember where it was.
You're a little bit echoey right now, Matt.
Yeah, I don't know where that's coming from. I don't have anything on.
Okay, you're better now. You're coming back.
Yeah. Okay. In Texas, there was an incident where some people were having this Draw Muhammad contest. And it pissed off some Muslims, right? And a couple of them armed up with AK-47s and body armor, and they drove from a Phoenix mosque over to Texas to shoot the place up.
Ooh.
And there was an off-duty police officer there at the contest, and he shot both those guys with headshots. They pulled up, got out of the cars with their AKs and their body armor. He shot them both in the head, killed them both before they could even get a round off.
Oh, Matt, you know what? I bet that was profiling, because they were probably just there to support everybody, and they probably wanted to come win the contest and see if they could put their art skills. They were there to color with their crayons and their AK-47s.
You're making a joke out of shit here.
Well, yeah, I am making a joke. It's two murderous psychopaths showing up.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there have been plenty of instances where people with firearms on the scene have stopped,
prevented mass incidents or massacres from happening, or shootings. Yeah.
Hey, the first question that comes to my mind is it to offend Muslims?
Was it to offend Muslims?
Oh, fuck yeah. And you know what? Absolutely right. Offend them. Hey, you know what? Hey, I'll put this counter. No, I'm gonna quickly put this out. If me, myself, heard about somebody drawing Jesus Christ with a dick up his ass over in the next fucking province, do you think I'm gonna go get my AK-47 and my body armor and go drive over to that next province to go shoot that event up? No.
You sound high-strung. You sound like at some point you're like,
I'm gonna go to bed, like I'm going to do after I finish the conversation with you guys here on Google Hangouts tonight, and it wouldn't bother me. Like that is a huge problem that needs to be addressed in the Islamic faith.
We all have things that bother us.
No. Things that bother us to commit murder.
Listen, I didn't say it. Said in general, we all have things that bother us. Okay, and we do. We all have a superego. We all have a moral compass. Okay, we all have a conscience. If we're just in general. Okay?
You've called me stupid for believing in religion and God, and I don't care. That's water off my back. But have I ever given any thought about any physical harm or even a threat towards you, even just a verbal threat towards you?
It's necessarily true that I called you stupid. I'd say it's stupid to believe in things. I say that right now. That's talking in general.
LeSurge, I don't quote people unless I am absolutely sure of the things that they have said towards me or the things that they have said about a topic or a subject. And if you go back and you send your live streams, my words will always. I will never verbatim what you said.
Mm-hmm.
And I will never misquote you.
Like here you were saying that, by getting an education, somehow that money's going to the government, which,
It
they're
does.
like private.
Like it literally, like how are you arguing me on that? Like they pay a property tax, which they get from their funds, which are pulled from student fees. I do like.
You want to not pay taxes? Do you want no government? What do you want?
Dude, I'm not saying I don't want no government. I'm just saying literally the government gets your money. And so does the college and
The
the
government.
university. You know what the funny thing is I was aware of that
It's
when I was
not
making the
government.
point, but I was generalizing it to at the end there is a trickle effect of it getting to the government, and the government does get money off of these kids wasting their money going to the college and universities. It
Really?
wasn't directed to, we weren't on the subject of college and universities making the money
Uh,
off of the kids though.
yeah.
I was
Okay,
talking about I was talking
here
about the
in Ontario. Okay, we've got where
like
people
I
from
wait wait
low
wait wait
income
wait
families
wait wait
they actually they get it paid and everything, right? So
by taxpayer
the
dollars.
government. Yeah, exactly. So that's money from the government,
Or
right?
donor scholarships. Well,
Yeah. Well, hey,
money from the government, which who do they get it from?
yeah, but just it's not okay.
From me
Not
and you. So me and
that
you are paying for
if you
some
go to a
kids, like
college
some
or
low
a
income
university,
kids
then you're
thing.
giving money to the government. You're paying for a service there, education, right? You think your fucking public schooling was free?
No, I realize that's
Free,
tax. I realize that's tax funded.
right? So you're paying for it. You're getting something for it, right? It's a
No,
socialized.
because Lesurge, when I'm 6 years old, I'm still picking boogers out of my nose. I'm not able to pay taxes as it was my mom and my dad that were paying for it. Now this is me, my education when I'm an adult, and if I want to take the choice to take on that onus, because this was my counterpoint also. Think of how many of these young women and men that go into college and universities take on careers, and then they invest in let's say certain in, industries that they pay into the government, and then they go broke or they go bankrupt or
Listen,
they don't make any money out of it. And then guess what they end up
look,
doing? They end up working at Chevron, selling packs of Canadian Classics and Demores to fucking pay off their student loans and fucking live in their one
but you
bedroom
see,
apartment with their girlfriend and
what I
their
was
fucking like what it's
what I
I've
was going to recommend to you is actually trade school.
no. Yes, exactly what I
Like
was
that
talking to
makes a
Matt
good
about
living
earlier,
much.
because I said that the government, no matter what, indirectly makes a lot of fucking money still at the end of the day, because there's a lot of these new careers that are
You
popping
sound
up
like a
that,
fucking tea partier, dude.
well, the Tea Party's in the
You
States,
don't
so
sound very
I
Canadian at all. Like,
no, legit. If you go into these college and university, like let's say you sign up for alternative medias, and then you go into, let's say, directing, and then a lot of directors in most countries, they can't work until they get government funding and everything like that. So you're paying,
like
let's say
most
you pay 10 grand, and a lot of universities, when they offer these ones, you can go and take their own courses, or there is I forget, I think it's CBC or CTV. They run like programs out of colleges and universities, which is media, and that those CTV or CBC, aren't they they're like I forget what the fuck they're like how the fuck do you say it, they're like Bell Media and all that shit, which is like they're like companies that are in like hand with the government and shit like that. So it's just a big kickback between like all these companies and shit like that. And it's like, oh hey, pay
42
15,000
years
to
old.
go train at our go pay 15,000 to go to our
You
2 year
don't
course at CTV to be
you know what
an audio
you're talking.
engineer. But then at the end of the day, when you get out into this career field, it's not a very open career field, and then you have to get in with us, and then guess what, you paid us the 15,000, so we're all rich and we make a bunch of money because fucking we're Bell Media, we're CTV, we run our own programs to create directors and all these people within the forms of media, and you're paying into us, but we're getting a lot of our money we're getting our money
I got
from government kickbacks, from government just deals here and there made. Like the whole thing, no, because the whole thing with Trudeau, like no, the whole thing within Canada, within our cell phone industry too, exactly. Like how
totally monopolizing the
how
conversation.
how it is structured so that now only Bell, Roger, and
You're going
TELUS
on and
exist in
on.
this country. So how Bell, TELUS, and Roger exist within this country,
Dude,
and they
you're
are a
making
conglomerate.
18 points. You're going all over the place, and you're not allowing me to respond.
No, I'm legit saying
Dude,
university and college, they make money. They make money off these kids, and government is directly involved with them, and government makes money off of university and college, whether you want to fucking agree with me
but
or
I know
not.
Okay, you know, it's like trying to fucking keep track of all the shit that you've said. Okay, where it's like, you know, I gotta stop
No,
because it's
no,
like,
it's
whoa,
not
whoa.
very hard. There was 4 points I made. Okay, there was 4 points. You want me to break them down to you because they're not very hard to follow.
People fucking listen. What I want to say is, you got 2 eyes, 2 ears, okay, 1 mouth. Adjust your attention accordingly. Okay, it's a very wise fucking thing. Okay, because you won't learn much. You know, you can learn, okay, by
Yeah,
talking.
listening to a
But,
guy
you know,
that says it's a
with
very
others,
fucking
you gotta
wise thing.
listen to people. You got to listen to what other people have to say too. Okay, now, you know, Bell, you know, from Bell Telephone, okay, and Bell, and yeah, that's a big media organization. Okay, now you mentioned CBC.
And they own CTV or CBC. I forget
No,
which
they
one
don't
it
own
is.
CBC. See, you just don't. Okay, maybe CTV, private. Okay, but CBC is our public broadcasting corporation. So, you know,
And they run their own broadcasting schools.
Possibly. Okay, and there's a lot of networking between public and private sector, and the educational institutions and shit. Okay, which and what's the big deal about that? Like you're saying it's some weird fucking scandal or something. And,
no, I'm not saying it's a weird scandal, because if you would listen, okay, I made those 4 points to go along with the whole thing of, like, I'm saying literally, what's the point of having all these career fields where there's barely any opportunity to work? It's not going to grow. Like, hey, we already have enough YouTubes, and do we need those? No, we need more bridges. We need better fucking hospitals that don't fall down. We just need better fucking roads. Like, literally what you're saying, trades and infrastructure. It's like, but yet the government's pushing all these kids to go into these alternative medias and these new sciences and these political science studies, which really does that fucking do anything at the end of the day?
It's to fit the job market, okay? And
no, does it improve the quality of life in the country?
Well, yes and no.
No, it really doesn't.
You're not ready quite yet. I listen and stuff.
LaSurge, what would you rather have? More paved roads or more fucking news channels?
Well, see, you're
if you say new road, if you say new news channels or forms of alternative media and stuff like that, I'm shaking my head right now.
Whoa, calm down. Okay, like, the way you phrase that, okay, you put it to me as a question, as this or that, okay, as if those are the only 2 fucking things that comprise a society. Right, is roads and news fucking outlets. Okay, there's probably 8 million different fucking things. There's all the trade schools. There's all sorts of different shit. Okay, and like I say, we do need the skills. Okay, to meet the demands of and all that sort of shit, and that's why we have this interrelationship, between private sector and the educational facilities and stuff, right? Yes, you get into research. One of my buddies, okay, online, who I gamed with for ages, guy's got his master's in physics, right? And after graduating, hired at the university in the research department, right? That's the other. Technically he's a scientist, right?
Okay.
Who knows? There's look at fucking in medicine, okay, there's so many different fields. Healthcare, okay, childcare, fucking, roofing, okay,
all overpopulated careers, if you want to call them that.
Well, no, okay. The way that our immigration system works is, they look at, the economy, right? And they look where we've got shortages markets, right? And so if someone is if Canada is low on workers in any particular field, okay, and there's a foreign person applying for immigration, there's a good chance that they will get accepted to immigrate to Canada, right? Because there's demand, okay, so we can expect that they will be gainfully employed, right? In which they're doing their work, they're providing goods or service or whatever, okay, and they're providing taxes and they get integrated into the fucking society, right? So this is the same thing, okay? The fucking schools work towards that. Like this is something I actually personally object to, right? Because it's the aptitude test. Now, when in high school, when I took the aptitude test, they recommended for me to get into marketing and advertising and people well, right? I know psychology. Now the thing is I grew up, influenced by Buddha and shit, and I think we're already, far too consumerist and commercialist. Okay, so it's like that's the last fucking field that I would want to work. Meanwhile, that's what the system wanted me to do.
Then why? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is why do you see fields like that growing and push for that growing? But you don't see push for hey, let's get more doctors.
Well, no, we do have that. We do have that, and unfortunately, though, we're pulling them in. We're not really much meeting our own demand on that, right? So we're importing a lot of doctors. Like my doctor, I'm pretty sure she's immigrated.
That's what I was saying back in the day. I was even saying it to Matt. Half of these fucking things that you really need, they were taught at home. The whole horticulture and agriculture that they teach that in college and universities. It used to be that most communities and let's say like states or provinces, they were sustained by their own farmers, passing it down generation to generation.
Well, listen, okay, you started off talking about saying how you've got money, right, for your post-secondary education. Okay, this is what's going on in your life right now. Like, and I know, it's,
Oh, I'm never gonna spend it. I'm not gonna go to school.
Dude, why not? Why not? That's what it's there for.
Because there's nothing that I'm passionate about. There's nothing I want to wake up in the morning and say, I want to do this every day. I found things I'm comfortable doing.
It's tough. Okay, that's the tough. And personally, I've never been the type of person who likes staying in one field, right? I'm probably kind of like you. I've been, I was a lot like you when I was your age.
Oh, Serge, don't say that. Please don't. Please don't.
Oh no, seriously, dude, you have no idea.
I want to keep it that way.
That's okay. The thing is, listen, I'm older. Okay, you've never been where I've been, but I've been where you've been, right? As far as age and stuff, and I know, what you're facing right now, right? At this time, all these problems, and it's like, it's the last thing you really want to think about, and basically kind of has to come to you. Like, you said a few times, there's nothing that you're passionate about. And I was the same way too.
I should take that back. I'm passionate about having a warm roof over my head, food in my belly. A couple times a week, a chick with a nice fat ass in my bed. Blow me and shit. But like,
that's your needs being met. Okay, but what about what you're doing? That's there's two sides to that coin. You're only giving me one side. Okay, the other side, which is the side you got to look at, which is what you want to do for a living, right?
Just keep those things over my head. I don't want to fucking. I don't think about it like that. I don't think about. This is what I want to wake up and do every day. I think about. At the end of the day, I want to go home to this, and whatever I got to do to have that, I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you want a decent job, okay? That's not too strenuous and stressful and shit. You want to make good money.
I'll take that, and I'll take shitty pay.
Oh, that sucks. You want decent pay.
Well, like, I'm not gonna let my manager fucking yell at me and like beat me and like I'm only making like $9. Well, here's the thing, yeah, like I know my worth. Like I don't work in like public sectors and stuff. Like I have learned trades throughout my teenage years, which have carried me into adulthood. Like I had a journeyman ticket, and I know through networking, like that's what I mean, like through networking, through the trades, you meet foremans and subcontractors, and they know that you're not ticketed, or they know that you don't, you haven't come out of school and you're not an apprentice to a journeyman, and you don't have your red seal in a certain trade or this or that, but they know that you're good and that you know how to fucking take direction and you can work on your own or take somebody with you. So yeah, it's like you network and stuff like that. But like that's what I'm saying is like I don't need to go back to school because like I'm already doing something that I'm comfortable with that I'm not passionate about,
Yeah.
but I know it and it keeps the fucking roof over my head.
Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, please let me just tell you a few things. There's two things I want to say. First of all, okay, my favorite job ever, the best job I ever had, was working snow removal for the city of Hamilton. Okay, it was I had night shift. Okay, 12-hour shifts. Okay, where I was in a Bobcat. Okay, now the thing is I was fucking damn good at what I was doing. Okay, I was the only guy on the whole crew of like 60 operators that had a spotless safety record. Okay, because my safety record was spotless, they took me off nights. They put me on days in school zones. Okay, which was like a PR move, right? Because they want to show the public just how fucking skilled, the workers are, the city workers and everything, right? It's like it's a PR thing, and that was fucking stressful. But anyways, why I enjoyed the job was because of how rewarding it was. I'm doing a good job. I get something. Everyone liked me, and I just the compliments. Like I had the truck drivers. They when they were sitting for lunch because they got to wait around a lot, right? And watch me, right? It's almost like watching a sporting event because in the winter the roads are like icy and slippery. Okay, now working a bobcat on that, okay, it's like fucking ballet, right? I'm whipping around. It's so smooth, right? So precise and everything. It's a thing of beauty,
You
grace,
were
and
like
speed.
Vin Diesel in that Bobcat.
Yeah, it was fucking art, right? It's art, okay. And I had one dude come over. I was like your age, right? And dude comes over to me when I stopped for lunch, right? And he says, how old are you? And I'm like, I'm 23. He says, you're shitting me. I said, no. I said, why? He says, well, the guys, we were all talking, and we figured that you had at least 30 years experience, right? Well, he says, what were you born in that thing or what, right? And that's that was really flattering, really rewarding, right? So and everyone talked
Oh
about
yeah.
me. I was good at my job and everything. So that that was great. Pay was all right. Now the other thing I want to say is this is what my brother did. Okay, my brother he went to university. Okay, and he took out student loans, right, from the government. He got government loans to do it. Okay, so when he graduated, he owed a fair bit of money. Now the
That's
thing was,
wait, sorry. One quick filibuster. That is the other.
filibuster.
That is
Do
the
you know
other.
what filibuster
Oh
means?
yeah, it's interrupting someone's
No, well,
response or speech.
no. Filibuster is specific to politics. Okay, where someone's trying to pass a motion. Okay, and they will just the opposition will just talk in circles. Okay, to run it down to stall.
Just all
Okay,
the
and
time in the
yeah,
session. Yeah. No. Like I know it. Howard Stern always uses it when he tries to get a point out, and someone just starts talking, and like it's the same context of someone just talking over you. But like
okay,
I wanted to quickly
well,
filibuster with that is the other racket that I was pointing out. That government,
okay.
that is probably their biggest pimp out of
Like I say,
the
Howard Stern's
kickback
a fucking
between.
idiot. Okay,
Oh, but still, at the end of the day,
listening to
the
stupid
point
people.
the
Okay,
point though is,
you're gonna come off as being stupid, right?
but the point is that the racket that the government has set up with student loans is it's criminal. It's criminal.
Oh, come off it. Are you kidding me?
It's criminal.
Okay, my brother, you know how much my brother makes in his freelance work? You know how much he gets paid per hour?
But that's
Take a
your brother.
guess.
Like
Take a guess.
I want to
Hold
I
on.
want you to look at
Yes,
the
take a guess.
statistics.
Listen, answer the fucking question. Take a guess. How much do you think my brother makes per hour on his freelance
More than
work?
me?
More than you. How much do you think? Take a ballpark guess. How much per hour?
I
How many
don't
dollars
guess
per
other
hour?
people's wages. I really don't.
Well, take a guess. Just fucking float something out there.
Okay, fucking he makes 100K a year. He's comfortable.
Probably around there. But I
Yeah,
asked
like
per hour. Okay, which he can charge and
he's
get over
upper middle class.
he can
Like
get
he
over
doesn't
$100 an hour. He can get over $100 an hour for his work. Okay,
okay.
that's good money. You're
And
making $100 an hour. That is fucking really good money. Okay, now and he it's because of his skill set. Okay, now where did he get the skill set? Okay, this is what I'm going to tell you. This is what my brother did. Right, his first job, he got, I think it was at General Electric Canada, where he was like senior system administrator in the sysop, right? Because he's a computer science graduate, specializing in networking and internet security. Okay, So yeah, you know, he makes good money in that field and everything. And you know what he did when he graduated, okay, where with his employers, okay, what he would do was he would use his employers to get them to sponsor him increasing his skill set, right? You know, to improve himself, to learn, okay, to be, you know, better equipped to handle, you know, problems and shit. Okay, so you know, and that's smart. Okay, my brother was really smart doing that. Okay, that's why I'm telling you, right? I'm trying to pass on this advice to you, right? Because you know, you go to school or what, you get those skills, okay, and you're the fucking man, right? You're the
Right.
fucking man. You're the go-to guy. Where other people don't know, they come to you, right? Okay, and that's rewarding, right? Just in money, but you know,
Word. I feel you. I feel like actually, if I can be honest for a moment, like one of the only things like, there's one thing I've been passionate about, and I've been thinking about doing it. I've been thinking about just like growing a really big beard, you know, sitting on my couch, you know, drinking a whole bunch of beer, getting a nice big beer belly, getting a
yeah.
tattoo of like an eagle and you know, like a dagger going through its skull, and then traveling to Thailand and entering the Kumite.
Well, that's all right. You know, I would suggest a bandana. You know, not fully over the head, but just wrapped around the headband,
Oh yeah,
right?
don't you worry. And Bo Lang, I ain't worried about him. He ain't breaking my leg.
Yeah,
No,
you know,
seriously, dude.
because
Like, I feel you, but like honestly, no. I'm at the point where at a young age, as a teenager, even coming out of high school, I was like, you know what? It dawned on me, I got to go back to get into this college or university shit,
you know,
and I already have something that's here right now. My cousins want to teach it to me, and I
I
already
just
understand and I grasp it, and
yeah,
I rolled with it, and it's suiting me
I'm
well in
just
my
worried
adult
about
life.
that
Sometimes I
kumite
go,
idea, man. You know, because you know,
well, you know,
I
I
can
mean,
totally see
like,
some fucking Asian dude, okay, you know, like you know, pointing at you. Next, I break you,
no, no, I break him.
right?
I break him. I
Yeah,
break
but
him.
still, you know, it's like, you know, you're gonna be, you know, I would expect to, you know, potentially be facing adversity in that situation. So, you
No,
know,
see what I'm
it would be
going to
best to be
do.
prepared. Yeah, well, the thing
I'm go
is, you know, how are you gonna kick his ass if you don't have the fucking skill set, right?
No, I
So you
got the
need to get
skill
in
set. I'm
there.
gonna wear sunglasses so when he goes to throw the fucking
Same
secret
with fucking.
itching powder in my eyes,
Listen, where the fuck?
doesn't fuck me up.
How the fuck? Okay, you listen. How the fucker is Mr. Miyachi gonna take you under his fucking wing? Okay, if you're just talking about, oh, I don't want to do it,
Cause I'll do
right?
his laundry and clean his fucking front yard.
And you know, because we need the montage, right? You know, and you know the
I'll
music
sucky
going
sucky
on,
love him long time.
kumite, kumite, right? As you know, as you grow and develop, okay, and become, you know, a
Oh,
fucking
you bad man. That Frank Dukes. He bad man.
yeah, right.
No, like,
So
like all joking aside, like honestly, like, dude, like, you can't, like, as
listen,
much as
listen.
I will always entertain like some of your things, like there's some things. Remember, I remember in our first conversation where I told you it's like if I don't fucking feel passionate about something, or like I just don't give it the thought of mine, and I realize sometimes that can like bog down and drag down like a dialogue. But
You can't
I
even catch
mean,
a fucking fly with fucking chopsticks, okay? Now, how the
yeah.
fuck are
Well,
you
you
gonna
know
catch
what? You know what I can do though?
what?
I can do something other than catching a fly. Which I didn't have a quick response.
Well, you know, I don't know. There's lots you can do, right? You know, no, can you
But
do a
that's what I'm saying.
backflip? I can do a
Why
backflip.
go and pay or give away money to go
Which
into
I
a
can't.
career or job field that I'm not passionate about?
Well, that would suck, you know. And
Exactly. And
but
I'm
what?
not
You
going to
know, that's
settle because I've already settled with
well,
something that, while I'm not passionate about, I'm very comfortable with. And comfortability replaces passion for me.
all
Because
right.
obviously when you're doing something you're passionate about, you're going to be comfortable doing it. Like that's what they say, the whole thing. You know, don't don't get a job that you hate, get like a career
Yeah,
that you love. So
yeah,
it doesn't even feel like you're working. You're just
exactly.
doing something you love. Yeah, which
Absolutely.
is the same. Like passion and love are the same things to me, really. Yeah, so it's like whether you love your job or you're passionate about your job. It's at the end of the
Well, you
day,
know,
I
hey,
would.
you got money there, right? You got money there, so you know,
Yeah,
keep that in mind. And You know, I know that's like the toughest thing to do, right?
Oh no, I've even already talked to my sister, and I said, you know, even though it's gonna upset my dad, and she kind of is resistant on it, but I said I'm most likely going to just offer the money to my sister for my niece and my nephew for it to just go into their fucking college funds or their university funds.
Well, maybe, eh? Yeah, maybe, but you know, what about you, right? You know, see, that's it's
What about
basically,
me? I don't need
well,
it.
hold on, see, you're just you're saying a kind of pay it forward, pass it on sort of thing. Now the thing is that that's what someone else was doing for you. That's what it was designed for you.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think if the person could have known me and seen as I grown up, they're like, you know what? He can do his own thing and make it on his own. He's comfortable doing his own thing. Like I said, I get that whole pay it forward, but on this generation, like myself, I don't feel the need and I don't have something I'm passionate about to use the money about. I'd rather allocate it to the next generation and say, okay, you know what?
Or you
You,
could find something that you were passionate to use it about.
all right. Oh, you know what? I have found it.
Well, it's what are we? Kumite.
No, 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 even better. A signed copy of Bloodsport, the very first edition.
What,
By
from
Rob
Van
Van
Dam?
Dam. Wait, did I just call him
That's,
Rob Van Dam? I meant Jean Claude Van Damme. I called him Rob Van Dam, the wrestler. Fuck.
yeah.
No, I was watching wrestling clips all weekend. That's why.
It's exhausting fucking talking to you, man.
Well, yeah, because I'm such a fucking intellectual mind. Keep up, slowpoke.
No, I don't think that's what it is exactly. No
Hey,
offense.
what is it? What is it exactly?
Well, it's the whole,
No,
the struggle and shit. Okay, I know what's going on with you. I do. I really do know
what's
what's
going
going on.
on?
Well, it's just this whole indecision, right? And it's not something pleasant to think about. Okay, and
Oh no, I know my decision. Like I've already said before, it's either in the next year or so, I'm going into the military.
maybe yeah, you could do that, but
No, it's not a maybe. It's a definitive.
yeah, well, no, it's nothing is set in stone. Future ain't set in stone here. Like, you
Oh,
can.
dude, I've already told Matt and Yesenia to start, looking at some properties in California. They're gonna have a new neighbor from up north after I get my citizenship.
So what? You're going to the U.S. to join the fucking military?
Goddamn right.
Oh, dude, fuck. Like I say, okay, I mentioned the French Foreign Service. I'd never heard of it. It was a family friend when I was your age mentioned it to me. Okay, now if well, listen, dude, this is a fucking serious. This is serious shit. Now, yeah, it'd be French though, so I don't know how good your French is. Probably not great, but it's I don't know if it really necessarily matters. Okay, the
I
thing
hear
is,
in the America, or I hear in the U.S.
hold on.
All military
I'm almost
branches they
done.
speak
I'm almost
English.
done. If you get accepted, okay, and you serve 4 years, if you serve 4 fucking years for the French
Get a
Foreign
pension for
Military,
life.
you get a pension for life. Yeah, that is fucking huge, bro. That is huge, man. It really is. Like there's great economic incentive to do that. Um, so I don't know. It's something. If you're into military and shit, okay, it's something worth thinking about and looking into. I don't know though, because like I do know, you're not, you know, like a really big guy, right? Which I don't know if that would
No, it's fine.
necessarily
The
help.
French Foreign Legion isn't really involved in any conflicts where I feel like the security of North America is directly at the forefront. I know they are involved in some conflicts, but they aren't the.
Or you still, what do you want to shoot terrorists? Like, if you want to shoot
No, I
terrorists, the
don't
fucking
want to shoot
military involved.
terrorists.
Why not?
What I
You
want,
fucking pussy. Listen to this.
what
You're
I want,
talking about joining the American military, and you say you don't want to shoot terrorists?
what I want is to know that wherever I go,
Mm-hmm.
well, look at me, I'm rhyming as I say this. But I
How
want to
about
know that wherever I go, I feel that what
how
I
about
am
like
doing.
a fucking listen? How about like a Steve Irwin sort of thing? Okay, where instead of shooting the terrorists, you just wrestle them down and shove your thumb up their butt.
No, what I want
No.
to do is know that wherever I go, I feel that the safety and security of North America is strengthened and emboldened.
Well, I think you could really influence them if you had your thumb in their ass,
Okay.
potentially.
Well, I
Well,
guess
let's see.
I mean,
How else are you going to get them to
I don't
listen,
know.
right?
I'm just a guy that works construction. I look at blueprints and stuff. Like, I don't
Yeah.
know, maybe like you said you're a
So you can't.
psychologist, so maybe you think like in psychoanalyzing that people, if they get thumbs up their butt, they're defeated or
Well, it's terrorist.
unless
Yeah. Well, that's it is. Yeah. You'd have them subdued and right and that's you probably just have to
uh,
whisper something
you
while you
go
have
over
your
to
thumb in
any of
their
those
ass. Just
conflict zones and stick your thumb
whisper
up
a
their
few
ass
things,
and
right? Right. You
let me know
tell them.
how
You
that
tell
is
them.
when you
It's
get
like,
back
hey, well, once you got them
alive.
there in that position, right? It's like you say, hey, I'll let you go, okay, but it's enough of this terror stuff, right? You need to find, it's kind of like Jedi mind trick sort of thing. It's like you don't want to sell me death sticks, that. So if you do that,
If you
you
be
might.
bad again, my thumb will come find you.
Exactly. And so that provides the incentive for them to not try and kill me,
I'm
right?
just gonna leave this little
Which
GPS
I
chip in you
appreciate.
so I can monitor you, and if you're a bad boy and you blow anything up, my thumb will come find you again. Oh yeah,
That's right.
oh yeah.
That's
So
right. I think you have the fucking the mental disposition. You seem to be strong-minded and the fortitude and all that. So that could be a way to make the world a better place.
word. And I mean, with you as the general, giving out the orders,
Yeah.
the war will be over.
Well, we'll
I
give
don't
you
even think a
gloves.
single bullet will have to be fired.
We'll give you gloves. Like rubber or something. Some latex or what.
Why? They're terrorists. Why are we trying to give them a smooth entry?
Well, it's
I'm
your
gonna
own
grow my na-
protection.
I'm gonna no, I'm gonna
Has
grow my
been.
nails sharp and jagged. I'm gonna wear one of those dragon claws that like metal fucking
Yeah,
bands
no,
wear.
see that's no, see that's overkill, right? That
So
if you were
you
to do
consider
that, well,
shoving a
this
thumb up you consider shoving a thumb up someone's bum more humane than shooting them?
I consider shoving a fucking
Personally, because I think
silicone
like most people
covered
could process I got
lubricated
shot.
thumb up his ass, okay, more humane than a long fucking sharp scraggly fucking thumbnail jobby up the because that's like you're looking at tearing and internal bleeding and stuff and it'd be far more displeasant in a different way, which would
You don't
probably
think that's gonna
provoke
happen with
a
you don't think
different
that's gonna
sort of
happen with a
emotion.
lubricated you don't think that's gonna happen with lubrication and a glove?
Well, no, of course not. That's it's
Well, it's still gonna
it's like
happen.
the medical approach, which is you know what the Hippocratic Oath is, right? You got to
No.
be gentle when you do it, right? Because the Hippocratic Oath is to do no harm, right? It's a doctor, so like obviously there's got to be some form of coercion, aggressive diplomacy, we could say, and
Okay, well,
I think that, yeah.
that's something you got to bring up the next Brigadier Generals conference or the War Room. I
Yeah.
mean,
It up,
I'm
dude.
just
We're,
Mister.
I'm for this idea.
I'm just boots on the ground.
Yeah.
I take my
Well,
orders, whether it's pull a trigger or shove a thumb up someone's bum. But I mean,
what good are
you
boots
got to
up the
look at this.
ground if it ain't
You
going
got to
up the
look at the
fucking
psych.
terrorist ass, right? Like,
That's what I mean. But you got to look at the psychology of the higher ups. I mean, the guys carrying out the orders, they're just
yeah.
carrying out orders. You got to think about the guys planning up and crafting up these fucking ideas and orders to be carried out.
Okay, well, maybe, who I don't know. I'm not a fucking professional in the psychiatric field, okay, but I'm open to hearing, any proposals or suggestions that you might have for how to the proper course of action to remedy this this threat that we're all facing, right?
I could, yeah, and most people aren't going to accept it or like it, but it's called torture and monitoring of social media and all other forms of political or military propaganda.
Well, we do watch that, right? We're always doing the torture part's a little bit different, which that's controversial.
I
That's
don't
one of
care how
the
controversial it is. You get tortured and see how many secrets you keep.
well, actually, torture's been proven to not be all that effective.
I'll still take the chance. What's the difference between
You
a
know,
what's the difference
I
between
don't
a
even tell
dead
you
guy
this
with
shit.
information about something that was going to happen or a guy that's still out on the streets with information about something that's going to happen?
Well,
It's still gonna happen.
torture, like I say, torture is a very controversial thing, right? Because technically it's a violation of human rights, right? So that's not going to look
It is a
good.
violation of human rights, goddamn rights. But if that person knows something that's gonna put other people's lives in danger, which I'm not too learned, like I always say, but I would imagine that's a violation of someone's human rights, is to be put at danger,
Well,
or
I
in the way of physical harm, and that one person has the information about it.
There's plenty of different ways, for torture. And this is a really controversial subject, like I say, and um, I don't know, like, how serious are you, right? Like, do you actually really mean that? Like,
Yes.
yeah.
What's the difference if I wanted to cause people harm?
Yeah, but okay. The thing is, though,
The
is
same
we're doing
principle
that.
should be
Okay,
exacted upon me.
Okay, well, exactly. That's the thing. What happens if they capture you?
And they torture me and they kill me.
Well, I don't know if they necessarily, torture isn't about killing someone, right?
Well, they'd maim and try and, embarrass me and put me through pain thresholds that they believe would
Well, you
break me
might end up
before
with
they
a
killed
thumb.
me.
You might end up with a thumb in your ass. And what if they're not using the fucking silicone gloves? How would you like that?
I wouldn't care. like here's legit things, sir. You're asking me to like hypothetically theorize on a situation where I would legit be
That bearded.
at their
Look at
supposed mercy. You really think I'm gonna expect their supposed
look,
mercy? No, I'd resign myself to already know it. Like here's the fucking thing. If
look at
I go
Matthew.
over and I serve, I already know in the back of my head that anything can happen.
Look at Matthew. Okay, now imagine him in one of those fucking Arab, dress cloak things. Okay, with a funny fucking hat on now, and his beard was like, brown.
No offense, Lasurge. No offense, Lasurge. No offense.
He'd be all
No
tall,
offense.
right?
You can leave Matt out of this. Why does it have to like that's
because well, I'm just this is hypothetical, right? Like, try and picture him as like a terrorist or what, right?
No, why don't you just say a terrorist? Because like, why are you making it about Matt? That's a personal. That's a personable. That's a personable thing that you're trying to bring Matt. It just doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Look, okay.
Ask the question again, but without Matt.
We've only got, we got to work with what we got here. Okay, now if you want, we can use Yesenia. Okay, now imagine her with the fucking burqa.
No, that's even more disrespectful.
There are the fucking women.
That's even more disrespectful. Like I said again, ask me the question again, but do not bring up Matt or Yesenia.
Well,
they are not examples that you need to use.
What if they fucking capture you, okay, and they're putting the torture on you, okay? She's got her thumb in your ass, right?
The surge.
And she's asking you, she's screaming at you, saying,
these are people that I don't even know. I have not met them in person, but I feel that you are being disrespectful right now. So if you would ask me that question again and not use them as an example, I will answer you. But if you are going to ask me this question with using them as examples, I'm not going to entertain it. Because you asked me a question that I do care about, but if you are going to ask me to use them as examples, I do not care.
Well, listen, okay, it's just a hypothetical, okay, because I was trying to, present it in a more, real sort of way to you, right? Like, like if you join the military, okay, you're big on the whole torture thing.
Okay,
so
yeah, and I get captured by terrorists.
Exactly. Who, like I say, could very well, look like, Matthew if his
again, okay, well, again, you keep bringing up them as examples.
Yeah.
Stop it, and I will entertain the question.
Listen, what about me? Okay, fine. Okay. Just imagine.
Well, that's just weird that you want to use you as an example. Okay, but it's you in a cave and you're shoving your thumb up my bum. Well, I don't know, Lasurge. Yeah. I'd probably be thinking, why the fuck is this guy's thumb up my bum? Why isn't he just killing me?
Well, because you got the fucking information. Okay, it's like I'm gonna get that fucking information from you if I have to touch your goddamn colon. Okay, I don't,
Well, then touch my goddamn colon all you want.
Well, you'd be, well, it wouldn't be.
You would be a terrible You would
would
be a
be
terrible
good.
interrogator.
I don't, well, hey, look, I don't know. Okay. I don't know, what sort of methods the Taliban use. Right. But, it could be worse. Who knows? Right. It's like, where does the wonder cease on this? Right. Like, it probably would be worse.
I don't care. Like, I literally don't care whether they kill me or they shove their thumb up my ass. If I go to war, I know that they are going to do anything they can to break me. Like, I don't get the relevancy of it. How it
Well,
applies to
it beats
us
the hell out
using
of sitting.
torture
Yeah, but
to get
look,
information out of them.
bottom line is it beats the hell out of sitting on your own thumb, doesn't it?
Sure.
Okay, so, well, I don't know. Okay, so you can't even imagine them as
It's just
personally, right?
it's to me it's disrespectful to use people as examples.
Well, it's a hypothetical. I wasn't using people as the example per se. I
Pe-
just, like
People that you have personally engaged
hypothetically.
with.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, what about you? Like, who the fuck knows? Okay, with your path in life, maybe you go over there. Maybe you join the military. Okay, go over there. Okay, you're religious. Okay, maybe you sit down. Say you sit down with fucking Talibani. Starts explaining how the prophet, okay, this and that, and Jesus wasn't really God, and the prophet fucking knew it. Okay, because God told him. Okay, next thing you know, okay, you're.
Where are you going with this? I just say to him, okay, that's your belief. I don't believe it, but you have your right to it.
He convinces you though. Okay, next thing you
He's
know,
not going
okay,
to
he's
convince me.
flipped you. Yeah, well, what if he does? Right? He flips you. Okay. Next thing you know, you're working for the
He's
fucking.
not going to convince me. Like, oh my God. Like, this
How do
is
you know
another thing,
that?
LaSurge. I'm going to stop this because it's something I don't care
Right?
about
You
or I'll
start.
never entertain. He's not going to change.
Right? You become one of them. Okay, where they're offering you money or something too, right?
Oh my
Right?
God,
And
LaSurge, they're not gonna convert me.
you're
Like,
strapping a
just.
fucking bomb to your chest. Like,
Mhm,
okay, you're walking into
mhm,
Canadian military fucking headquarters, and you know
mhm. Yeah, because through all your conversations with me, that's the impression I've left.
it could happen. You know, in Libya, okay, at the gas plant, the big terrorist attack there, right? A bunch of them died and shit. Two of them were fucking Canadians. Okay, one of them, okay, he grew up here down in like Southern Ontario or what? Okay, he was a Greek dude. Okay, he was a Christian. He was a Christian and he was Greek. He started hanging out with the fucking Muslims. Next thing you know, he was fucking radicalized. Carrying out a terrorist attack. How do I know that you're not going to fucking join the military? Go the fuck over there. They start listening to you. You're like, oh yeah, prophet dude seems pretty fucking right on. And,
Oh yeah,
right?
oh yeah, Muhammad was a pretty cool guy.
I don't
I heard
know.
he can get us lots of chicks, lots of 6-year-old girls. Oh
He
wait,
had
sorry,
he
I
had
was
a
wrong.
whole
She was
bunch of
9 by the
wives.
time he had sex with her. He married her when she was 6.
What you don't want a bunch of chicks? You don't
Oh
want
yeah,
that?
that's totally the demographic I'm looking for.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Dude, you're
You get
lucky
the
that I
picture.
actually found some humor in the absurdity of the question you asked, or else I wouldn't even have entertained it.
Well, look, I don't know. Like I say, we're just having a talk. Who knows what the future holds? Okay, you mentioned, okay, from what I understand, okay, you got religious inclinations. You're a bit aggressive and stuff. Want to join the military, and if you were over there, hanging out with those
Do you think?
guys,
Do
who
you think?
knows?
Do you think I'm going to fight this war based on religion,
No,
or
just
do you,
because
or do
like
you?
teen angst for the most part.
No, or do I feel like personally the security of a lot of my family and friends and loved ones won't be cared about or recognized by the government or our armed forces?
Listen. Okay, you're the one who said you don't want to kill them. Okay, you said it's like, well, no, I don't want to kill them. Okay, you know, I pitched the idea of putting your thumb up their ass, and that's
Wait,
you
wait,
know,
wait, wait, wait,
you
wait,
shoot me down everywhere here.
wait. When I
Huh?
said that I don't want to kill them, I didn't end my sentence there. I said I don't want to kill them. I want to go over there and know whenever I go or I'm deployed, I am emboldening and strengthening the security for my family members and my friends in the communities
Hmm.
of North America.
Well, you know, like I say, then maybe, you know, maybe you should get, you know, study up on becoming an interrogator of some sort. You know, work in some sort of, you know, diplomatic capacity to, you know, try and reason with them, and convert them away from their radicalized beliefs. That
You
would
know
be
what?
productive,
I absolutely agree with you.
right?
But
That's
that's a very small majority.
initially, right? You know, it's like, you know, how do I feel about the war in Afghanistan?
That's a very small majority. That's a very small majority, and that's somebody else's job. It's not mine.
That's fucking dangerous. Okay, is the thing, right? Because you know they're brainwashed, right? They're, you know, they believe they've got very strong about their religious beliefs, right? So you know, you sit down, okay, try and have it out with them, okay. You know, like I say, it's, you know, maybe they'll convert you, right? Maybe you'll convert them. You know, maybe they'll just fucking, you know, cross the line and
No,
put their thumb up your ass.
that can be left to somebody else. They can go try and convert them. They can go shove thumbs up their ass. Whatever example you're using of a mutual just a common ground found between enemies. You know what? That somebody else can waste their time with
Can
that.
you imagine that? Can you imagine? Okay, the Taliban's got you fucking, you know, they push you over table, okay, thumb up your ass, okay, and they're saying, you know, yelling at you, right? Repeat
The
it, you know,
Surge,
say
when
it.
was the last
Allah's
time
the
you
one
got
true God,
laid,
and
man? You are
Muhammad is
really
his
focusing on this thumb up the ass tonight. Like my
You
dude,
brought
I'm
up
about to go
Timothy.
fucking I'm about to go on back
You brought up
pages
Timothy.
for Ontario and like order you an escort and like send her to you because like you need to get off this thumb up the
No,
bum shit.
no. That is not necessary. That's not required. You know, I'm all right. I'm doing, I'm doing really good.
Well, bring her over and fucking let her shove your thumb up her ass,
No,
or she can shove her thumb
see,
up your ass. But get off of
well,
this because it's,
okay,
it's just
you're
because
not.
here's the thing. It was a good joke at first, but now it's like you're beating a dead horse.
It is a
You gotta
little
move on
bit,
to an
but
yeah. You
it's
gotta move
still,
on to a new bit.
come on, it's always good. Is the thing, you know. That's like that's what made Steve Irwin
Mm,
so awesome, is that he did it to a fucking crocodile.
and
Steve Irwin
it
can
was
do
a
a
mad
crocodile.
joke.
If Steve Irwin can
You're
do a crocodile, you
uh,
can do it to a fucking Taliban. Maybe
listen,
not, you know, full
bro,
blown Taliban, but
Lesurge.
what?
I'm just
Yeah.
gonna say personally, I don't think it was that good of a joke. So the fact that you're
Yeah.
dragging it out is just making it worse and worse.
All right, okay. Maybe I don't know. You know, maybe just
You've mentally shoved your thumb all the way up my brain's ass. Like I'm done. So let's
oh
just
shit.
next
Okay,
one.
that's my fault. You're right. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. It's you know, this shit. Okay, like torture, and you know, I just, you know, I hear that, you know, that aggressive stuff, and you know, I get a bit carried away, I guess.
Well, listen,
You
the
know, I
Steve
just, you
Irwin
know, I
part
don't
was
know.
funny. It's just like 20 minutes later when you're like, ah, this and that, and it's like, okay, the joke's like, I now it's a carry-on joke. Okay, I got it. But no, the aggression. You want to know where the aggression comes from? It's not even aggression. It's just a steadfast belief that this country will suffer unless we start having more young, like-minded males, such as I, that
Hmm.
realize that.
I realize what?
Like, are you gonna go sign up in the next year or two?
No, no. You know, it's I don't like the direction our military's been taking, and you know, see, that's actually, now we're jumping back to where, you know, I was going to be serious and stuff, okay? Because you know, explaining about, you know, what's going on, right, with you know, Canada Day, okay, the increased security, terror threat, and everything like that, okay, and you know, see, I disagree with your approach and your mentality, right? Like, it's obviously it's going in that direction, right? This it's like fighting fire with fire. Okay, best line from Buddha, right, was I'll skip that. Anyway, what I'm saying is the solution isn't really working, right?
An
Like,
eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
that's Gandhi, not Buddha.
Oh, whatever the fuck. It's still like, hey, I'd rather fucking deal with a blind person than a person with two eyes.
And actually, that's an eye for an eye will eventually blind the world. Is what he said. And like I say, okay, this, the American attitude, this problem. I don't know if you heard, like George Carlin, before George Carlin passed away, he spoke on it. He says the Islamists are going to win. He said the Islamists are going to win because there's a billion of them. Fanaticism. That's not to say that all Muslims are fanatics. Okay, it's just that it's a religion. Okay, and that's how they can become radicalized, right? A big pool of people, a billion, right? All these Arabs, and they're fucking pissed. Okay, now you go over there, right? Killing them, okay, and they're not going to be all that pleased, right? They'll splash it around, guys, their own people, okay, to hate against you, right? And it's this cycle, right? We can't fucking reduce that cycle by escalating it.
Right.
And worse. We don't. We want to fix the problem, okay? And the thing is okay, how do we fix the problem? Well, we got to listen to them, right? We got to hear them out, okay? What their gripes are. We really do. Well, that's why I said that whole thing about offending, right? Like offending them. That's a bad approach. Do you like being offended?
I don't care.
Yeah, I think the difference between
unless it personally like actually affects my life or the moment I'm in, then I don't care.
So what Matthew, what are you gonna say?
If somebody offends me, that doesn't mean that I'm gonna grab an AK-47 and shoot them up. You know what I mean? That doesn't offending somebody doesn't give you the right to go and shoot a bunch of people. Like they tried to
exactly. Like here, I'll even take Matt's counterpoint. Like, there's oftentimes like LeSurge when me and you like disagree. Like I'm not gonna go fucking seek you out. Like I'm just gonna go, okay, LeSurge has a differing opinion than me and a different outlook on things. That's the end of it.
Yeah,
that's where I end it. Why is their whole thing of like, oh, okay, your outlook or your opinion is different than mine, or
majority. You're in the minority on this.
Hey, check it out. They're going to be offended by everything that isn't Sharia.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's to the point where it's like, are you just gonna fucking literally like to the point where what you even said, fanaticism and George Carlin, are you just always gonna give like you're gonna turn the other cheek and just be like, oh, I need to talk to this person that. Oh, okay. Here's the thing. Our opinions differ, so I'm gonna turn the other cheek and I'm gonna listen to them and open up my ear. But that's our approach. But then their approach on the other side, on the other flip side of the coin, is, oh, they disagree with me or their opinions differ. Oh, violence. Violence. Oh, let me say it another time. Violence. Oh, another 3 times. Violence. Like, where do we not just say enough is enough? And they need to fucking identify within themselves and their own religion this problem. Because the Western world, we've identified it, except for the sympathizers in the Western world.
Hold on. You're a Christian, though. What are you talking about?
No, I am a Roman Catholic, and the IRA, they were terrorists. Why does a majority of Muslims and Islamists not look at these paramilitaries and terrorist organizations and condemn them?
Yeah, but you know that they're saying the same shit about you, right? Terrorist, right? Because you're advocating for state violence.
No, I am not. Do I have a gun? Do I have a bomb? Do I network with other like-minded people that want to cause harm to people? No, I do not.
I don't know this. So
I am not a terrorist.
with the military in
Do
a
I terrorize communities or
non-combatant.
minorities or religions that are opposite of me
You know,
or do
what
not
do you want
represent
to do?
me?
Join the military? Okay, you want to fucking cut hair? Okay,
I
you want to do
want
like makeup for them, or
to know that wherever I am deployed, that I am strengthening North America and the communities my loved ones and my family members live in. Because that affects
you
my
know?
immediate life. That affects me in the moment.
Okay, yeah, but you know, how are you going to do that? Right? You know, you're
I
just
am
making these big.
going to
You know,
make
what are they?
inquiries to the United States military and their
Yeah.
branches of service, and I am going to do what it is I deem the best choice for me when I pursue these avenues.
Okay. Well, you know, like I say, you know, I'm not hearing any real specifics there. You know, it's like you know, you just want to be a follower. You don't even really know what you're
No,
following
I
for.
want to protect North America and the communities that are free for now. Like I see many shifting changes in our landscape. Like I've said, that's why I would like to go to America. And if I do ever start to raise a family, I would raise them in America. And I would also start to encourage my family to move to America. Because Canada, it
Okay.
ain't doing too much for us anymore.
Yeah, but
Really.
you know, I think you're probably the odd duck though in your family, aren't you? Like, hey, see you later. You know, it's like, you know, we wish you'd listen to reason here, but you know, you're kind of fucking out of your mind, and you know, we
You
can't
know what?
tell you what to
You
do
know
about it.
what? Even if I do that, find that in my family, that's them. If they don't want to associate with me, that is their choice.
Oh, I'm
I'll
not saying
still
you.
love them and I'll still pray for their safety and their health. But if they do not want my immediate involvement in their life or what they deem to be the direction of their life, then that is their choice and I can't stop them.
Well, I don't think you. Yeah, but you
It
won't like
wouldn't affect
literally.
it wouldn't affect
So,
my life. It would affect me in the moment, but beyond that, outside of the moment, I would learn to structure my life and my family's life in the sense that it wouldn't even affect my life
I think
or me
you
outside of
just
the
stay.
moment.
You know, or you could listen to them.
Why
You
they
know,
don't hold
and
beliefs that are core to mine or the same opinions or values. Just because they're family doesn't mean that I have to hold the same opinion or value as them, just as, like you said, they might not accept mine.
well, I don't know. You tell me. Do they or you know what are they saying? You know, I'd imagine that you know me being you know like a sane person, they probably sound a lot like me.
I think my family sounds a lot different than you, Serge. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Well, you know, I don't know. It's you know, who knows, right? Like,
They came from a civil war zone, and the other part of my family came from a very poor Soviet era country.
hmm.
They just want to live in a fucking nice community where people respect each other. That's all they want at the
You
end
Okay,
of the
mean,
day.
well,
you mean away from socialism and communism?
Yeah,
isn't that
yeah,
exactly
yeah.
what
And people putting in and providing for their own,
okay.
and yes, in
But
a sense,
hold on,
helping better their communities, but looking after
Sorry.
themselves in their immediate own. Yeah,
Listen,
yeah.
dude, listen. Is that not why they moved to Canada in the fucking first place? Because they were doing just that.
Europe in certain countries has failed to be at the level of quality of standard of life that North America. They've caught up now, but
It's actually
yes,
not
during
true.
those during well,
Okay, you know,
hmm,
Canada. No, when you know, I actually know what
hmm,
the facts are on this. Okay, and you know, this, you know, some of Europe. Okay, but generally, you know, the better parts of Europe are actually ahead, right? You know, we can look to what Norway, Iceland, you know,
hmm,
Netherlands, even
yep.
Australia. Okay, Australia's right. You know, Canada's slid down. Okay, the United States has risen. Okay, but it actually used to be lower. you know, someone got really upset when I pointed out the actual fact that under Obama, the living standard in the United States went up, which is true. You know, it's that's indisputable because you know it's all recorded on the United Nations.
Oh yeah. That Obamacare was that was fucking everybody loved that.
That 2.1 GDP for the last 8 years has been really, really spectacular growth with surge. Just get off guard.
Yeah, and you know that's the thing. What you think? You think you know economics is the only measure for living standard?
Yeah. I would actually say that it is. I would imagine, or no, not even imagine. I'm going to confidently say that it should be the focal point for standard of living, economics, and then I think health, and then I think social welfare, and things like that are just almost just as important, but they are still below economics. Because let's not fucking lie. As much as we all say you don't need money to be happy or to live well, you do.
You know, it's economics. You know, everyone needs money, right? You can't have a modern economy without currency, but like I say, it's
well, what
complicated.
exactly? If the economy wasn't there, we would just go back to tribes and bartering and looting. I wonder how society would look then, and the quality of or standard of life would look then.
I don't,
Probably wouldn't look too fucking pretty.
it's just I have a hard time, fucking actually having like a reasonable, serious discussion with you. Because
how I think I'm pretty open. I think the only times that I upset you, and I've admitted that I would own up to it quickly, is that I often talk over you to end my points when you are starting your counterpoints. I admit sometimes I diatribe and I do bring in one or two side points to my main point, but I will never bring up a side point unless it will add into my main point. And I find that often when I go into side points, you'll start to begin your counterpoint to my main point, and I haven't finished my side points, which are lending to my main point. So I do aggressively talk over you. I will always do that.
And are you telling me that that I'm the first person to say that about you? Or have you heard it before?
First person to say what again?
People say that about you?
What?
That you're a little bit like headstrong, rammy, pushy, right? And
yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it has.
But everybody's a psychoanalyst, I guess. Then.
Well, we all are. Like you are too, right? We all have our own relative perception and everything, and there's
you're like I will never.
Smarter. And,
the only thing I'll pass off on you is you're a guy that, like, when I talk to you, I don't agree with on a lot of things. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to think about like what type of person you are, or how when people interact with you, how they think you are. I just know through my personal interaction.
I'm right. What if I'm right?
Hey, the Surge, what if you are? Like, what are we? We're going in circles here.
Well, I'm trying to put to you to think, right? Like, to listen to other people, right? Like I listen to you, okay? I hear what you say and everything, okay? I think about it. I don't always agree. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't. I actually contemplate. I do. I contemplate a lot when I take you seriously. And I'm not sure you're extending the same to me at the same sort of measure. You do. It's not that you don't, right? It's just sometimes some people a little more than others, and so that's it's okay. We're good. We're good.
Okay. I would say
I think you're smart.
Okay, well, because I was gonna say I would disagree. I feel I do offer you a lot more room to speak than maybe even like what you've mentioned before, guys. Other, well, I know Yesenia is the rare female within the hangout that's chatting. So a lot of the other guys that are in the hangouts that you're debating or you're just talking with in general with, I know you've expressed to me that you feel they are much more aggressive in their dialogue with you. Okay, so that is a little surprising to me that you get that same sort of feel for me, because I feel I offer you a lot of room. I give you the floor as much as I feel you give it to me.
I think that they're for the most part. I like both of them actually, right?
Oh yeah.
I think yeah.
No.
No,
I've
I think
never heard
they're
you say nothing along the lines of like, "Oh, I hate them" or something. I've just heard you say you're like, sometimes when I talk with them, I can't get points out because and they will start just talking over me. But here's the thing: I never talk over you just to talk. I am just like I said. I'm only trying to finish my side points within my main points, and I feel like
like
sometimes I don't know if it's a personable thing, but it's just maybe yes in the way I talk. I know it's not filtered and
yeah,
it's very raw and it is hard to
yeah,
follow, but I
sometimes.
do my best to always stay, yeah, I do my best to always stay true to my main point, only bring up things that are going to add to it. And
So
if I
you
can't
you
get that
you
out,
smoke weed, right? You smoke weed.
yeah.
Okay. Have you? When was the last time you smoked weed though? Are you stoned right now?
Oh yeah, like dude, I'm in BC. I fucking never run out. Like people eat their cereal every morning. I have my cereal and my weed. Yeah.
Okay. Well, no, that's okay. And I don't mean I'm not being judgmental or anything. I'm not trying to fucking whatever. Because it's like even generally when people smoke weed, I don't know what you're smoking. Are you on fucking sativa? Or you got to be on the sativa, man. That's not indica, is it?
Man, I'm on the shit that gets you high.
Yeah, yeah, but is it what kind of high? It's not the type that where it's like you got kicked in the head by a mule. That's the indica, right?
It's
Because
the type of
that's
high.
more.
Indica makes you tired. Sativa, actually, you can do things while you're high on sativas.
Oh, yo, what up, Cap?
What up?
I
He's
figured,
like, yo, they're talking about weed. Something I know.
I don't
yeah.
smoke weed, but I know a lot about it.
Oh yeah, you're like Bill Clinton. You did not inhale.
We
No, I
didn't,
used to smoke weed. Oh yeah.
but we
I
never.
know. I'm looking at your picture right now. You look like you definitely used to smoke.
Oh, I used to be a big time pothead.
Yeah, you look like you could fit about 4 blunts in that mouth. And you're just like, light it up, boys.
Oh yeah, I
So
used to smoke. My favorite was out of two. I used to like PK, which is pure Kush, which is indica, or Girl Scout cookies, which was the Cannabis Cup winner back in 2012. That was a sativa.
Oh, dude, the best shit I've ever had. It was my own personal strain. Like I like don't even know how I got it into my hands, and I found the seed and I kept growing it, and then it was like I forgot what the guy told me the name of it was, so I was just like, "Fuck, I gotta name this stuff." And I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna call this shit your pant Kush." And like every time I'd sell it to someone, like they'd be like, "Yo, what is this? Like purple Kush? Is this some like fucking blah blah blah? Is this some white rhino? Like all these?" I'd be like, "No, this is shit your pant Kush," and I
hey,
call it sip. I call it sip Kush, like acronym shit your pant SYP. I was like, it's the sippy Kush, and people were like, why is it shit your pants Kush? And then like I was like,
well,
literally
tell them,
so.
yeah, here,
I was so market
let's,
minded. I was gonna go buy boxers, like pairs of white boxers for anybody that bought over like an ounce, like a good amount. And I was gonna give them a pair of boxers. And I was gonna be like, because it makes you shit your pants when you smoke it. But then I didn't get that far into my marketing and all that and
yeah.
stuff. And plus, I was a lazy cunt.
Well, okay. Oh, wow. See, I was going to ask if you work out because you seem to be like high energy, and maybe you could, direct it towards really, really strong and fucking, buff, and that way, when you join the military, right, you're going to be fire everyone around you because of, your fucking, rip fucking physique.
I'd rather inspire everybody by jumping on a grenade that was meant for my unit than fucking showing them my washboard abs. I think
Well,
that
you
would
can do
inspire the troops a little more than
What
fucking
branch of military are you trying to get into?
the US, and I have familial history, like my grandpa served in the British Navy, so I want to join the Navy.
you want to be SEAL team, fucking SEAL member.
Well, that's the top of the Navy. I know that that's very hard to get into, and I wouldn't hold it against myself if I didn't make it, and I would still look to get into a high a high conflict branch of the Navy, like where I am in direct like combat or
Join the Navy.
monitoring combat.
I would join the Navy. Blow the fuckers up
Yeah.
from out in the sea.
Hey, fucking hey, brother. My grandpa used to be on the guns too and shit. Even though
What
that wasn't
about
his job, it was like you still
Give him an
like. Here's the
Allah
thing.
Akbar.
Well, my
what
grandpa,
about
he was a cook, right? But like back in those days, like even if you're a cook, they train you on everything, so you could use like the guns on the ship, so you can fucking steer the ship. If all the like the, I forget what like the exact position is of like the people that like
okay,
the quartermaster or
hold on.
the helmsman. Like if all the helmsmen get killed, like you have to be able to sail that ship. If all the gunmen die on deck, you have to be able to hop on those guns. Like nobody needs food cooked when a battle's going
Bob,
on. So like.
Hold just a sec. Okay, like let's think about this. Okay, like let's face it. Okay, terrorists love weed too, right? They'll love the weed. Okay, now you got your own personal shit your pants strain.
They
Okay,
also
you got
love
an
gang
interest.
rape too, apparently.
Okay, so I'm just thinking, what if you get into the military? Okay, you try and like reorganize the military. Okay, to create like a distribution branch sort of thing. Okay, it's like a diplomatic thing where you just distributing your fucking all the terrorists. It's like, here, smoke this. This is fucking really good. Okay, you sit
Yeah, I'm
down,
gonna
right?
give terrorists marijuana. No,
Well, you get
no,
high as
no,
fuck,
like
right?
no,
And
no.
it's like,
The
hey,
surge, this is
chill
something I'm
out,
not even
guys.
gonna entertain again. It's like
I'm
I'm not gonna give
thinking,
terrorists fucking weed. That's not gonna fucking.
they need to chill the fuck out, right? You shit your pants.
Yeah, a bullet will chill them out a lot more than my shit your pant kush will.
Yeah, but you
Trust me.
said you don't want to fucking kill them.
Oh my God, the surge, you keep going back to that. How many times I told you I didn't end my sentence? I didn't finish my statement. More
All
I
so.
said,
right.
I said, just like General Mattis says, wipe them out.
I love what he said. So some interviewers like, is there anything that keeps you up at night? He looks right at the interviewer like, are you fucking retarded? And he responds with, I don't stay awake at night. I keep other
Oh,
people up.
what's better than having a general with a nickname Mad Dog?
Dropping bombs on your moms.
And
Mad dogs in the house.
here's the best part. As we're doing shit right now to them, we're not reporting what we're doing. We're not telling everybody, hey, we're going to go over to this location, bomb them,
Oh yeah,
like
dude,
two,
that
three
was a
months later.
huge thing with the Taliban and all that shit, like in Afghanistan and Iraq. Like when they would fucking these fucking guys on CNN would be like, oh, blah blah blah, they're launching a huge offensive and blah blah blah, and it's like, no, they've realized now. It's like, you know what, we're not going to any of these fucking news outlets telling them we're launching offensive next month. Fuck that shit. That's just these fuckers on ISIS now. They can just turn into CNN. It's like, oh, they're gonna launch a May offensive. Okay, well then now we know to be more armed in May and be more vigilant for attacks. But no, you know what? They've gotten rid of that.
When it comes to shooting and killing, I'll bet you the Americans wish they had, snipers as good as Canada does.
Oh my God. Our
Well,
Salvation Army can whoop Canada's military's ass.
yeah, you
Well, I
know
bet you
what? I don't even disagree with them.
that's strange.
I don't even disagree with them.
You look at all the top snipers, all the records. Okay, like out of the top four, there's three of them are Canadian. Somewhere down around what 15th.
Wait. Let me
There's
make one quick counterpoint, Lasurge. One quick counterpoint. Yes, we have the
but
top
Canada's got
snipers,
three in the
but did they
top
ever make a
four.
movie about them?
Pretty obvious that Canada has the best fucking shooters in the world, don't we?
Have we ever had a movie made about any of our snipers? Is there a movie called
Sort
Canadian
of,
Sniper with Bradley Cooper in it?
sort of. Yeah, but this is, just because you make fucking there's movies about the fucking Spartans, okay, and the Battle of Thermopylae. You're talking a movie. You think fucking Hollywood is reality? Like, this is what
That battle of
is.
300 is an actual historical battle between the Persians and the
Yeah,
Greeks.
yeah, but
And American Sniper is also a real life account of a man's like
yeah,
deployment.
but you know that the Spartans were homosexuals, right?
Well, that's the Spartans. Like, what about them?
Yeah, well, the Battle of Thermopylae. Okay, those Spartan soldiers, they were all gay. You know that, right?
Okay,
Do,
I'm
do,
not. I
do you know the real history, or do you get your education from Hollywood?
Listen, I've always known that the Greeks were like fucking gays and all that shit. Like,
Well, Sparta was way fucking different. Okay, Sparta had institutionalized pederasty. Okay, they were very militarized. Okay, I did project on them. Like the kids, you'd be drafted into the military at like the age of 6. Okay, a lot of them didn't even survive to fucking adolescence.
Yeah, because we're only fucking. Yeah, because we're only. Why have these young men grow up to where they're just going to be a fucking drag on our society, eat all of our food, not fucking create any strong fucking young men because their genes are weak, and when the other fucking country's army invades, they're just going to be another fucking dead body that we have to fucking burn.
If you did survive, you would have been performing sex acts on fucking grown men in Sparta. That's what it's messed up. The reality of Sparta is like really messed
Okay,
up.
like here's the little thing. I've known all this, but what does that have to do with like anything?
Well, you brought up the whole thing about American Sniper, right? Just because there's a movie made, okay, sensationalizing something, it doesn't mean that they're good at what they do. Like Indians are, go out onto the field and set the fucking records, right?
Bro, I was making a joke.
Yeah. Well, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay, I don't like it. Just I made a joke, and then all of a sudden it was like, "Do you know that the 300s used to rape little boys?" And it's like, yeah, but what the fuck does that have to do with me making a joke about American Sniper? Like, I didn't see the connection between the two. I didn't quite grasp it, but okay.
Oh man, I still say
And I know.
blow 'em up.
Oh wait. Here's my new ISIS rap. My name is Jafar. I come from country afar. I got the bomb that could blow up every building and car. Allah Akbar. Motherfucking bars, bitches. Sign me to a deal, Jay-Z. What's up, Hove? What's up, Jigga?
Dude, how about how about I got the bomb that can blow up the building in my car?
Yeah, I guess that works too, contextually.
Generally you don't go around blowing up cars. Generally it's the car is the bomb.
No, I was just saying when a guy detonates himself in the middle of a crowded street, he's usually blowing up cars and buildings.
Yep, it's Ramadan and kaboom.
Yo, that was too smooth. I was like, where's it going? Okay. You're a poet and you didn't even know it. Get the fuck out of here, Dr. Zeus. Don't you got a book to go write? You got a kid's book to go write? Do you like green eggs and ham? Do you like when it flips and it fries in the pan? Do you like holding the pan in your hand? Well, then you just might be a green eggs and blah 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 ham man. I don't know. That was terrible. I butchered that. Don't Yesenia, edit that out, please. Just edit out that whole part. No. See, I'm trying to get subs on my channel. Okay, I gotta come across as cool.
It's like fighting on the phone, and this is what we've shown is that we're dumb as a stone. How about that? Is that okay?
I was just gonna say, yeah, you're not really lending to the whole thing about Canada being hip, bruh.
Well, I don't know.
Leave the rapping up to Drake over there in Toronto, okay? You don't pick up a microphone. Stay away from the mic. You stay 50 yards. You know how like some people have to get restraining orders against like people? Like the microphone is gonna have to get a restraining order against LeSurge. LeSurge will be in court. He'll be like, I didn't do anything wrong. Like Mike will be crying and he'll be like, he licked me. And then he spat on me. And then he yelled at me for hours on end. And then at the end he said, yeah, that's right. I'll be back to see you tomorrow to drop some more fire on your ass. I felt so used and abused. And he only gave the sound engineer, $100. LeSurge, you have ruined a microphone's life. How do you answer to these crimes? Throw him in the slammer. He's guilty. Put him in a cell with Big Bubba. Big Bubba was related to that microphone. You're going to get your justice. Surge is like, all I did was spit a hot 16, man.
He's busy. He's online ordering flowers, sending them over to ISIS.
Oh. Oh, yo, LeSurge, I'm not gonna lie, that was a good joke about you not responding. That was pretty damn good. But no, actually, I'm not gonna lie. Like LeSurge, those bars were so bad that I want to hear more. Like they're so bad that they're good. Like you know when a movie's so crappy that it's good? Like that's
Yeah.
basically what LeSurge rap skills are.
Oh, this whole fucking conversation's been pretty much up that line.
No, no, no. I didn't hear a rhyme there. I want to hear some more of that fucking that lukewarm like bath water that's been sitting there for like 5 hours and used to be hot, but now it's like kind of cold and warm. I want to hear some more of that heat that you brought. Because you had that you was like a dragon, my dude. When you said that something about the stone and something about the phone and something about Rosetta Stone again, I was like, oh my god, I'm giving up. I'm not even trying to rap no more. This man's got the whole game on lock for Canada. Like I'm done.
Every
I'm
word
done.
I say, every verb you've heard, I've placed like your vertebrae. You try to cover or hover me, I roast, I fake a flag, then I run a post, you're toast. I'm the most.
Oh, this motherfucker said toast to the rap.
It's like listening.
Call me
It's listening to J Rock from Trailer Park Boys.
Yo. Check this out. Check this out. Okay, yo, check this out. Okay, my name's Bob. I'm white, which means I look like a ghost. My homie LeSurge from Canada, he got them guns that'll burn you like toast. Don't make him pop you. He'll pop you up or down like a toaster. Boy, if you come over to my house and you use a drink, you better use a coaster. Because I paid a lot of money for my furniture, so I don't want stains on my furniture. Yeah, you heard me, sir. Yeah, that's for sure. I'm with my homie LeSurge. We're gonna surge and we're gonna purge everybody that wants to emerge out of the corners and defy us. Because me and LeSurge, he's pacifist and I'm violent, so don't you try and get by us. Yeah. My name is Bob. I'm chilling with LeSurge. We spitting verbs. You never heard such beautiful words. You think you fucking heard music in your ear and you heard chirping motherfucking birds. You're like, oh my god, that is so beautiful. That's a sound I will not disturb. Oh motherfucker, I fucking kill my shit. Admit it, LeSurge. Admit it. I'm the better rapper. Admit it.
It's, what's the point?
Respect.
Yeah,
That's what it's about.
You use it.
No, I just gained a lot of respect. You watch. Yesenia and Matthew are going to tell us we just gained 100 subscribers from them freestyles. Spitting that hot fire.
At least.
Now,
Yeah.
at least. See,
Right.
Matt said at least. Cap's like, yo, man, if you guys want to get 500 subscribers, let me dust off my mic. I'm going to spit some shit. Cap's got that hidden heat. Look at the way that man has his baseball cap. Like, look at that brim. When a guy has a crooked baseball cap brim, you know he's got bars on deck. He's got more bars than a bar inside of a prison.
So how much? Maybe you should get into the fucking business there, and can you make money with your freestyle or what?
No, because it's a freestyle, so it's literally free. You don't make any money.
Well, you can actually make money freestyling.
No, dude, are you serious? I would consider someone retarded if I like recorded that and they paid money for it. Like that was the worst. I was pulling that all out of my fucking ass.
Well, you're just saying that.
And I was just trying to sound crappy on purpose. Like I was legit trying to say stupid shit. Like, dude, I legit said something about if you come over to my house and you use a drink in my cup, you better use a coaster.
Yeah, and then you rhyme furniture with furniture. It's like.
Yeah, well, have you ever listened to rap? They seem to rhyme the N-word with the N-word a lot. Doesn't seem to stop anybody from selling CDs, so why the fuck can't I rhyme furniture with furniture?
You're talking about selling CDs, yet you just argued that you couldn't make money off it. So I don't follow how you.
Because it's a freestyle. Freestyle is just like fun, you know. You're just doing something for fun, man, like legit. But if I were to fucking actually go serious, like, oh my god, dude, like, whatever. Yeah, okay, LeSurge. All right, okay? You know what? Fine then. Rap battle me right now. Right now.
It's rap battle. Seriously, like.
Yep, let's go. Rap battle.
Well,
Yo, his name is LeSurge. He's from
no,
Ontario. I heard he used to date a fucking scary hoe. She had hairy toes, and he would suck them. He'd be like, "Baby, I want you to fucking make me your
okay,
fucking
how about
sexual muffin,
his name is
butter me
Bob.
up, spit on me. I'm a dirty
Yeah,
whore."
Bob.
And she'd be like, "LeSurge, why do you have
Go on to
yourself chained to the
Afghanistan,
floor?" And LeSurge would be like, "Oh yeah, I
fast.
forgot. We weren't about to start the sexual act." And she'd be like, "LeSurge, yo, what the fuck are you doing? That's not the way that normal people act." And LeSurge would be like, "Really? I
Trying to
didn't know
spit the
that."
lyrics
And
and
LeSurge would be
need
like,
some
"Yo, LeSurge
fire.
would be like, yo, let me spit a rap." And she'd be like, LeSurge, I don't want to hear you rap. I just want to see you wrap a condom on your dick and then stick
King
it
of
in this fucking little
Salem
slit
Empire.
and then fucking make me orgasm and shit. But you can't do that shit because all you want to
See,
do is rhyme and shit. And all I keep saying
see,
is shit. And then she went to the toilet and she took a shit. And then she
Mark,
flushed it
too.
and she
I
came out
fucking
and she said, "Oh my
look
God,
at it.
holy shit, that was a stinky shit."
I just don't have an interest in it because it's like pointless.
Yo, dude, I just destroyed you, man. I just said that you used to suck on a girl's hairy toes and that she used to spit on you
And
and
I
treat you
just
like her
said that
dirty
you were
little
going to
whore.
join the military and go to Afghanistan while you're stoned and get a thumb up your ass.
Yeah, it's still not as good, man. You didn't add any rhythm.
Well, I tied it in with what we were talking about earlier, and it did actually have
I
rhythm.
mean, I mean, you had some content, but the way you rhymed it was, you know, as Randy Jackson on American Idol used to say,
I
LeSurge,
don't even really
LeSurge,
have
LeSurge.
like boring, and
I'm just not feeling it, bro. Just not feeling it. It's not for me. It's not for me.
I don't know what you've been feeling.
Yo, I don't know. I'm just like legit. I'm like at the point where me and LeSurge were debating, and now I'm off of debating, and I'm waiting for somebody to bring up an interesting like topic of conversation. And until they do, I'm just gonna keep spitting hot, fucking super hot fire at LeSurge
Well, all right. I did
until
catch.
he's a third-degree burn victim.
You said you want to move to America.
Yes, sir.
Are you? You're also in Canada, correct?
Unfortunately, well, I wouldn't say that, but you know.
Okay, so what's the purpose of coming to America?
Well, my favorite porn star that's Canadian, she moved down to America, so I gotta catch up with her and make her my future ex-wife and baby mama. And then I'm
Yeah, that's
thinking after that, just you know what it really is? It's freedom of speech, dude, and it's the right to conceal and carry or even open carry in certain states.
Hmm.
It's like you know what? Like I get there's cultural differences, but like our values, I believe that most Canadians' values match up with Americans' values in that sense. That we have the right to say whatever we want, and we should have the right to defend ourselves. But we're not allowed those things, and we're moving further and further away from that here in Canada, especially because of fucking Trudeau, fucking little fucking.
Yeah.
People were like, you know, I laugh so hard. Like some of my friends and like just random people when we were debating. Like I didn't vote in the last election, which I should have. It wouldn't have made much of a difference. But people were trying to tell me Justin Trudeau's for the people, and I said, "Are you fucking kidding me? That kid grew up. Fucking everything he got in life was paid for by us or our grandparents and our parents and their taxpayer dollar. This kid never gave a fuck about any of us because we fucking gave him a fucking free ride. Would you expect somebody that you gave everything for free to fucking ever care about where it came from or how to fuck like no they or how to provide for like no like it was just it blew my fucking mind that people really thought he was a person for the or he was a the one that was for the people. I was like, y'all are fucking retarded. Like y'all are retarded. You're talking about a premier. You're talking about a politician's child
Fuck, you
being for the people.
and you talk. Like, fuck, dude.
He was just answering a question.
Yeah, I was just about to say, did anybody else feel like I carried on to the cap? Was my answer too long drawn or
I
winded
was
for you?
listening. I was
You're
listening.
not, you're
Oh,
not
okay.
really having like a conversation here. Like, there's a group of people, right? And you're just going, blah 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 blah
He
blah blah
asked
blah
me a
blah.
question and I answered it. Lasurge, dude, like I'll
You
go get
answered
you some
my
aloe vera or I'll go get you some burn ointment, but you need to chill. I can tell you're a little salty after I dissed you so harsh. Like I can tell.
No, that's not it. Okay, and
The salt is practically seeping out of your
you want
pores
to
and
get
you're
the
sweating
fucking
now.
show, which is why I was asking what you're smoking, right? Like,
Smoking shit way better than you could ever get in Ontario.
well, that's not likely, actually. We can
No,
get
that's
whatever the fuck
very,
here. And
very, very likely. Hey, Cap, Matthew, you guys ever heard about Ontario having some of the best weed in the world?
Uh, yeah.
No.
I know Canada's got some good shit up there.
yeah, it's all.
Oh, what have you heard more of, Ontario or BC?
BC.
Yeah,
Oh. Cap,
yeah.
is it the same thing with you?
Yeah, I'd
You
have
Ontario or
know,
BC?
well,
Lasurge, wait.
but
I didn't hear Cap's answer. I didn't hear Cap. What was
I'm
that? BC
actually
or
speaking
Ontario?
right now.
no, I'd have
I'm
to agree with
speaking
Matt.
right now. What with the Bud Cup?
Oh,
Okay,
you
even
disagree with Matt?
the Kingdom,
No, I agree with
the
Matt.
United Kingdoms.
Oh, you agree? Okay.
It was like skunk number 2 or something.
Right. That's why all my cousins that live in Ontario, every time I come out, they say shove a fucking nug up your ass. Like they literally make that joke every time. Do you think they're making that joke because they just want to make jokes about me shoving things up my ass, or because they want to make a joke about how desperate they are to get some really good shit to them?
I don't know. It's like, you end up kind of talking alone. When you're like that, right? Like that's what I was trying to say is
But you still
like
haven't
when
answered my question. Do you imagine that they'd be saying that as just a running joke, or that they're actually desperate to try and get some good shit out to them?
I didn't answer the question because I kind of tune you out, right?
Well, here's the difference between me and you then. When you're saying something that I'm starting to tune out to, I make you aware of it. I say, I'm not even going to entertain that. You give me that at the end. So, okay.
I don't. I actually say where, I try to listen to you, right? And if you got something decent to say and things, then then you're worth listening to. It's not always how it is. You just bring up all this fucking weird shit.
This is coming from the guy that was talking about the best way to interrogate or torture terrorists is to shove thumbs up their ass.
Because I came down to join you on your level, right? Where it's just making a joke out of things and being absurd, right? You're the one who started it with the whole Kumite shit, right? Where we can't actually have like a
No, that
serious
wasn't
rational.
involved. That wasn't involved on the point of torture, getting information.
Well, listen,
The
did you hear what
Kumite
I
was a
just?
joke. The Kumite was a joke at the end of our discussion about something I would be passionate about going to school about to pursue as a career. That was a joke
First of
made at
all,
the very end.
listen. First of all, your ambition to join the military is a joke in itself.
Okay, that's how you feel.
You're like
Okay.
fucking jockey, right?
Okay. Yes, I'm
Well,
5'6" and I'm about 150 pounds.
that's not that bad, but still that is small. It's a borderline. I guess maybe it's possible.
No, dude, it's fine. I don't care if I'm a midget. If I want to do something, I'm going to do what I feel like I want to do.
Yeah.
Now, unless the military's like freaking an amusement park, and when I show up, they have an actual sign that says, "Unless you are this tall, you cannot join the military." You are not going to tell me what I'm going to do, whether I'm 7 foot tall or I'm 2 feet tall. I will
My
listen to
buddy,
Yeah.
you.
my buddy is about the same size, and he was in the Navy. And I have another buddy that was maybe an inch taller than that, and he was in the regular Army. So
And you know what? I
Yeah.
bet they're all fucking nice, hot ass women that are over 6 feet tall with nice long legs and a fat ass.
Like there's the reality. Like
well,
you're not going to be a high
my
jumper,
one
right?
buddy who was in the my one buddy was in the 351st. He went to Iraq back in '04, and No, he's kind of. He got back. You know.
Everybody reacts different. That's true.
Well, his girlfriend or fiance, she was also in the military, and back in '09, I guess it got to her. She ended up blowing her brains out.
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh
say,
Lord,
you know,
that's very unfortunate. That is very
there's a
unfortunate.
good chance that you would get killed, right? That you get your, you know, you get killed, you get yourself killed, okay? But you know, technically, the
Yeah.
leading cause of death in the American military is suicide. More likely that someone will
Yes.
kill themselves and get killed in combat. Well,
Yes,
that's a, you know,
that's all things that
that's
I'm
something
aware
we,
of. Like much along to the lines of when you said, "What if they kidnapped you and tortured you and did all these things that you're saying?" It's like Lysurge. I'm very aware of these things. These are things that I've already weighed. Outcomes and variables of service in the military that I have
know.
already looked at.
You know, it's, you know, I have a hard time taking you seriously, like at all.
Okay, all right.
Well, if you don't want to get captured, then don't go over there just with a camera like those idiots, and then get their heads chopped off on camera.
You know, it's interesting actually. During the Iraq War, okay, there was a peace activist, okay, Asian dude. Okay, he went over like 3 guys. They all got captured. Everyone was fucking flipping out because, you know, it's like holy crap, right? He's gay. Okay, he's Canadian and he's caught in Iraq by extremists, and he's back. He lived. It's like,
Okay.
yeah, that's
Hmm.
crazy, eh?
I wonder what his statistical number is.
Well, it just goes to show how, you know, they're
Probably on the
not
very low end.
as much, you know, a savage or an animal as you know they get made out to be all the time, right? Like cut his head off, okay, and you know
Damn,
they
she got
had
a
every reason in
fat
the world.
ass.
He's gay, you know, he's a good guy though, right? Like,
Sorry,
you know,
Lysurge,
he's, you
my
know,
neighbor, she's out walking her dogs and she's got a fat ass, so I wasn't even listening to what you're saying. I'm just staring at her ass.
well,
So
that's
start
fine.
that again. What were you saying? Something about
Well, you know,
something about they let him go or something, and something about savages or like I honestly was not even listening at that point. I was just looking at booty bouncing up and down.
yeah, okay. Well, you know, if you like your neighbor's fat ass, all the power to you. You know, maybe you should go out and propose something. You know, she's single or what? Like,
What? No, the dude, she's gone. The ass is gone. That's just, I was just checking it out. So something about they let this guy go or something or yeah. Well, I mean that's like I said, dude. That's probably on a low end of a statistic. So
you know what? A good expression for people like you
you know what?
is
You know what? Very
all
very
button, no
humane
bread.
and very humane and very
Yeah, but things that you say, I can't really take seriously, right?
very
And you know, I
humane,
think you're just, you know,
very
I
humane
think
and a
people
very
as a
peaceful
form of a,
act.
right? And I figured that you know you're here chatting, right? Because heard with you know your previous you know fascination, what you were transfixed on, okay, for your escapism and shit. You you're not really putting mind to taking things seriously, and it's probably the last thing you fucking want to hear is you know someone actually being like responsible, okay, or you know talking to you in a responsible way. What you're trying to get away from. So that was the last thing you wanted to fucking hear. You know, which is why you're you know doing what you do, and you know, and that's cool, okay, you know, and because it's a good thing, right? We need that in life, right? We all need our leisure and recreation and shit, okay,
I
but
don't know. I haven't
you
muted
know,
you once during your entire, I think,
yeah,
last three or two previous conversations with me, and I haven't muted you at all while you're saying anything. So
yeah,
I'd have to disagree with you there.
it's not just that
I'll listen to what anybody says to me.
all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, right? It's you know that goes the other way too. That's what I'm saying.
No, what does that have to do with? You just said that I don't like the things that you're saying,
I don't think I said that.
and I don't and that I don't want to hear these things, but I'm
Yeah, yeah.
engaging you. I'm listening to
Oh,
you. So I'm just kind of confused how you come to that conclusion when I'm
well,
listening
I
to
think
you.
you don't have to be honest. That's fine. You don't have to be honest.
No, I mean, LaSurge, what have I even said to you before? I end when you bring things up that I don't care about, or I go, "Hey, this is like it." I'm not listening to him. I say that to you.
Yeah.
I put that out there right away.
Well, it's like classical avoidance, right? But
Okay, call that what you call that classical avoidance. I just call it as I'm not interested enough in what he's saying to actually give him my attention. So instead of letting him waste his thought and energy
well, you're moving to the U.S., right? This is what you're saying. This is apparently, if you can be taken seriously, which you suggest that you can. Okay, that you're planning to head to the United States, right? You're gonna emigrate and join the military. What's stopping you here? I wish you all the best with your ambitions and right.
yeah.
There you go. Or maybe it's just that you can't really be taken seriously. But hey, it's not my place.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, it's not my place to say. So
We'll take you in. We'll slap a Trump shirt on you.
Fucking
there
A,
you go.
buddy. I'm a small,
There you go.
a medium, but if it's cotton, once it's been through the wash a few times, I'll fit it pretty nice. And I want to marry me a big booty bitch. Some big old girl that just eats like cornbread all day, like a country girl with a big thick booty.
Oh, you'll find them down here. I'm
There you
down in
go.
Florida.
Oh, you're down in Florida? I heard Florida's got some crazy ones though. Like I hear the more normal ones are like more towards like the middle of the country. You guys out on that East Coast are just wild, I hear.
Well, it depends. It really depends on where you go. I mean, I'm in Central Florida, and it's pretty normal here. I mean, if you go to places like Tampa or Cocoa or Miami, Jacksonville, yeah, it gets a little crazy
Yeah,
out.
yeah, that's in Miami, Jacksonville. That's where I see a lot of shit coming out. Like when I see videos on World Star Hip Hop in Miami, it's like you see in the comments, it's like, "Yo, that's from my hood, Jacksonville, the 305 neighborhood, Parliament Hill." But like, but you're like, "Oh yeah, well that's the neighborhood I'm not gonna go to and vacation in or spend my money in or just go around." Looks like they're
Well, I mean,
jumping. Looks like they're jumping tourists. Yeah,
people.
yeah, it's a
I've
great
argued with
vacation
people.
destination.
I've argued with people about Florida all the time. Like, they think it's just all one big giant retirement community. And I'm like, no,
Oh no.
the old people in their little areas and the young people in their own areas.
Yeah.
So
And I hear a lot of the time the retirement communities are gated and armed guards patrol them like security.
yeah, I mean, it depends. I mean,
Yeah.
like when I did construction, we have the largest retirement community in the world. It takes up 3 counties. It's called the Villages, and yeah, that's gated communities, and yeah, they got patrols driving
Yep.
around throughout the whole entire villages. Yeah.
Yep. Well, see, that's the unfortunate thing too, because a lot of people know it's like a lot of pensioners and like people that retire. Yeah, they don't have a lot of money, but they at least have money.
Oh
And
yeah.
a lot of them, what they do is in their day-to-day life is they just keep a bit of cash on them. So it's always like they're targets for robberies and purse snatchings and shit like that, which is unfortunate. Like, fucking,
Well, I mean, you got to think about this too. Like, if somebody retires, like I'm originally from New York. Like, let's say take like my grandfather for instance.
oh my God.
The money he retires with in New York and comes down to Florida, it's just night and day in the cost. I mean, property taxes
Yeah.
alone for his house, which is half the size of the house he has down here, up there it would have cost him almost $10,000 to $12,000 a year on just property taxes alone. Down here,
Uh,
it would be more like 1,500.
Yeah, well, dude, that's what's like. I'm starting to see that happen in Canada, especially in our urban centers. Is they want to be like the New Yorks and the Philadelphias and the New Jerseys. They just want high condensity on top of each other, so they can, because it's the old days of, oh hey, that guy's there on that property. He's got one house. Fuck it, let's get rid of the house and let's fucking build a fucking apartment or a condo and fucking shove 50 people in there.
Yeah.
Fuck, it's disgusting. It's happening up here, dude, and I totally feel what you're saying. It's like there is even places within my own, I know you guys call it a state, but within like up here we call it a province. Like there's certain just areas and neighborhoods, especially closer to our biggest city in my province, Vancouver, where it's like you don't live or rent or buy near there. You may work there, you may visit and go do social things there with friends and family, but you don't live there. You live in the more rural or in the more further away from suburbia or city
Yeah.
areas because it's all getting high density and fucking they don't the day of them wanting you to have a house and you and your fucking 6 kids. No, they want you in a fucking apartment with 30 other families like that on one single plot in an apartment building right next to it.
Yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. I mean, apartments in New York, shit. I mean, you could spend like $2,000 a month on an apartment that's so small, a studio apartment. Come down
I
here,
know.
dude, you come down to Florida, you get a 3 bedroom, 2 bath, 2 car garage house for like $600 a month. It's like,
dude, dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like people have called me crazy. I've legit thought that if I get out of the service, I am going to own in Detroit. I don't care because, like I said, like I know it's a high gang and crime neighborhood, but as long as I always feel like I've never felt like I go out and I look for threats or to menace or kill or hurt people. I feel like if I have a gun on me and I'm in Detroit or Michigan and I have a gun with me, I can keep myself safe.
I think
And it is
the
so
reason why
fucking
they
cheap
say
there.
you're crazy is because they can't really take you seriously because you just basically talk, right? You're like all talk kind of guy.
Oh, okay.
Uh huh.
I mean,
I wouldn't go to Detroit.
Bit of a
That's
I
fucking
know
sign
I've
there.
been warned away from it even personally by family but I mean, you know,
but you know
my
what though? It's hard to say. Like in New York, the one thing we always say is the worst place is Harlem. But yet on 9/11, who was the first people to show up? People from Harlem to help. So it's
yeah.
it, you know I think
And
sometimes
I
those
feel
bad
you know
areas.
what, like, and that's the thing too. Like, if I'm in a fucking low fucking income neighborhood in a gang neighborhood, here's two things. I would not fucking like I'm riding a fucking hoopty. I don't give a fuck. If I got girls or something or me, it's like I'll meet you at a motel 15, 20 minutes away, fucking in a little bit nicer area. It's like, I know what it is. It's like to get on my own feet and just start and be a young man and start my life and my career and my home and my family. Yeah,
Oh,
Detroit would be a very cheap place to do it.
I'll say this: when it comes to driving cars, the difference is like when my first car was a Bonneville back in the '90s, and that car was just missing hubcaps and everything, tinted windows, paints peeling up. And if I
Yeah.
drove through like Browntown, the ghetto areas, they never even looked twice at me, because I blended in. But
Exactly. If you go through in like a brand new fucking Cadillac, and yeah, it's like,
but when I finally jumped to a brand new F-150, nice brand new truck at the time, it was like 2001. I got it, you know, and the cops wouldn't look at me, but the brothers looked at me. So
hey man, even the white boys was looking at you jealous, like, man, let's steal his truck, let's fucking rob. I get what you're saying. It's just it's not even like I know Detroit proportionally is known as mostly inner city and black neighborhoods and Latino neighborhoods and in certain neighborhoods even Middle Eastern, but it's like just in any kind of just high crime areas, it's like if you have material items, you don't want them to be flashy.
I
You want them to
just gotta
just be a
say,
material.
from what I've noticed is I find it shocking how disproportional it is for the influence of American culture on BC and the Vancouver area, which is so strange because traditionally BC is known for being like liberal left. What I've seen online, being very kind of Americanized in Canada. It's disproportional. There's a lot in BC, and that's a surprise to me. Sorry, it's just I don't mean to disrupt by actually being serious, but
No, me and Kat weren't like we were having a conversation, but I mean
I
that's a
know
fair counterpoint. You said you see more of a
it's
sentiment of
weird.
conservatism out here in BC.
Well, how you talk,
Okay,
it's how you talk, right? You talk as though you're like some kind of fucking gangster or something, right? Which
me?
way up all cool, right? And I think it's because you spend so much time online. Yeah, well, and like I say,
Well, I don't think I talk gangster. I think I just talk like
well, you
myself. I mean,
try,
I don't say my real name too often though on the fucking internet because it is the internet and you can get doxxed and you can get found and harassed. But myself, Bob. I feel I've always acted as myself, and myself is I grew up with a lot of fucking white kids. I grew up with a lot of black kids. I grew up with a lot of Aboriginal kids, and I just talk how I talk and how we all talk. And I've never had somebody look at me and say, "Hey, man, you trying to talk gangster?"
Well, it's just how you are, right? And yeah, you do. You blend in more as like,
No, no, no,
like I
wait,
say,
wait. That
it's.
doesn't make sense then. Your statement doesn't make sense. You said the way I talk
Mhm.
makes it seem like I want to sound gangster, but then you just said the way you are, but you have never
Yeah,
met me in person. So how could you judge the way who how I'm
I
acting or carrying myself just based off of my voice or the my dialogue and my choice of words?
because that's fucking so speech is an action, right?
Yeah, but I can still look at somebody and they can just have a look that I can tell that I can make a pretty good assumption of character judgment also still which would lend into their words, which would only probably strengthen or embolden my assumption on them. So I'm just saying that took me back just for a second how you said it's how you are when it's like but you've heard me talk but you've never seen just the way I carry myself or how
I,
I
I,
move in my
no,
day-to-day
I got a
life.
pretty
And
good understanding.
okay.
There was a kid like you that I went to school with. This guy was fucking nuts. From Crisscross, right? He's like Wigger, right? And this kid, holy crap, dude dropped trow right behind the principal, okay, who's like a woman. She's like female Hitler, right? Always wearing those dress suits and all that. Okay, and he's like mock masturbating while he's walking behind her. Everyone's like, "Oh my god, that's like, you know,
Okay, well, I've never mock masturbated behind one of my principals, and
no,
I
you're
don't really
not.
think that
You
is a
crazy. Yeah,
gangster or
no,
crazy act. If anything, I would just say
reminding him.
that's
Well,
a
you reminding
disturbed
him.
act.
He's like smaller guy and compensated for it by playing up this sort of talk game and everything, right? This persona. And
I remind you of a guy that once pulled out his dick in front of a principal or a female.
oh no, behind her, she never knew, right? In front of the other teachers, okay, and the whole
So I
cafeteria,
remind you
right?
of a guy that pretended to pull out
uh,
his dick behind a principal.
yeah.
Shit.
Listen,
Well, it's putting on the show
friend.
to be cool, right?
I have a friend
Putting
that's
on a
from
show.
Browntown, New York, and if you looked at him and didn't talk to him, you would swear he's a thug, he's a gangster. But if you only heard his voice and talked to him, like I say, on the phone or like this here on the panel, you wouldn't think he was a gangster. You
Yeah,
wouldn't, you're just
yeah,
yeah.
that's the flip side to that. People, it's weird. People always like, hearing how I speak and things like that. People like generally imagine me as wearing, like a lab coat with a pocket protector, okay, and glasses and stuff. And then they see they see what I actually look like, and it's like, whoa, it's, you look way different from what you sound like.
You just
Yeah.
look like a regular guy. Like I think we all like I don't you guys have your pictures up. I'm getting more comfortable with just being like showing myself online in the YouTube format. Um, but I mean, I think we all just look like regular guys.
Well, the reason why I started using my picture because I showed up when my YouTube deal started during the elections, and I found Newsmax one day, and my avatar was just an American flag. I was all patriotic because of Trump, and people
Yeah,
were
and
like,
then people like, oh, at least put your real picture up. I bet you're too embarrassed to. You probably don't even believe what you say because you got to fuck.
oh,
You only have an American flag. Put your real picture up.
they said I was fake and everything, so I
Yeah,
took a
yeah,
picture
yeah.
and put an American flag on my shoulder and took a picture, and I was like, there I am.
When people do that to me, they're like, "Oh, you're a fucking guy with an anime avatar." I'm like, "You're the fucking guy that's arguing or like going after a guy for having an anime avatar. What does that say about you?" Like it's the
Well,
same. It's the same way. Like me and Lasurge. Lasurge disagrees with me on this, but like, dude, the whole thing where people say Comey was taking notes on Donald Trump. First of all,
Huh?
has Comey ever has he ever been a psychologist or anything in his life?
Well, he is the director of the FBI, okay, and
But has he
the
ever been a
FBI
psychologist in
decided
his life? Like, did he like go to a college or a university and take a
probably,
course in it
yeah,
or
probably,
on it?
probably. I would
Probably
expect you to be very
because I googled it and he never did.
Really? Well, I'll
He
take
never did.
your word on that, and I'm going to look into it myself.
He never did. He's just another pencil pusher that was very good. He's because, like I said, not learn it, but on the basis of he's very good at
Well, he's not
like
good at lying because
no, not good at lying, but like in his early career, I forget what public sector he started in, but he was really good at like he was really good at going into public sectors and or government sectors and reshaping them and making them more thorough and cost efficient. And that's one of the things that that's how he got like to the top. Like he was really good at I think he was like an auditor in some government sector, and like he just kept going up, and like
Lawyer.
he learned.
He's a lawyer.
I can't quite remember. I wouldn't feel, I wouldn't feel that I'm not I'm not far off on if I were to say yes, lawyer is the same thing as what I was trying to remember. But it was just like he never was like he wasn't an
Lawyers.
FBI agent that was like solving murders or like cracking cases. Like it wasn't like that. He was like a bureaucratic guy within the FBI that got to the top. Like he was a mover and shaker in that sense, and then he moved up the ranks in that way. Like so that's where I just found it weird. Where like Comey's literally sitting in a meeting with a guy, and no matter we all know Trump's crazy, but how crazy are you to think that with no actual psychological or psychoanalytical credentials, you can sit there and psychoanalyze someone? That you come off to me as a more crazy person. Just me personally. That was my whole thing about Comey and that whole situation.
Research scholar and Hertog Fellow on National Security Law at Columbia Law School. Wow, his credentials are actually quite good.
Yeah, but like you know what I'm saying? Like he wasn't an actual like FBI field agent. Or like one of those criminal minds guys either too. I forget what they're called, like the behavioral analysis and shit. Like he wasn't like he wasn't like one of those people. So like for him to sit there and psychoanalyze and write down notes on like fucking Trump like he was like a serial killer, and this was one of the serial killers he had like worked a case on, and like it was just really weird to me. Like I personally thought Comey came off stranger in that situation to me.
Law. Oh wow! While in Richmond, Comey served as an adjunct professor of law at the University of Richmond School of Law. So he's very studied in law. He's
Oh
taught
yeah,
law.
like that's what I meant. Like I thought he I got that wrong then. I thought it was like basically like I remember the thing that I read was that like they didn't give a description on like what he had moved up in the FBI in like they said Comey like like I'm trying to
Far more
summarize.
well educated than Trump is. Educated than Trump.
oh
Okay.
please cut it out.
Well, no, that's unquestionable. That he's more
Oh,
well
cut
educated.
it out, LaSurge. God, everything you try to do is attack Trump. It's such a
Yeah.
joke.
Yes, like I was just
If
about to
Comey
say
was so
when
smart, he would have actually started taking
Listen.
notes on Loretta Lynch,
Look at
not
it.
just Trump, if he was really
Look at it.
out the wall.
yeah,
You're
yo,
having
I know what
scans
Cap is
That
saying.
nonsense.
No,
Here is
Cap's
you're
right,
having
dude.
an
You
emotional
want to know why
reaction.
Comey
Come
took
on.
notes on Trump? Because he
Because
knew that that's the
Comey
only
is
reason people
obviously
would care, is
more
because
well
he's taking
educated
notes
than
on Trump.
where he's actually been a professor in law. Okay, he's studied with several
Dude, we're not disagreeing that. We're saying
served in
why
government.
if he did all these things, why didn't he do it to everybody else that he came in
It's
into
like there's no
contact with?
question that he's more well educated than Donald Trump. Trump just went to
Nobody's saying that. We're saying if he was so much
and then he went
more
to
well
law
educated
school.
than these other people, LaSurge, why didn't he take the same standpoint of, oh, I'm gonna fucking write down notes on them? Like it
Yes.
was it was obviously a personal thing where Comey was like, oh, hey, if I write this whole thing about who'd you mention again, Cap?
Loretta Lynch.
Yeah, if I write this about Loretta Lynch and I send it to a newspaper, nobody's gonna fucking wake up tomorrow and know. But if I write it about Trump, everybody's gonna be talking about me. Comey fed his ego in that situation too.
We know what Comey is. Comey is a left-wing puppet.
Oh, and he
Is that
loves
so?
camera time. Like, here's the one thing about Trump. Trump admit he loves camera time. I love these guys like Comey and them. They're like, I'm doing this for the betterment of, the public. All Comey wants to do is go home and fucking turn on the TV and fucking look back and watch his PVR of him at the fucking House Senate meeting. Oh, look at me. Oh, I look good.
Oh yeah, he's
Oh, that was a
definitely
bad angle. The camera didn't
camera
quite
whore,
catch
yeah.
my face that good.
So
Oh,
according to
I
you,
look
Comey
all
is
blotchy in
camera
that,
whore.
and I look blotchy in that
Right?
camera
Yeah.
frame.
Okay, far different from Donald Trump, who actually is unquestionably the major fucking camera whore.
Oh, Joe Biden is the biggest fucking wannabe fucking black, non-wannabe white guy I've ever met. If Joe Biden could wake up
You
tomorrow
guys
and
are
be
so
black and
different
not be
on the
white,
planet,
he would
okay?
fucking do
Your
it.
planet is not in touch with reality.
Dude,
You just
I
argue things that
guarantee
are
you, if I went up to Joe Biden and I said, Joe, come here, come here, come here.
patent
Joe,
false,
come over here.
right?
Come.
It's like
Get away
Bizarro
from the white
world.
people. We don't want the white
Like
people finding
Bizarro.
out about this, okay?
Hey,
Come over here.
Bob,
Joe,
no, did you
drink
know,
this,
Bob,
and when you wake
Bob,
up tomorrow,
yeah,
you
Bob,
will
did you
be,
know that the
you won't just be
2016
Obama's,
Oscar
you won't be his homie,
year,
you will be his N-word. You know what I'm saying? Joe Biden
you know
would be
why
like, give
it's
me that shit and fucking gulp it in one
It's
sip.
because you believe bullshit, right? You believe in bullshit, okay, where you get things like exactly backwards. You talk as though you know what the fuck you're talking about, okay, when,
Dude, I
like, for
guarantee that Joe
example,
Biden wants to be black more
hold
than
on,
he wants to be white.
for example, where you just say,
I know
that
that.
he
I
doesn't have a
know
good
that.
education, okay,
I
I doubt it,
know
because I
that
know
for a
enough
fact.
not to take you at your word, so I go look into it myself because I don't know, right? What I'm interested in is knowing the truth, okay, and I
Okay,
know I'm
wait, Lesurge. I got his career.
We'll look
I got
into it.
his
At the end
career
of the day,
title wrong. But
you're actually much more well educated than
did I
Donald
get the
Trump.
whole fact of him being a psychoanalyst and a psychologist
Okay,
wrong? No, I
and I
didn't.
put it that indisputable fact, okay, and then Dan gets all fucking pissed off, but there's no question. You look at this, you weigh the fucking factors, okay, the facts on this side, on that side,
Lesurge, this is the
right? And it's
funniest part
straight
about
up.
it is
Well, it's
when I even
obvious.
brought
It's
up that
obvious that he
Comey,
is
when I
definitely
brought up
more
that
educated.
Comey was either an auditor or a lawyer, I said I can't be quite sure. I'm trying to summarize the quote that I read about his career field or his career within the FBI that he rose through the
He has
ranks of.
business
But
experience
I know
also,
that he was not a psychologist or a psychoanalyst or a
yeah,
behavior
that's
one of those
true.
people who take
Wow.
notes on serial killers and criminals, like kind of what you would expect
Well, it
Comey to be
doesn't take
doing
a fucking
if he was
genius
analyzing.
to be
Uh,
able to psychoanalyze Donald Trump, or you, for example. Now me, okay, now I'm not certified, professionally
I'm not
accredited,
taking a
okay, but
crack at it because it's not something that
four,
I'm.
I have read 4 university psychology textbooks, okay, so I have that education, I have that experience. Right now, have you?
No,
Studied psychology?
I haven't studied it one fucking bit.
Well, this is why I'm pretty good at gauging, getting a pretty good handle of what kind of a person you are and where you come from, and the whole thing there.
Where do I come from? What hospital was I born in?
Oh, I don't know. You come from the West Coast, though, right? And I can tell so much. I when I give you these,
You were born in
these,
the Kingston. You were born in Kingston Hospital.
I was close. You're close.
Hey, well,
That's,
hey, there you go. I never went to school for psychology, and I could tell where you're from. I took a broad fucking guess, and I got pretty damn close. You just said the West Coast. You didn't even name a town.
I was born in Stony Brook Hospital, Long Island, New York.
See, that's what like, listeners, like, as dude, if you're gonna
that's
insult me, just come right out and insult me. Don't try and do things like I'm pretty sure I could tell where you're from because I went to college or university and I read 4 years worth of fucking education for this specific career or
and your
field. No,
personality.
dude,
And,
it's
if
so
you'd like
easy
to
to
learn,
read through the layer
I
of a
can
covered
recommend a
insult that
very book
you're just trying to put
for you
forward
to
to me.
study. I can recommend a great book for you to study on to give you similar insights into other people's character that I
No,
personally
dude,
have from
I'm pretty
actually
damn
learning.
good, dude. I'm pretty damn good. Lesurge, you
Well,
ain't ever lived in any inner city in Ontario or near any major inner city. I have.
I got you pegged pretty fucking good, and I think that you're pretty much aware of that, and you know that.
I'm aware that you think you have me pegged, but
Oh,
I
I
don't
do.
agree that I don't think you have your finger on the pulse.
I was young too,
I
right?
think
I've been
I
there.
think Resurge, if we were to take 100 people from around the world and if they could understand English, or you could YouTube translate our dialogue and you showed them all three of our debates, I think most people would come away from it agreeing with me.
Well, I think people pretty much recognize that, you're young and
No, I think most no, I'm not saying that people would recognize. I think most people would say, I agree with that guy on more things than Resurge. I agree with Bob more than Resurge.
well, I don't know, technically, okay, when it comes to Donald Trump, okay, this is like a no-brainer because you look comprehensively around the entire planet, and everyone's based
You're going to one you're going to one
American
you're going to
politics
one specific
and well-being.
example of what I'm saying. I'm saying they would look and go, I generally agree with Bob
Just listen
more.
to examples.
Then they go, I agree with Lysurge more. Yeah, if you were to say, oh hey, out of
Mouthy.
these 100 people, who agrees with him more on Trump? Yeah, if we're to go from the world, yeah, maybe more would agree with you. But I am very certain on every other subject that we've touched upon or debated or discussed, people would go to me.
What is it? You're going on with this whole shit about like waifu or whatever the fuck, okay, where, it's like, I'm not even sure, if you sleep with, one of those pillows that has like a little fucking anime chick on it or something to keep yourself company. Like,
Oh, you mean a daishoko?
well, I don't know. I don't know these words. I'm not into that Dragon Ball Z shit, right? And I think you're a bit old.
Wow, dude, if you really think all anime is Dragon Ball Z,
Well,
you
you're
should just
what? You're
stop
20
yourself. You should stop the surge.
Yeah,
If you have a YouTube channel,
you're 20 something,
I
right?
would suggest that you do not upset the anime and manga fans because they really do not have any
Do you
time on
think
their hands and they will harass you.
do you think
They will
marijuana
harass
do you
you.
think that's here's the question, do you think smoking marijuana, okay, stunts your into adult?
Yes,
Yeah, maybe it does. You got to keep moving
yes.
forward, right? And look towards expanding, bettering yourself and shit like that. And
I don't get it. I think marijuana's stunted me on how much I wanted to open a book and pass a test in high school, or how much I wanted to fucking, get up and
there you
fucking
go.
go for a jog. But
Well,
I don't think
okay,
it
think
stopped my
about it.
process as a person.
By that as being an issue, perhaps that would require having it addressed. Then
No, I would say I could identify it as it's never affected my life where I've been on marijuana. I've been like, oh, you know what? I fucking hate that person and I can't make a proper judgment call because I'm high on weed. Like, it's never affected my life. Like, I've never been like, oh man, Your Honor, I was so smashed off of those blunts that I can't even remember if I assaulted that person.
sorry, I'm sorry to be doing this, like, but I think I think it's it's a good thing to have people reflect on themselves and yeah.
But I don't,
So I don't,
huh?
I don't mean to be an asshole and everything. I really don't.
I don't think you're being an asshole, man. Like, listen, if there's moments where I think you're being an asshole, or like I say, where I think you're being rude, I bring it up right then and there. I have not stopped you in the last few moments.
Well,
I
you
think
got to wonder too. Okay, like see, you're big on Donald Trump and all that. Okay, now you got to wonder why it is that the majority isn't, right? I think that there's far more
because
people who don't like.
they have their own views and they have their own brains and they
Yeah,
process the
yeah.
information that they
There's a
process
difference,
the way
absolutely.
that they do.
It's like I know quite a few conservatives here in Canada, right? And they can't stand Donald Trump, and they're like embarrassed and ashamed because for being conservatives, right? They're generally right wing, okay, and he's right wing, so just by association they feel okay, and they criticize on him for what he is. Like I was reading
Okay.
there was an article on him, okay, because he's in the news again, right, for this fucking retarded tweet shit, okay, where they're basically call it schoolyard, right, where he's acting like a fucking kid, president of the United States. Republicans in the U.S. are saying, it's not dignified. It's in the dignity of the office and this and that. Okay, where they're not impressed with how this guy is acting. Okay, and it's a repeat. He's doing it again and again and again and again. Okay, and the thing is we can't expect him to stop. Okay, right? Because it's what he is. It's it's who he is. It's his personality and shit. Okay, and there's a flaw. There's something wrong with that. There's something wrong with this guy. Okay, and unfortunately, he's been voted all the way up to the highest office on the planet, right? So you got to recognize that this is a serious thing. Okay, and ultimately, the world is a serious fucking place, right? Like you can't just treat it as a joke. You can't treat life as a joke.
Does it sound like I'm laughing?
Are you kidding? Laugh? I was going to comment on that, but I wanted to spare you. Right? It's another thing I've noticed about you. See, the thing is here it's like I'm totally being critical towards you, and it's not fair because it's like you could be critical towards me too, because I'm not perfect either. Okay, but like I say, I'm older. Okay, I've been around. When I was your age. Okay, I went to school. Okay, I knew plenty of different people. I met plenty of people like you. Habits and mannerisms that I hear from you and I see, okay, which gives me a pretty good.
Surge, this is another weird thing. I'm going to quickly point it out. You constantly tell me you've met people like me. You've never met anybody like me because you've never met me. You've only talked to me. The Surge, that'd be like me saying I've met people like you. I've never met you.
If not thousands, okay, because I'm a very affable person, right? Where it's like I'm approachable. I can basically get along with anyone, generally speaking, right? Depending on I got to be careful not to be too critical of others and stuff, but
okay. So if there's a guy that is exactly like you, he thinks everything like you, but he rapes fucking little children, is that guy just like you?
No. He's
there you fucking go. There you go. There's nobody like me. There's nobody like me.
Well, we're talking generality.
No. In general, there's nobody like me because there's only one of me in whatever, how many 10 billion people are on this planet.
Listen. Okay,
same with you.
There's,
you can't make a broad statement about an individual. It doesn't work like that. Especially when the individual is on the other end. No, you can't. Especially when the individual is on the other end of the conversation and can.
Are you a man?
Yes.
And men. Are all men
yes.
individuals? Okay, so there you go. I can, right? I can group you categorically. Just because you're an individual, it doesn't mean that you don't share characteristics with other individuals you can be grouped with, right? Like-minded, all these things, that's the way, it's,
no, it does not work like that.
I can, I'd love to recommend, right, to read up on and
the Surge, I want to put this out there, like, as much as I enjoy our conversations and our dialogues, like, do you really think I'm gonna go away from anything we ever talk about and I'm gonna like implement it in my life?
Okay, you don't even have a conscious choice in it. Okay, that's something you would know.
No, I'm not.
Don't. I know how it works.
Dude, I'm literally listening to you right now. I'm playing with a fidget spinner, and it's entertaining me more.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Like, here, can you hear it? Sounds like a little fan.
Oh, that's fine.
Because you don't know people like me. There's no people like me. There's no me except for me.
You don't actually fully have a conscious choice on your own development.
Is Matt like you?
Well, what I said is that you don't have.
Is Matt like you? Is Matt like you?
You're younger.
Is Matt like you? Hey, is Matt like you? Is Matt like you? He's older. He's a male.
Yeah.
So Matt's
a lot like me too.
Matt. Oh, okay. Well, I disagree with you on that.
Well, I think they're both. I think all three of us are more mature than you are.
Okay, so here's four characteristics I'd say you guys share. You're men. You're older than me. You breathe air, and you're more mature than me. you guys have
Alright, well,
matching
fair enough.
tattoos?
It's just
Is there
an
anything
age
else I
thing
don't
too,
know
right?
about?
Like you can't help but to mature with age, really. But some people, stay more, and that's a good thing too, right? We should always, not lose touch of that. Like I err more towards the serious side, right? Which joke around and you'd have fucking blast with me. You seriously would. I don't know actually if you'd be cool enough to hang with me back in the day.
I definitely wouldn't be, bro.
No.
No, I would have been one of those kids, that talks about waifu and anime, and you would have been beating me up and shoving me in
No, I
lockers.
think I don't think no, I wouldn't. No, there's no way I would. Okay, and
And
you know what? I think we
like
would.
your
I'd go
friend
on like
Crisscross, everybody would laugh at me when Crisscross comes up behind me and pretends to fuck me and jerk off on me.
no, see that's no, that ain't gonna happen, right? And if someone tries doing that shit on you, okay, we fuck them up, right?
Oh shit.
Hey man, that's not cool. Why
Nothing.
you gotta why you gotta physically assault someone when they haven't done anything to me?
Oh
I mean,
no, that's no, no,
I mean,
no. It's not like that.
I mean, he's behind me. I couldn't even see what he was doing, so it's not like it's gonna affect my life, right? It's only gonna
Yeah,
affect me in the moment. Going forward, I don't give a fuck if some guy was pretending to jerk off behind me. How's that gonna affect my life?
yeah. That's some fucking idiot would do that, right? And fuck him, right? See,
Dude, I'm legit saying, like, I could tell in high school I would have never hung out with you.
I don't know about that. I bet you would have.
No.
Sometimes, yeah. Well, don't you go to parties?
Uh, just
Yeah.
no.
See,
Trust me, man. We wouldn't.
bullshit.
Trust me, we wouldn't have been hanging out with her.
We would have met at parties, right? And you'd
Agree
be
to
like, oh,
disagree. You think we would have hang out? I don't think we ever would have hang out. Just agree to disagree in that
that's,
sense. You know what I mean? Like
I don't know.
you're of the mind that
Okay,
we would have hung out. I'm of the mindset that we wouldn't have hung
fucking
out.
cool. You're too cool.
No, I'm
Is that what
I'm
you're saying?
not too fucking cool. No, it's not what I'm saying. I'm just
Okay,
saying we
well,
wouldn't have hung out.
would. What we, do you go fishing or what? Do you go fishing?
Uh, I go fidget spinning.
No. You got wicked fishing out there. You got like rivers and you got nice
Dude,
lakes. You just
dude,
got
you're
fishing
asking
out
you're asking a kid in Canada, yeah, if he hunts and fishes, of course I do.
there.
But it's like
I'm,
I do that
I'm
with my uncle. To be honest, I've tried that with my friends and other people I've met, and I don't like hunting with them. I really don't. It's more just even just it's a thing I go and do on my own, and I do it with my uncle from time to time when I can get out of province and get out to
You
see him
see,
out
you
there in
would, you
Alberta.
would hang out with me, okay? But then it's like, you'd probably end up going, "Fuck this." That's what I think.
Listen, Lissard, yeah, I'm not even saying that I'm not the type of person I wouldn't give it an attempt, but I'm not gonna sit there and hang out with someone I don't want to, like, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't
Yeah,
I wouldn't walk away from it and be like, "Fuck you, Lissard, I don't ever want to see you again." You know what? I'd probably just lie to you in the moment. I'd be like, "Oh, you know what, dude? I forgot. I go help my mom with some, or
yeah.
my
As soon as,
or my dad with some shit.
what
I
happened? Yeah,
forgot I was busy, so us planning to hang out today,
exactly.
it's not gonna work,
Yeah,
bro. Call me
yeah,
tomorrow, okay? I'll see you later, bro."
yeah,
And then I just block your number and fucking try and avoid
yeah.
you on
And,
all
and, you,
social
and you
media.
know what? As you walked away, you know what you'd hear, right?
What?
Pussy, pussy.
Good. That'd make me run away even faster because I'd be scared that you want to beat me
Yep.
up.
Good.
Because I'm a pussy.
No, come on. That's not. No way. Are you kidding me? You think I'm fucking violent? I'm like the opposite of that. Okay, like someone's being a jackass. Okay, well, it's like, okay, well let's go, do something about this, right? And we'd go. It's like, yeah, okay, the fucking guy thinks he's all that, right? Well, right?
Yeah, I'd run like a little bitch.
No, no, you wouldn't. No, we wouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
No, we wouldn't. No, not a chance. We would.
I would run all the way down to California into the safety of Matt and Yesenia's arms.
Oh, well, that's
Protect me.
yeah.
I'll just 45.
Hey, that's why I want to go down to America.
There you go.
So,
Well,
Did I
what about
shoot
like?
6 shots, or did I shoot off only 5? Tell me,
Do you feel lucky,
do you feel lucky?
punk?
Tell me, bump. Do you?
Yeah.
When was the last time they made a movie about a guy like that in Canada?
Oh, I
Oh
don't
wait, they
know.
didn't, because you can't do that shit in Canada.
Sure, you can.
Oh yeah.
It's
Oh
like
yeah. Oh yeah.
Cyrus, right? Isn't that's like Cyrus, isn't it from fucking Trailer Park Boys?
Dude, Cyrus is a pussy and he never shoots his gun.
He
Took him
fucking
like
shoots.
6 years to.
What are you
It
talking
took him
about?
like
Cyrus was the first one to shoot. Okay, he
no,
never hit.
dude, it took him 6 years before he finally fucking shot anybody, and he didn't even shoot anybody that was like dangerous. He shot Corey and fucking Trevor. Like, you could
Yeah.
legit you could yell at Corey and Trevor. If Corey and Trevor were real people in real life, they're the type of people that all you have to do is look at them like you're angry at them, and they will cower to you.
Okay,
So
which Trailer Park Boys character are you most like?
none of them.
You're like a
Kidding?
blend. You're like a blend of like all of them. That's what I think. I can see a bit of like all
No,
of them. Yeah,
no,
absolutely.
dude.
There's
And
probably some.
if anything, my sister made a joke. She said I used to dress like Ricky because I used to wear fucking the fucking back in the day when I was like way younger, before I knew what brands like really were. Like I remember I went into a Value Village and I stole what I thought were like 2 pairs of Adidas track pants, but they turned out to be like the knockoff ones with the 2 stripes. And that's what
Oh
Ricky had.
well.
Ricky used to have the 2 stripe tearaways, and I
Oh
thought
yeah.
those were Adidas. I thought they were Adidas, so I thought I was all fucking fresh. It was like my first year of high school. I was like, yeah, I got some Adidas, and I got some Jordan, because I had like Jordan shoes and shit from like. So I was like, yeah, I got some name brand shit, and like fucking my sister was like, one day she points at me, she's like, are those the same pants that Ricky has? And I was like, no, no, they're not. And then I looked, and I was like, oh fuck, they are. And then I never threw them out. I actually
That's
kept them.
well, of course. Style. He looks great. Come on. That's a compliment.
Uh,
I don't know. I think I think he looks fine.
yeah, Ricky's got style. I wouldn't say it's a classy style. He's got style. Julian had style, like legit. Like yeah, it's not a classy style. Well, it's like Julian could walk into an office and get a fucking job anywhere in any fucking industry. Ricky couldn't. That's what I'm talking about. Like
Well,
Ricky doesn't have style. Yeah, he has his own style, but does he have like a clean, like well groomed
yeah,
style?
he's
No, not
great.
well. Maybe except for
Right?
his chops and his hair. That's very well groomed. I gotta give him that. But like he
Yeah,
doesn't look like a clean, well groomed, styled guy. He looks like
nice. Yeah, nice sideburns, eh?
yeah, like that's what. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, those things are styled. Like,
Yeah.
but to me, dude, like maybe it's because when I'm younger, but like when you say someone has a style, it means that they dress very nice, and a lot of people would copy them. I don't think you'll find too many people copying Ricky, or like you won't see him as a certain representation of a fashion type for an age group, an ethnicity, a region, a type, maybe even like a music or an entertainment type of genre. Like no, he doesn't really like he doesn't yeah, like you know what I mean, like a guy that's dressed really nice, he represents like business, he represents fucking, like yeah, like he represents upper class, whereas someone that's dressed a little more like in streetwear, they represent like maybe probably music, or they represent the arts, or they represent like low income. Like that's what it's like, style. That's what it is to me. That's probably just an age thing, bro. That's probably just an age thing, though. Like when you think style, like I have no clue what you're meaning, like, but that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like shit that like people right away they would want to copy and put in their day to day life, like Ricky's style, and I don't think anybody would copy Ricky's style, to be honest, except for maybe on like Halloween.
Yeah.
Like that's it. So we differ on that. We differ on that, but I mean, that's how it is, man. I'm not really like any of the Trailer Park Boys, but like I said, my sister said I used to dress like Ricky. That's about it. That's about it, brother. So I was gonna say, who the fuck got sirens going on in the background? Or it sounds like a police siren or an ambulance siren going off in the background. And I imagine that's only you, because you're the only one with your mic on right now. Both fucking Cap and Matt are both tuned out, or they're muted right now.
I'm still here. I'm just listening.
Oh, yeah, no, like, that's what I mean, like, freaking... No, like, when you're muted, though, like, you won't get any feedback or anything, whereas, like, LaSurge, even though he's not saying anything, I can hear whatever's feeding back into his mic, like any ambient sound, wind, like, stuff like that, so... At least when you go on mute, Matt, like, I don't hear you fucking, like, you know, breathing all heavy or, like, fucking coughing or like, yeah, like, if you got a fan on or a window open or, like, or, yeah, like, the flow of traffic or just wind or, like, you can hear those things on people's mics sometimes, and people aren't even aware of that. Like, some of my favorite YouTubers and shit, like, I watch, it's like, do they record in a soundproof room? Because, like, you can hear, like, outside noise or, like, a dog barking or, like, maybe a kid, like a neighbor's kid yelling, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, fuck, man, you're making all this money and you're on YouTube and you're obviously getting ad money. You can't fucking invest in a soundproof, like, audio, like, recording space, especially if you're a content creator. Like, that's just fucking, that's laziness. Like, if I had money and I could, like, I would want, like, the best content uploaded on my YouTube. No fucking cutting corners, no nothing.
Yeah, oh yeah, especially if you're making money on it.
Hey, man, don't you worry, man. One day, you and Yesenia, you guys gonna be making money. You guys gonna cut me a nice check. You gonna send LaSurge a fucking, you know, a bag of coal, a lump of coal, and yeah, you know, fucking, we'll all be rich. LaSurge will have coal.
I'll send him an autographed Trump hat.
Oh, that would be better than coal. LaSurge admit that would you'd be like, oh man, he would rather get the coal than the Trump hat. Like, legit, I know. Like you would legit be like, okay, like, I would take you would take, like, a burning bag of shit on your doorstep before a Trump hat. I can confidently say that about you, LaSurge. I am going to assume that. Oh my God, did you just assume my political identity?
How many political identities are there?
Oh, I hear there's 500 now. Now there's unicorn liberals. Like, or there's murderous gay bashing conservatives. Like, there's so many different umbrellas you can fall under.
Yeah.
Why just be one? Why just be one and you know, excommunicate all the other people and not let them be part of the one group? That's inclusive. Let's just include everybody.
You guys want to hear what James Comey's dad had to say about Trump?
Oh my God, another fucking psychoanalyst expert.
Comey told Trump fired James Comey because Comey, quote, didn't give him 100% loyalty, and he demands that of people who work with him. Comey said he would give him 100% honesty, but not loyalty. Okay, he added, oh my God, I think he should be impeached immediately, yesterday. He's a very incompetent guy. He's out of his league. I think the man should be in a home, quite honestly. He's crazy as a hoot. Then he said, I'm convinced that he's nuts. I thought he belonged. He was crazy before he became president. Now he's really crazy.
You know, I was just, my only response is all that. When was the fucking last time James Comey's dad got asked to fucking talk about anything? And anybody cared to hear his fucking response other than when it had Donald Trump attached to it? Dude, LaSurge, it's the same thing I talked about the first night. Like, Donald Trump, whether you wrap your head around it in this lifetime or not, and I realize this may come across as an insult, but literally, he, in this 20th century, is the largest spark for dialogue and change,
taken seriously,
like, that will ever be seen. When history is written about, he will be mentioned along the sides of Leonardo da Vinci And he will be
messed up.
mentioned along the sides of some of the greatest conquerors in
The
history
fact that he was
and rulers
appropriating
in
it in
history.
the United States.
No,
Never
no, no, no. Like
was on
universally, he will be
focused.
recognized as this. I know.
Lewis,
It's a hard thought,
uh,
but this guy is the biggest change for so many things in the 20th century landscape as we move forward.
Comey,
Like
Comey,
literally,
Comey was just part of the swamp he was draining.
exactly. Like, and that's the thing is, when the fuck was anybody going to James Comey's dad and asking him for his opinion on anything before?
Never.
Never. Exactly. Trump, whether they want to admit it or not, like, dude, like, here's the thing, Lizard, like, Trump gives you something to at least think about, like to formulate your theses, like, to debate.
it's just about being full of shit, right? Like, when a person can be taken seriously or not. Okay, and Donald Trump, unfortunately, all governments around the world, recognize that, he's not someone that they can actually really take seriously. And, it's a problem, right? Because they have to adjust to accommodate someone who's, for all intents and purposes, like out of touch with
You know
reality.
what's going to happen after I serve my time and after I raise my family in the United States? We are going to come back up to Canada. I'm going to reapply for my Canadian citizenship, and then I'm going to run in government.
Yeah. And the thing is, some people, they just talk, right? They just say shit, like gravitas to what it is that comes out of their mouth. Trump is one of them, right? It's, in 20
Well, I
seconds.
mean, yeah, I was totally joking about coming back to Canada and running for government. Fuck that shit. I'm staying in America once I'm there.
Good. Good, by all means.
Unless I ever actually seen it, like I said, to the point where my family was up in Canada, I felt their safety and security wasn't being handled by the government. That'd be the only time I'd come back up. Once I'm in the States, it's na 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 na, hey hey hey, goodbye. And I'm sending Justin Bieber back to you in Ontario. You guys can have him back. I don't want him down there. I swear to God, if I go down to the States and Justin Bieber is still living in there, I will do the crime and I will do the time. I will literally go to Hollywood. I will fucking drive out there. I will knock on his door and I will assault him. Yes, YouTube, you've heard it. Yes, judge that's listening to my court case in the future
Right.
2, 3 years. I willingly and knowingly wanted to assault Justin Bieber and cause him bodily harm. Yes, I was making threats about doing it on the internet, and yes, I followed through with it. Okay, put me in jail. That's another reason why America laughs at Canada.
Justin Bieber.
Oh fuck yeah. Look at it. Look at him. Like that's what I'm saying is like that's what you think of young Canadian men. Most Americans, you ask them ask them who's the youngest Canadian like male you can think of that you can just know off, and I guarantee like 99% are gonna say Justin Bieber or Drake or Drake, and those are two examples of Canadian men on an international stage. Fuck that fucking noise. Send them back up to Canada where they never had a fucking voice. It's the one fucking thing you Americans do sometimes. You give voices to the wrong people.
I think Lasurge is wrong when he says that the rest of the world's leaders don't take Trump serious. I think they take him real
Ooh,
serious.
I think they take him very serious. I think that's why I think they think that the best thing to do is to make fun of him in the public and the news and the press, and that will bring more support to them. But they're finding a lot of people are starting to be like, hey, we want to hear jokes and we want to hear kind of, we want to hear that shit from like comedians and, like fucking radio hosts, shock jocks. Like we want to hear like the Howard Sterns of the world, like, like criticize and make fun of people. We don't want to hear it from you guys. We
Yeah,
just want to hear your policies and the things that are in place. Like that's about it. We don't want to hear your jokes and your character judgments. Like leave that up to James Comey. That's Comey's job. Comey
Hey,
assesses people.
you know,
Go ahead, Lizard.
his
You
wife
there?
left him.
Left too.
Nicholas, they're just kind of breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, LaSurge, I think you're chopping up in and out because like I did not hear you said something about a wife left him.
No,
That was like
Howard
a
Stern. Yeah,
oh
everything
yeah, I
lagged.
mean, dude, we've already discussed this. I would not expect any self-respecting woman to have stayed with that man.
Yeah.
But that's Howard. And here's the thing. Howard was willing for the
Not a
sake of
good.
his career and his legacy, which I have to admit it is very selfish, but it is also very self-serving to the legacy he has cemented himself that he was willing to do anything to anyone. Nobody was off limits. He wasn't off limits. His wife was not off limits. His family was not off limits, just as much as the celebrities and the politicians that were not off limits to him.
So
And I
that's a
think
good
that even
thing.
though that is a huge character flaw, yes, in a moral standpoint, from an entertainment standpoint, I will forgive him. Yes. Morally, no, I will not agree with it. But entertainment wise, fuck yeah. Do it 3 more times. Because it was some of the greatest radio ever when his wife would call in and bitch about him having strippers in, and he'd be like, ah, shut up. My dinner better be heated up when I get home. It's just fucking hilarious. Because you knew that he didn't mean these things, but he knew that it was comedy and that like it was just there's such things as beautiful disasters, LaSurge, and Howard Stern was a beautiful disaster. It's a beautiful disaster that will never be replicated. And he did it on fucking FM radio with the FCC. So fucking you turn on AM FM radio, now they can pretty much say whatever the fuck they want. And you want to know who thanks to? Howard Stern. But yeah, so we're getting into a long diatribe, but yeah, his wife broke up with him and left him. Yeah, I don't blame her. Good for her. Like random thing to bring up, but yeah, like good for her. You know what I think you need to listen to, LaSurge? What would really help develop your sense of humor? Like I already
I
know
don't
I'm
need to
going to
tell
hell.
you.
I'm
Dude,
going
my
to
sense
hell
of
just for
humor
listening
is
to it and laughing at it.
my sense of
But
humor is far more fucking fine.
Go on YouTube and type in
Like I said,
go on
it did.
YouTube
Okay, I
and
was I
type
was a class clown back in the day. People mature out of it, right? Like,
okay.
apparently want to make more of a joke of yourself, which is fine. They have their own, balances and measures to that. But I've got a great sense of humor. It's, if anything, the thing is, I
But what I
grew up watching, like Monty Python and
but what I think would
more,
develop your great sense of
more
humor
wit.
even more. But what I think would develop it and help
It's like
cultivate it
you're
into
not
even
the
a
same
more
age.
sharper and more witted sense of humor is if you go on YouTube, type in Howard Stern Vietnam War stories, and he talks
It's
about
boring.
his
It's
service. He talks about his service in communist
Norm.
North Vietnam
Norm.
and punching out the
Well,
communist gooks in
Norm,
that
you're
country. And believe
joke.
me, you will not
I was
laugh harder.
It's actually, you got pretty upset when, it's like as soon as you started to tell this plagiarized joke, I knew who you were stealing it from, right? You remember that, eh?
I
Oh,
got
okay,
upset.
sore. Yeah, there's a bit of a sore spot there. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that.
It's not very sore. I just said the joke that
Okay.
I didn't get upset
It's
over or
not
triggered
very
over.
sore. Yeah, it's okay.
No, like I'm actually really confused. Like when I told the joke, you said it's a
See, I
Norm
just don't
joke.
laugh at it. It's pretty funny, right? I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh like at your expense, but sometimes, I just can't help it.
Wait. You thought I got upset that you said the whole Norm thing? That it was
See,
his
you're
joke?
funny. See, now see, that's a good joke, right? See now, now you're really tickling my funny bone because you're saying things that make me laugh, right? Unfortunately, see, it's because your sense of humor isn't quite as developed as mine, but that's okay. Like I say, you're still young. Anyway, back to bed.
Okay, well, no, I'm just confused on the whole point that you made of me apparently being upset that you pointed out it was a Norm Macdonald joke when. Yeah, okay. I don't feel like I was that upset, and I imagine, or no, not I imagine, I know Yesenia uploads all of our Google Hangouts to YouTube afterwards, and as long as they fit in the 8-hour time requirement for YouTube, go listen back, and yeah, I don't think I really conveyed being too upset at you revealing that it was a Norm Macdonald joke. But if you listen to the playback and it comes across that way to you, then that is your opinion. But in my opinion, I don't think I was upset that you revealed it was a Norm Macdonald Dirty Johnny joke. So, the sun come up over the horizon yet out there on the East Coast? You not responding, or it might just be your mic again? Not too sure. Matt, Cap, boys still around, still alive?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hey, what's up, bro? No, I don't know if like Lysurgus isn't talking or his mic's like the audio's maybe at a point where we just can't hear him, so
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on.
yeah, I mean, I know that all of your guys' subscribers and viewers are going to be very upset that they can't hear Lysurge right now, so just would like to take the opportunity to apologize to anybody, watching. Lysurge is experiencing some what I believe to be audio or technical problems right now, so if you'd bear with until we can get him back in, and for now, it'll just be me and Matt riffing for a little while. Might slap at a bass, man. Slap at a bass. You slap at a bass? You ever slap at a bass?
Where's Dan? Dan must have went to sleep, huh?
If he did, he muted his mic and stayed online, which is, I don't know. Maybe he just wants to go back on YouTube, and he's like, you know what I mean? Like, we're all sort of like self-fulfilling the egos and shit. He's like, oh, there's my avatar. Oh yeah, I was on the live stream. Oh shit, everybody go see me, follow me. Nah. Yeah. Tennessee like that person like, yo, follow me on Twitter and Instagram, yo. Subscribe to my YouTube. He doesn't look like he's one of those types of people. Yeah, I'm starting to do that shit. It's intimidating because you can get a lot of like people being like, "Well, who's this fucking random? Who's this idiot? Why do I want to follow him?" Well, but it's like, yeah, you just put yourself out there, you'll eventually attract the following of like-minded people for your views and opinions. And
Yep. The Surge, you there? The Surge.
yeah, again, I don't.
You must be having some problems with his mic, man.
I think it's his mic because I am seeing that he's not muted. He's still online, but we're just not getting anything back from him. So
Yeah, that's weird.
that is actually really weird. And the Surge, like, dude, we're not trolling you or like just like ignoring you on purpose. If after like, I'm pretty sure your wife she uploads all these ones like onto her YouTube like for as long as they fit the 8-hour like requirement, right?
Yeah, yeah, we upload most of them. There's been a couple we've erased, but so far we've uploaded most of them.
Jeez. No, dude. Actually, if anything, I would say don't erase. Don't erase.
Okay.
Because it just builds your like our like I know I'm saying our, but I know it is you and Yesenia's like channel, and I know like so literally like in the sense of like me just being a commentator, but still within the still within the realm of I am involved in the content you guys are creating. It puts out more content for like let's say, okay, yeah, like legit, you go to a YouTube channel and you see the guy has 10 videos, and you go to another guy's channel with 100 videos, you're 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 gonna spend more time on the guy with 100 videos channel because he just has more content.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that like in that sense, like yeah, maybe you even enjoy like the stuff that the guy with 10 videos, you like what he's doing more, but he only has 10 videos and they're only 15 minutes long each video, so you are only literally getting 150 minutes of content, whereas the guy with 100 videos, each of his videos are 5 minutes, but that's 500 minutes of content. So it's just like you win in the end for keeping people's attention and potentially attracting their subs and their views. Sorry, bro.
No, that's cool.
With
Yeah.
sorry.
I'm new to the whole YouTube thing, so I'm still trying to figure this shit out. Actually, we're both pretty new to it.
Oh yeah, and like you know what? I have to believe like there is sort of like a thing where it's like I think yeah, like me being younger, like I know more what like people are wanting to sub to, wanting to listen to, wanting to watch. Like there is a generation gap too, whereas like even though there's a young conservative minded people, like me, like that is like a thing. If I go to someone's YouTube and they don't even have like a banner, I usually won't even like even if I like their content, or even if I liked one of their videos, if I go to your channel and you don't even have a banner, I usually won't even check out the rest of your content because I usually go, that person probably just fluked out with the content they put out. Because usually people that don't even take the time to edit their banners and their sidebars, they don't even care enough about editing or like editing their own content for their viewers that like I just look at that like okay, you don't even want to bring me in visually when I come to your page, then what are you going to do to make me stick around when I'm watching your videos?
Yeah.
I start a criteria checklist right away, and that's more of like a younger guy thing. Like I'm sure like maybe even if you go to a YouTube, like you're not really looking for their thumbnails or like their fucking banners and shit. Like yeah, like you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, I get clickbaited all the time. There's so many times I'll click on a video just because what's in the thumbnail, like it's a picture of a hot girl, and then I go there and it's like nothing. And I'm like, oh fuck, I just gave them a view.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like don't get me wrong, like we're all guys and shit like that, and it's like even the same vice versa for females. Females like good looking guys, or like if it's a video where I see like a boat exploding or a gun like shooting in the thumbnail of the video, well, I'm gonna go to that and fucking like check that out before I just go to something that's like, you know how when people don't put a thumbnail, it's just that red YouTube button.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's another thing too. Like so it's all in just kind of the way you even market it to the eyes, or you sell it to the masses, like just the appeal of it, like visually. It's like that's what draws a lot of us younger viewers in. Even though we might like the content literally and what you're talking about, but we will dismiss it before we even look at it.
Interesting. Yeah, I never thought of that.
Yeah, like, well, I mean, like that's where even like when I have these like dialogues, like with you, I don't find me and you have never disagreed yet, and like I even on the day when we do, like you'll find it, like I just say right away, like maybe that's a like I'm just like, hey man, this ain't something I like. I'm checking out. Like I'm not giving an effort anymore. The
Yeah.
only effort I'm giving is letting you know that I'm checking out. I'm gone. So it's like, yeah, there's generation gaps to like just the amount of like kind of what interests us right away. Like whereas you, I bet it's more like in the title. Like the title is really what draws you into YouTube videos. Like what it says. Like oh blah blah blah. Like I know she watches like Shuttershot and shit. Do you ever watch Shuttershot shit with her?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, like Shuttershot's pretty good at labeling his videos too. Like it'll be like town hall meeting Maxine Waters, what really happened, and like it's like, oh okay, I want to see what really happened at the town hall that Maxine Waters was having. His thumbnail's good, but it's like right in the title right away, you know what you're getting, you know what you're looking like if you're looking for something around that. So yeah, like there's little bits and differences. Like I even said, dude, we'll start like because I know I sent the message to Yesenia, so she got it for like the private chat, so like we can all just like because I do want to like kind of see in a way like because you guys like I feel like we talked about last time, you guys are just you're giving like even the Surge. I'm going to use him as our example because he's our only liberal and our only opposing view within our group chats. But it's like we give anybody the platform to come on and and say what they want to say.
Yeah, that's kind of
like these
Go ahead.
words.
Go ahead, listener.
Oh, whoa, Lesurge is back. Lesurge is back, though. Wait, say yeah, say that again, Lesurge. Cut out a bit at the end.
Like as far as being a liberal, like I'm actually quite conservative, and
Okay, well then, okay, I'll take away the title of liberal,
the,
but what I'll say is someone with an opposing view to the majority of the group.
which is you guys.
Yeah, but no, what I'm saying is, like, I think Yesenia and Matt, their channel's attraction can very much be geared towards, hey, yes, we are conservative, and we are more right leaning group, but we allow people in just for dialogue that have opposing views, and that's like, that's what the attraction can be.
Yeah, but the thing is okay, is when someone presents, information, okay, that demonstrates that you're wrong, right? Or, someone provides, better reasoning, okay, superior arguments, okay, do you adopt the new position? Are you open to?
I take it by, yeah, I take it by individual. I'm not going to make a broad statement and say yes or no. I'm going to say it depends on um, the individual topic in question that someone's debating me on or trying to change my opinion on through debate. So yeah,
Well,
I'm not going to make a broad statement on that.
yeah, but
But I feel what you're saying, and I that's the thing. I would want to give a definitive and a broad answer, but I can't of either. So I'm not going to. But I think that was a good question what you asked. That was a good question, but
well, that's the purpose of, right?
yeah.
Blog that is, right? Like, getting to,
I
like, for
forgot.
example, who has a better education, right? Comey or Donald Trump, right? Now Trump, did, like, a couple of years in this one university, then he transferred to Wharton, okay, and then graduated, right? He's only studied in business. There's other things about Donald Trump, like when he was younger, he came from an affluent family, right? So, he's always been, a bit of a rich kid, right? Silver spoon and all that, right? Because he came from a very wealthy, like, he's so much like Donald Trump isn't so much a self-made man as, from the family name and the success of his father, which, if you talk with anyone in business, they recognize that, the actual, the significant Trump was his father, right? Where, he's his father's son, and, he's not the same deal, but, and he's a different person, so different personality, persona, and all that. And I'd imagine actually he's probably a lot like his dad. Well, from what I understand, his dad was a KKK member, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not the only one who's got background noise going on, eh?
Oh yeah, it's thirsty. I need to get some water.
So anyway,
But yeah,
so
I don't know if his dad was KKK. That's fucked up.
that's what
I
they
don't. I
say.
don't really see. I don't really like. Even if his dad was KKK, I mean, so what? Well, what if my dad was KKK? That doesn't make me a bad person. I
Yeah, it's
could.
just I was just what I was
I could have rejected those views. When I became old enough to make my own decision. And the same thing with like his education level. Comey had more education. Just because somebody had more education doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't necessarily mean they're more intelligent. I mean, he had more schooling. That's great. So what?
Yeah, when I'm not knocking him for that. I mean, if you can get as much education as you can and you feel that you can expand your knowledge, some people, dude, there's
Oh,
people
you can
like
teach.
me that go like, hey, there's no point in me going to learn because I can't learn anymore. And no matter how many
Well,
people
you
or
can.
academia minds tell me that minds can keep learning at whatever age and we never stop learning and like even the
Okay.
surgeon me joked about it the other day when I said something and it was a fact he didn't know and he said, "Oh, so you can teach an old dog new tricks."
That's the whole thing
There's
about,
some
like,
people, there's some, wait, I'm just finishing the point. There are some people that no matter how much education you put into them, it's really not moving the IQ needle or meter up that much for them on the test. It really isn't. They can retain the information, but does it really hold any sway in the things that they are going to do?
Do you know that when he was younger, he got sent to a military reform school?
Who, Trump or Comey?
Hey, Donald Trump.
Oh, if you answered, you might have cut out because I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I think it cut out.
Trump, yeah, when he was, right, like he got sent to a military reform school.
Comey or Trump? Sorry, you cut out again right when you answered, so I only heard Donald Trump. Well, okay, yeah, no, I didn't know that.
So it's pretty much established that in his youth, in his juvenile days, he had behavioral issues.
Okay.
And what I understand, that you can't say that about Comey.
Well, yeah, because nobody cares about Comey. Nobody would give two shits about Comey. Like, honestly, like, people would care more about the shit that Donald Trump just took than they care about James Comey.
First of all, okay, people do care, right? Like, you just talk, right? It's like not.
I'm gonna say maybe the like 5,000 people that were on Twitter at the moment to retweet that thing, maybe they care, and they probably don't even remember that they tweeted it.
Well, okay, Matt and I were just talking about Trump. Okay, so for you to say nobody cares, obviously that's not true, because even Matt cared somewhat. So because we were just talking about that, and that's actually what the topic was before you made yourself the topic. There's a great quote from Albert Einstein, right? He says the desire for recognition and approval but the desire to be recognized as better, stronger, or more intelligent than a fellow being or a fellow scholar easily leads to an excessively egoistic cycle, which may become injurious for the individual and for the community. Right? And I think it's one of the best quotes that he ever wrote. And I think when we look at so far as an egoistic.
Wait, what does that have to do with me saying nobody gives a shit about Comey?
Well, that's what you see. You can't even understand.
Matt, if it wasn't for Donald Trump, would you have ever given two fucks about James Comey?
Probably not.
Yeah, wow. So I'm feeling pretty damn confident in what I'm saying. Nobody gives a fuck about Comey, dude.
Yeah, except for the fact that he was very mean. And both it's like, of course, head of the director of FBI. That's a very high up, significant position.
Yeah, that until Donald Trump fired his ass, they weren't very transparent or open with the fucking public, and they didn't give two fucks to be.
Just do a relative comparison. You, me, okay, and us, okay, and James Comey. Now, so far as people giving a fuck about you, okay, basically negligible, because probably basically everyone in the world has never heard of you, right? Same can be said about me and Matt. Now, can we say that about James Comey?
Yes, yes. Dude, I guarantee you, go to most fucking people in the United States, and they are not going to know who James Comey is.
True, nor does it make it a fucking smart thing to say. Right? And the thing is it's basically like you're just owning yourself, right? Which hey, that's fine. You can do that all you want. I'll be right back.
The surge just said. You just told a fucking high school dropout that he doesn't sound smart.
He was saying something earlier about Trump he went to the military school, and that shows his character, part of his character, and he was troubled or whatever. I guess I don't understand how that's relevant now. I mean, what if when I was 15 years old, just hypothetically, what if I was a drug dealer when I was 15 years old and I got in trouble at school or something like that? And now as a 34-year-old man, I'm grown, I got a family, I got a career, I'm a responsible tax-paying citizen. What I should I did when I was 16, what does that have to do with me today? I mean,
Yeah.
you know what I
And
mean?
would you disavow it, or would you just sweep it under the rug and make excuses for it? No, you probably disavow and big. You know what? I was a fucking punk. I was making
Yeah,
very bad decisions in life, and I changed.
exactly. That's exactly what I would do.
And others in that lifestyle or caught up in that type of lifestyle, you should make the same choices or decisions I made. Oh shit, we lose Matt for a sec. I think we lost Matt for a sec. He'll be back any sec. Serge, you still rocking? You still around? Oh, Matt's back.
Sorry, hit the wrong button.
Yeah, yeah, it's just like that's the funniest thing when people seem to like. Here's the thing, like you can, in my opinion, you can be a shitty person up until you're 18. If you're a shitty person after you're 18, you're fucked. Because that's the thing. Like I remember, it used to be like, oh man, I'm in juvie, blah blah blah. But oh, it's just juvie. Like they can't fucking keep me here forever. When I turn 18, even if I got a 10-year sentence, they gotta let me out. And then I remember like my lawyer explained to me one day, he's like, you really think if they sentence you for, let's say, yeah, you commit a crime as a juvenile, if you get a 20-year sentence as a juvenile, which is like that that is always allocated into an adult term. But like I didn't know that much about the system when I was like a young little punk. So I'm thinking because I got 2 years and then I was in for like I was in for like 2 months and then I was like, oh sweet, and then I turned 18 and I'm like, and then they're just gonna let me out, and my lawyer was like, no, they're sending you to adult, and I was
Yeah,
like, and yo, I'm not even gonna lie, yo, like I remember the whole time in the whole situation, I didn't wanna I I didn't want to admit that like basically I was taking the crime for someone else, and then I looked at the judge and I was like, I can't say the name, but I did not commit the crime. And the judge is like, well, you need to, or my lawyer is like, they want to name the prosecutors. They wanted a name, and I was like, I can't give a name. All I can say is that I didn't do it. And they're like, well, so like I had like three charges, and then they worked out a deal where if I pled guilty to the crime that I wouldn't give the name up on, they'd like let the other two charges go, and then it knocked it down from like the other 2 years. It like went down to like fucking like 2 months. I was like, oh really? They're like, yeah, because you've already done time served. You're pleading guilty, which technically in the law or the court's eyes, like if you plead guilty, you're more culpable to like rehabilitation because you're admitting guilt. Like it's
yeah,
seen. Yeah, like that's the funny thing is most murderers think, oh no, I'm just gonna say not guilty. It's like, yeah, well, if they find you guilty and the whole time you've been saying not guilty, you're gonna get a stiffer sentence because they're already looking at you as somebody that can't admit fault.
yeah, yeah. That's true.
You're a denier of your own culpable responsibility in this person's death. So it's like or this crime happening and this assault or theft of property. So yeah, it's like, you know what? It's like I find it stupid if like people really fucking like think that like as like younger guys and shit that like we really fucking we should be fucking given more leniency. It's like, yeah, we should, but like that shit needs to end as soon as I'm sick and tired of this whole thing of people being like, oh, like at 18, you're not an adult, you're still figuring shit out. Like even at like 15 and 16, when I was doing these crimes, I knew what I was doing was wrong and that I shouldn't be doing them and I need to stop. But somewhere in the back of my mind was like, oh fuck, I'm still a juvenile. They can't fucking send me away forever. Oh, I'm just a fucking juvie, man. Like all this shit gets erased when I become an adult, so I'll have a clean record when I turn 18. Like it's it's through that whole like slap on the wrist mentality that you get that bravery to push the boundaries even more or push them as long as you can, and then sometimes you just need a dose of reality. And as soon as I remember, like as soon as after I got a adult for the first time, I've never been back, and I never intend to go back, and I never will go back because I don't need to go back.
Yeah, yeah, hell yeah, man. Jail
So it's
sucks.
oh, jail fucking sucks very much slow, very much slow. Well, I don't know. Actually, I'd probably take being in jail over being homeless. Like to be quite honest. The only thing about jail that sucks is you you can't run away from the gang. Like out on the streets, if the gang tries to recruit you, you can just like move over to the next town and like start sleeping behind the Walmart in that town, and hopefully the gang won't follow. But like if you're in jail, you're on the same unit in the same cell or the same tier as like the gang. Like it's there is more navigation of like dangers, but like legit, like you have more shelter, you have food, you have hygiene is taken care of. Like
Yeah, that's true.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Um,
go ahead, Lasurge.
um, I don't know.
You're cutting in and out again, bro.
Yeah, it's probably because I'm browsing.
Okay, well
It's weird.
that's
I
why.
got
Because you,
two email box, right? And they're not there. Like, why? It's telling me there's two emails, and I
well, you
don't
use like
understand. Like,
Yahoo, Gmail.
so I'm an MSN.
Um, oh yeah, you totally are such a like. That's what I mean. Like older people, they still use MSN shit.
Dude,
Like
because I
and
had an email
AOL.
address before Google was even
I
before you
know,
even.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like y'all are the type of people that would still be on like AOL or MSN, like Hotmail, where it's like,
Oh, I love it's that's the thing is I actually got an address instead of Hotmail. Like when I signed up for Hotmail, it's cooler, right? Because I got at msn.com instead of at hotmail.com, right? Because it's shorter, fucking ultra cool. So I got really
no,
lucky
you mean
getting the.
MSN.ca because we're in Canada. We were down in America. It'd become.
Well, it's actually it was it's now it is yeah .ca, but the actual address is a .com. Right? That's what I got because this is before there was a .ca
No,
MSN.ca.
okay, yeah, no, I was about to say actually back in the day, Calm was like, yeah, for like Canada. I never quite understood that. Like when I finally realized that .ca was for Canada specifically, like that blew my mind. I was like, oh, I just thought it was like a different thing than .com. Like companies were like, oh, let's do something like yeah, I thought it was companies trying to be like hip and new, like, oh fuck this .com thing, let's start our own new thing, .ca. That's actually pretty funny. So yeah, no, I was seeing fucking the sun peeking out over them hills, over them bushes for you out in Ontario.
Oh wow. Um, One of the lead stories on MSN is to unleash momentum.
You cut out at the end something about two Asian what? That browsing's fucking up your like
The
mic, dude.
House bill to impeach because you know more
Matt,
people.
can you
It's like
understand
this
them?
guy.
Because I can't. Like, dude, I'm not even trying to like sound like I'm like trolling you. Like I legit like that the surfing or browsing is just making you inaudible. Like every maybe two, 3 words I'm catching like the end or the start of the word. So
I am lagging out.
yeah, like pretty heavy. Like if Yesenia uploads this one, I know I've gone back and watched the other live streams that she's uploaded. Like you'll notice that your lag was pretty incompatible to have a conversation with. I mean, if I spoke Domo Arigato, Mr. Roboto, I'd know what you're saying, but I don't. So Domo Arigato, I can't understand your taco. Domo Arigato, I can't understand what you're trying to talk though. What the fuck are those crackheads doing? Oh, they're dumpster diving in my fucking. I live in an apartment complex that has open dumpsters, and like people just come here and fucking dump anything, and fucking every other fucking night, like people dumpster dive, and like this entire back parking lot where my unit's on, it's just fucking looks like a tornado came through here.
Oh, this is a bunch of shit. That's not going to happen. they would require Pence to sign, which that's probably not going to happen. And then Pence would become president, which was potentially even worse than Trump. Like, just a fiasco.
What about China wants something to do with Pence? Like,
No, I didn't mention China.
oh well, that's what it sounded like, dude. Because your shit's so broken up. Like I heard like, I was like, what, China? Oh.
The new jet designed in China though, which is like, wow, well, straight out of sci-fi. Really,
That sounds crazy.
it's a really strange.
But yo, it's 4:30 out here on the West Coast. So it's my day off, and I'm usually sleeping by now. So I've pushed myself about an extra hour or two too much. I got some plans tomorrow, so I am going to head out before I am a zombie tomorrow doing all my errands. Or what am I saying tomorrow when I wake up in like 5, 6 hours? Ugh. So the Surge, good chat with you, man. Dan, Cap, even though you're sleeping or you're just whatever you're doing, bro. I'll catch you another night. Yesenia, as always, thanks for hosting, girl. Matt, as always, bro. Catch you tomorrow. Sorry?
Participate, with Matthew a little bit, but
I just, bro, you gotta listen to the playback of this. Like, you are just like, I can barely hear you right now, man.
sorry, sorry. Oh, it's what it is. Probably because I have Skype up.
Oh well, yeah. Oh my God, I'm done. I'm done with you, man. You got like you probably got like 50 fucking tabs open right now. Oh my God. All right, bro. But again, all jokes aside, I'll catch you another night. And again, just
Is
listen
it
to the
better?
playback. Oh yeah, now I can hear you again. Like, perfect. Like
It's
I'm in the
better,
fucking
eh?
like I'm in the same room with you.
Yeah. Well, I don't know which one it is exactly. It's
Dude,
I was,
I'm gonna take a huge guess that it was Skype because I know Skype uses a lot of
yeah,
fucking like Wi-Fi.
exactly. I know that too. That's why I've been shutting it down. But some of my friends are like a little bit pissed or what, and okay, what was going on yesterday? I got this buddy, okay, and he's big into gambling, right? He's doing the online gambling, and well, we did really well. I don't even want to really talk about it, kind of, but it's like,
Nice
well,
little windfall.
oh, yeah, about $15,000.
Decent, decent.
That's well, not entirely with me, right? When I was like, hanging out with him doing it, though, we went up, about 5 grand, right? We made 5 grand in like an hour. It was
I
like,
like what you
wow.
guys like communicate with Skype.
Yeah, it was on Skype. He's doing it. He's the guy, right? Now,
Right.
I riding shotgun, and it's just, yeah, it was really good. And I hope he, I wish him continued success and everything. And he said he would call back, right, to do it again today, which,
So that's why you got it open.
yeah.
Okay. Well, shit, man. I mean, I'm heading off of here, so I don't know if anybody's really gonna keep the combo going. I don't know if everybody's kind of getting ready to, you know, turn over for the night themselves. So, like I said, again, Yesenia, thank you as always for hosting, girl. Matt, thanks for let me come through. Cap, thanks for fucking joining. LaSurge, thank you for joining as well. And I will catch you guys on tomorrow if you guys are on.
On the flip side,
Oh, you opened Skype again. You're all choppy again.
no, it's actually,
I'm like,
it's the other one.
oh, okay, well, but anyways, Rod, again, I'm gonna, this is my final sign off. So, night, guys. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Bob signing out.
So, that's yeah, we're Matthew All right, and we haven't heard from Yesenia at all. Yeah, maybe I should take off, because there's something went on right the other day, and I know it might be, I don't know, I'm not sure that. Well, I don't know. It's Matthew, can you hear me? Or because seriously, like you flipped out, right? Um, and it's not as though like that was in Hangouts, right? And I wasn't doing anything that was like personal, right? I was just talking. You flipped out. Like why? Why is it that it's like I'm not even allowed to state actual facts, right? Like if I state a fact that you find disagreeable or what, okay, it's like you don't question, okay, you don't look into it, you attack, right? It's shooting the messenger, right? And the approach should be to look at it and find out if it's actually true, right? I think you got a bit of a bias. I think there's a huge widespread bias, okay, in particular among the Trump followers and the Trump supporters, okay, because it's gone. I've been talking with quite a few people about it. It's like a fanaticism or hysteria that's going on in the U.S. And what I was saying about the increase in living standards, that's a fact, right? That's an incontrovertible fact, and you flipped out over that, which I'd actually like to talk about, right, to get into more detail, because the way that the United Nations Human Development Index works, right, they've got there's more than one system. They also have another one that's called the inequality adjusted one, right, because it has to do with inequality in societies, right? And if you look, at the difference between Canada and the United States, okay, where this year, okay, our general living standard, right, we tied up. There's little differences. There's general income is a bit higher in the United States than it is in Canada, okay, but there's wins and losses across the board on that. Now, but the thing is, like I say, there's also the thing called the inequality adjusted Human Development Index, and there's a stark contrast, right, between Canada and the United States. So you got to ask why it is that we match up on the general index, but on the inequality one, okay, the United States falls way down, right? And of course, it might not sit well with you, okay, but the reason for that is because of because of policy, right? And Canada's a little bit more left leaning, and the United States is a little bit more right leaning. Okay, so in order to raise the standards, okay, for inequality adjustment, you have to have more coming off the top, right, and raising the bottom up. Which is better life for everyone. People in poverty, get them educations and stuff. Ontario's been moving forward, right? Like we've got we just implemented state sponsored tuition for low income families, right? That helps people to get good educations and good jobs, right? Raises the living standard, because people like Bob right there, right? He's working, and or I don't know if he's working or not, okay, but he's talking about school and everything and his prospects. He's worried. Apparently he even has money for education that he doesn't even intend to use, which would of course relegate him to a low income bracket. Okay, maybe you guys aren't there. Maybe you're not listening. You're just, dying, chomping at the gib to, which I can understand, because you guys don't actually like, actual, fair, reasonable discussion, right? You always, kind of tend to push people out, because you don't want to hear anything but, what you like and what you believe and what you want to. It's that whole like-minded thing, right? Which, thing is it's like what Mark Twain said was, the best remedy for prejudice is travel, right? Because that way, you get to hear, and see, different things, right? Instead of isolating yourself, and always thinking, well, nobody else could possibly be right. And I don't know where you guys are. I'd like to ask, actually, if you looked into the test, right, about political compass, right, .org, and took the test. I think it'd be interesting. I heard other people talking about that, so.